We saw the video for, on this criminal justice referendum just over the past couple of days. Which I don't know when she sought to, I think, camouflage her views on what was happening in Israel. She distanced herself to a certain extent from some of the Biden Israel on the economy, but not enough.
No, there wasn't. I saw it like most of it. I saw it over and over and over. And there was an ad that featured an English dialogue on the Breakfast Club, around the top of the radio show. The Charlemagne God and his sidekick, DJ Henry. And they used her own words and their words, which you really have. I knew exactly what you're talking about. It seemed to me that might have, of the old ads we've seen, something that may have been the most effective. It painted her as someone who believed in, but they talked about how she would, if elected, have federal tax dollars go toward people having surgeries to change their sex.
The tagline was "Kamala's for they them, President Trump is for us." So, in an era where very few ads break through anymore, that one broke through in it. On Sunday during football, I watch all the time, and you saw it was geared towards men, the African American era. After all, the Breakfast Club, but in the last shot was President Trump with African American leaders, and that went through in a real way. And we talk about again, our parties that are electable with women voters, how Democrats are starting to kill the men to vote. What's interesting to note about that ad also is they spent 5 to 1 more money behind that ad the Trump campaign did than they did on ads on the economy, which was supposed to be the upper edge. Because it's always great when you're talking about Democrats and they were
Well, maybe it is. Is it a huge policy proposal?
It's cultural. It speaks to what are the priorities here? And you're talking about kind of what did Kamala do to reach out to the respect of the public for policy basis? Take away the cabinet stuff. There was no real issue that you could say, well, she fucked your party on this. She really to, give a little bit on whether it's crime or something like that. As you said, she wouldn't talk about this. She voted on a referendum in the state of California, which would increase limits for shot. Look, it's fairly common sense. There's none of that, and I think that is something that was a little time.
Another thing that made that ad effective, they used her own word.
The 2020 Kamala Harris positions were tough to overcome. Thank you, Steve. Thank you.
Our live special election coverage continues. Former President Trump bursting through that blue wall so far, taking Pennsylvania. We're still waiting on Wisconsin and Michigan. So what happened there? We're going to take a deep dive into how that call changed the state of the
Top story. Live from Paris, live in Turkey. We are here in Upper Pennsylvania every weeknight. It's your news playlist. Story with Tommy Hawks. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. And welcome back to our continuing coverage of the 2024 election. ABC News correspondent Dan Elder has been covering the Trump campaign for actually years now. Joins us once again from West Palm Beach, Florida. Vaughn, good morning to you. What's that? Yeah, his eyes are open, barely. Vaughn, thanks for staying away. Hey, how are folks there inside the campaign feeling right now? I would imagine quite the sense of jubilation, if not euphoria.
Right, it looks like the odds are going to have to be open local for a few more years here, based on how the data is coming in. And for the Trump campaign, this was an operation that was confident about the grassroots organization that they had built up. Let's be very frank, the RNC of the Trump campaign, I was told by a key battleground source that was working with them that they had only put out half the resources towards the ground operation turnout than they did in the 2020 campaign. And yet they believed that there was a grassroots organization of volunteers, but also a surge of support among voters of color from Arizona, Nevada, up to Wisconsin, Michigan, and Georgia. And the data right now, it is showing exactly what they believe would happen. They would also be able to juice their turnout of MAGA faithful who didn't even vote for Donald Trump in 2020, but were new voters in 2024. And that's exactly what happened. And I was talking with the source just left a few moments ago from the convention center. West Palm, where Donald Trump, the former president, delivered those remarks, and that's what was telling me that they plan on having another Trump rally point soon. So for the next 2 months, if Donald Trump does in fact win this presidential race here, there's going to be a transition effort operating out of West Palm Beach here, in which Donald Trump is going to be looking for building a cabinet and administration, one that he wants to ensure is loyal to him, full of individuals who he is vetted and who knows on a personal level, unlike what he did back in January of 2017. So these next 2 months will be an intense period of time, and to the extent that Donald Trump builds out this cabinet. Guys,
I'll leave for us there. The West Palm is a good. For the Trump campaign, would have thought they could have kept the lights on for long. Don't go to our special outfit.
Mornings are full of possibilities and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up, and really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning, because every day just serves as the best start. Good morning, it is 5:30 a.m. if you're on the East Coast. It is 2:30 a.m. if you're with us on the West Coast. Donald Trump is on the verge of returning to the White House. Said this hour, the former president, speaking to supporters earlier this morning, claiming victory, surrounded by family. Lee Tunnel supported that they made history. The NBC decision desk has not yet called the presidency for Donald Trump, but realistically, you can say that Kamala Harris, the vice president, has no viable path to 270 in terms of electoral college vote. At this point, let's take a look at where things stand in those battleground states. We're going to start with Pennsylvania, which really was key to the statement I made a moment ago that Kamala Harris does not have a path anymore. It was when we called Pennsylvania that became true. 97% in the projected winner, Donald Trump. Georgia also in the column of Donald Trump with 50% of the vote versus 48 with 99% of the vote in. North Carolina, the Tar Heel state, Mr. Trump wins there as well with 97% of the vote in. Now, to those we have not called yet, Michigan, the race there, too close to call. And now we have a projection to make in Wisconsin.
Yes, we can.
And it's projecting that Wisconsin was won by Donald Trump. And therefore, as you see on your screen, we are now projecting that the next president of the United States is Donald Trump.
He will reclaim the White House, the 45th president of the United States. Will become the 47th president of the United States, being elected for non-consecutive terms, a feat that has not been achieved since Grover Cleveland did it back in 1892. And there's the map. 276 electoral votes. You can see how he did it there. The blue wall has been shattered. Once again, Wisconsin putting him over. Chuck Todd is standing by the big board. We're going to take a look at precisely how he was able to do it in Wisconsin. But Chuck, president-elect, Donald J. Trump.
And more importantly, he's going to win the popular vote. It's not done yet. It's, there's still more, but it's very,
They called it
very
CNN.
likely. This is not like 2016 or 2020. It's going to be the second Republican to win the popular vote this century. By the way, we are now going to have 3 straight one-term presidents. The last time this country elected 3 straight one-term presidents was when a guy named Grover Cleveland won non-consecutive terms. It was in the aftermath of the Civil War, of post-Reconstruction. And frankly, I do think an era that rhymes with the era we're living in now. We're not fighting about who's an American. It was a very divisive time. I mean, 6 straight presidential elections then, decided by 5 points or less. We are now on our 6th out of the last 7. In this country decided by 5 points or less. But let's take a look here. Because in many ways, how he won Wisconsin is how he won Pennsylvania, is how he won there. So let me just show you. Here's Harris in Milwaukee County. This is what she was counting on here. And just so you can see here, she just didn't get the same amount of vote out here. Just, and look, we're talking about they only decided by 30,000 votes, but she lost a little bit of ground there. And you look at Dane County, she lost just a little bit of ground there to him. And it was just a little bit everywhere. And then you go and take a look at a place like Brown County, and Trump gained a little bit in all of his red counties. And you go along the lake here, and he gained a little bit. In fact, what were the first folks?
And the economy, of course. But he was effectively able to convince the majority of the electorate that voted this month that he should be going back to the White House despite everything, all of the attacks, the charges against him, and that this was his moment. And now, upon going to the White House, he has a Republican Party in the U.S. Senate and in the U.S. House that it still will be devoutly loyal to him, and for any members of the military, and any even to go and seek to have some sort of ability to work with him in Washington, D.C., it's going to be incumbent upon them to understand that Donald Trump is of the belief that he only needs loyalty, that he does not need to go and strike any negotiations, because so far, politically, over the course of 9 years, we let him back into the White House, and a mandate effectively from the voters who still have to get back into the
You've spent some time really thinking about this, reporting how we got to tonight and this historic day. Let's take a look at your report.
This is a magnificent victory for the American people.
A political resurrection, unlike any other in American history.
I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before.
Tonight, Donald Trump winning back the White House. And like to come back after losing the 2020 election, divided the attack on the Capitol by his supporters. Attempting to overturn the election results. Their supporters, encouraged by President Trump's policy, claimed a 2020 election fraud.
All of us here today do not want to see our election victory stolen by a full elect Democrats, which is what they're doing.
Top Republicans to initially condemn the efforts for provoking the attackers.
All of I can say is healthy and not so bad.
Department of Affairs responsibility for inflation but keep reversing course and embracing Trump once again, recognizing his power with Republican voters. In the 2022 midterms, Trump worked to get his allies elected and his enemies ousted.
The people of Wyoming are going to tell her, Liz, you're fired, get out of here.
Many candidates, though Trump's false claims that the 2020 election was stolen, lost to Democrats. But just 1 week later, Trump announced his bid for re-election.
This will not be my campaign. This will be
In the months that followed, he was indicted on federal charges in Florida and D.C., and state charges in New York and Georgia. The Republican presidential hopefuls like Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis saw an opening.
We can't have it. As Republicans, he has the nominee.
But Trump trounced the primary field in Iowa, New Hampshire, Nevada, and then South Carolina, handily winning the partisan nomination.
And we want to have unity. We want to have unity. And it's going to happen very quickly.
What happened to him?
In the campaign's final tumultuous months, Trump survived an assassination attempt.
The assassins will came within a quarter of an inch of taking my life.
And the change in his opponent, which he falsely called a coup.
This is an overthrow of a president.
Ran his campaign on his terms and often on falsehoods. He hit the trail with his own unique coalition of allies and tens of thousands of faithful supporters packing arenas and venues from California to Wisconsin to Madison Square Garden. Non-consecutive White House wins of only one president, Grover Cleveland, has accomplished before. Now, Donald Trump will be president number 45 and 47. 8 years ago, Donald Trump interviewed potential cabinet and administration officials at his Trump Tower penthouse in Midtown Manhattan. He's now a Florida resident. We expect the transition process and that interview process to take place here in Florida at his Mar-a-Lago estate. I also told him, just like 8 years ago, when he went on what his campaign called a thank you tour as president-elect, in which he went around the country to address American voters that helped elect him. I told him to expect a rally of similar sorts to take place soon here in the days and weeks ahead. That's it.
Yvonne Hilliard, thank you so much for that reporting. I'm Kate Snow. Greg Melvin has actually left the table just so no one's confused here. Just to go prepare for the Today Show, but I want to turn to Danny Savalos, who's joining at the table, our legal analyst. This is something we haven't really talked about yet tonight, but now that we have President-elect Trump, what happens to all these legal battles that he's been fighting, particularly the ones that were supposed to become sentences, supposed to become the suit?
On the night, we're all very careful not to make predictions. I'm about to make a bunch with a lot of confidence, and they have to do with Trump's legal cases. Here are things that I think we can say with a lot of confidence. He has 4 outstanding criminal cases. 2 are federal, 2 are state cases. The federal cases are going to go away. They're going to go away in a number of different ways. He can appoint an attorney general who will simply do his bidding and dismiss the cases. He can instruct the Justice Department to not even bother with the appeal of the already dismissed federal case. Those cases are, for all intents and purposes, gone. That leaves the state court cases. We have New York with a sentencing, not only a sentencing coming up in a couple of weeks, but Justice Rothschild is also deciding a motion to dismiss. This is all happening in the next couple of weeks.
Remind people which case that is.
This is the case that he was the only case that he was tried and convicted on here in the state of New York several months ago, and he's awaiting sentencing on that case.
Stormy Daniels.
likelihood that something might get adjourned now, but even if it weren't, even if it were to go forward on November 26th, in all likelihood, it's not a case that he's going to get prison time. Now, reasonable minds can disagree. I'm approaching this as a criminal defense attorney. This is barely a felony in New York. Yes, it's 34 counts, but you have all the factors that lead towards somebody getting a non-incarceration sentence. If somebody over 70 years old, like a house arrest, maybe straight probation, you have someone over 75 years old, no guns, no drugs, no violence. These are things that New York courts see and sentence on every day. So in the spectrum of criminals who might be able to get a probation only or house arrest sentence, Donald Trump is in a high likelihood. That's even the case that if this goes forward this month for sentencing. It might not. The real question is, will prosecutors agree to an adjournment given that Donald Trump just won the election? That's kind of the next factor. Then you have Georgia, and Georgia is, I'm going to use a legal term, a disaster. That legal case is in a vortex. By the way, it hasn't been stayed. It's technically moving along, and we've heard nothing about it in the last several months. It is in.
Because there are a bunch of things that happened with the prosecutor.
Exactly.
Down the road.
Again, I'm going to go on the limb. The prosecutor in the Georgia case, the elected prosecutor, made some bad decisions along the way. And so, because of those decisions, the case is now mired in appeal, and she may get disqualified. If it does, if that case is orphaned, then they have to find a new prosecutor to take it on. But let's say, for example, the case will still be pending when Donald Trump is inaugurated. Let's assume that it is. It will likely, all the state cases, to the extent they're still pending, will be stayed. And that's because of the constitutional supremacy clause. In all likelihood, those cases will be put on pause. And 4 years from now, who knows what the political situation will be in Fulton County, Georgia. If that DA will still be even the DA, or if that case will be tossed because the DA has been disqualified. So the state court cases, New York doesn't pose a tremendous threat to Donald Trump, even though it's why he's a felon. He's not likely to get sentenced to any serious prison. Again, reasonable minds can and do disagree with me on this point, but I don't think it's likely. And Georgia, I just don't think they can get that case together. By the way, let's say miraculously they brought it to trial. The last high-profile RICO case in Georgia was the longest case in Georgia history. It took them 8 months to select a jury. Fulton County is just not good at speedy trials in complex cases. Sorry to say. And so Donald Trump's case may never see the light of day in Georgia.
So it sounds like the headline, bottom line here, is he's unlikely to see any legal consequences or any major legal cases go forward during his presidency.
One thing we haven't talked about is civil cases against him. And he's faced many millions of consequences as a result of those civil cases, including Eugene Carroll. All of those are things that, in all likelihood, he's not going to get the benefit of, say, an immunity decision. I mean, theoretically, you could, but so he is on the hook for those civil cases. They will move
even as
forward.
president of the United States.
Sure. Well, yes, there are immunity issues, but those will survive. In theory, they'll be back on the hook if he has a judgment against them after he So civil consequences are not the same as criminal consequences. And it has suffered criminal consequences. He's a felon. He is going to be, when the smoke clears, he is chief. Justice Rothschild does not dismiss the case, which he might do next week. But if that case survives, if that conviction survives, he is a felon. He may not serve a prison term. But if it survives, I mean, that's certainly something that is not a desirable status for an American citizen. But in all likelihood, I think we might see the sentencing adjourned. And even New York, that case could get through by Justice Rothschild based on immunity, based on a pending motion to dismiss.
All right, there was a lot of legal capital.
There was.
Really appreciate it. I think a lot of people, have been wondering out there. Let's go back to a couple of our insiders. Who we have with us? Matt Gordon and Stephen Hayes are standing by for us. Hello, gentlemen. We're over on the other side of the studio now. I can't see you. Apologies. Can I get just from each of you do your final thought as we head into the morning? It's almost 6 a.m. Eastern time. I'm now. What do you see this day and these coming weeks looking like?
First of all, it's a tremendous political resurrection. I think you put it exactly right. A real alignment of sorts in different ways when it comes to segments of the population. And what I'm interested to see now is, look, Trump only has one term. And so now, how does he govern? What is his legacy without a re-election to worry about? And what do other Republicans and Democrats do in reaction? Because 2028 is not so far away.
And Stephen, you same question. What do you see in these coming weeks?
Yeah, I was really struck looking at the list package, thinking about back to January 6th. And he was really left for dead. And Lindsey Graham, all of his biggest supporters, nobody wanted anything to do with it. And not only did he survive, but he has made this dramatic comeback to the point where you had a party rallying around him. If you look at the exit poll data today, you look at the number of people who said that they thought that democracy was at stake in this election, more of it nationwide voted for Donald Trump than voted for Kamala Harris, despite the fact that she made this sort of centerpiece of the American campaign.
Ryan Nobles on January 20th. 2025, Mr. Trump will become the president of these United States. You covered Congress. We know the Senate now has Republican control. We don't know about the House just yet, if they'll have a divided government or not.
That's right. And I think that's the biggest open question right now is what type of Congress is he going to be forced to work with? If he has a Democratic House, that's going to make it a lot more difficult for him to get his agenda over the finish line. But if he has a willing Republican House to work with, there's no limit to what he could possibly accomplish. And it's also important to keep in mind. And there are a lot of these members, particularly the House of Representatives. And in fact, they've got Congressman Matt Gaetz, for instance, of Florida, I dressed up with the former speaker, was almost thought to be an outsider. He's not going to be very much on the inside, direct line to the president. So there's going to be Martin Taylor Greene is another one. So there are going to be a lot of members of Congress who bet on Donald Trump. We're going to see that. That pay off.
And I'm struck by in the Democratic Party, there will be people like Richard Whitmer and Josh Shapiro and Gavin Newsom, who will be thinking, okay, he has one term, meaning Mr. Trump has one to prepare for the next, and how to define the party. And Tim Walz goes back to Minnesota as the sitting governor with her Kamala Harris. What happens to her? And in the remaining 10 weeks or so of the Biden presidency, President Biden will certainly try to fortify policies he's put in place, try to create legacy people. It will be a difficult 10 weeks for them. And of course, because she's vice president, she will be in the role that Mike Pence had 4 years ago, confirming his election. Checked out, and I get one final thought from you.
Well, look, I do think one of the things I thought about this election was which president the voters would be picking. Donald Trump would vote for him. I think it's pretty clear to me a lot of people love him. And he's coming. Versus trying to get them. She wanted this to work for him. When we look at this, his 40% track rate. This is the state of the economy. The voters topic. That's an anti-demo. That's, to me, that we were thinking about. Sure. One of the things about Kamala Harris, I'm sure I had a conversation with one of them yesterday. And I was asking whether, I said, well, if she chose to run for governor, well, she's an open governor, governor of California. This person thought that should be very difficult to stop. So, yeah. She's not, I don't, like sometimes Democrats throw away their nominees. Harris does have standing in California. And I do think she still has some standing in the party. Some other people blame her. I do think the party's not blaming her.
She's only 60 years old.
In politics, it's super young. Teenage life. Yeah.
Thank you all so much, and thank you for watching our NBC News special coverage of the 2024 election. Don't go anywhere. Coverage continues with a special edition of the Today Show. That is coming next. I'm Kate Snow. And for all my friends here with me on this overnight shift, thanks for watching. To get to the latest numbers and what they reveal about the race and what's next for the next 4 years. NBC National Political Correspondent Steve Kornacki's right here at the big board. Very long night. I remember in the beginning we said we might not know results for the night or maybe even through Saturday, but here we are with a decisive win for Donald Trump. Break down what happened.
Yeah, I mean, I think we all remember 2020 and the timing certainly went faster. Well, you can see here in Georgia, in North Carolina, in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, those are the battleground states that have already been called. Trump is sweeping them so far, with a few more still to be decided. Obviously, he's the president-elect no matter what. Going in Pennsylvania, and I can show you, though, where Trump has won the state by about 2 points. I think the way to sum up what he did in Pennsylvania across all those battleground states is blue-collar voters and a more diverse coalition of blue-collar voters than we've seen in the past. Because you see here around like where Scranton is, you see it's blue, but Donald Trump made big steps forward here in that county. He barely lost it this time. He lost it by almost 10 last time. And then there's a number of small cities and mid-sized cities here in Pennsylvania, places like Reading, places like Allentown, with very large Hispanic populations, working class Hispanic populations, and in all of those places, Trump has made some very significant moves.
What happened with all the independents? Because there was that whole thing, everyone's going to fight for a tiny sliver, that Haley Republicans. What's going to happen with those kind of independents? What happened?
Yeah, I can show you again. We'll stick in Pennsylvania, but this could apply elsewhere. Democrats were really looking at the suburbs in particular, right outside Philadelphia. They thought there'd be a women's vote, an extra women's vote, extra independent vote. And I'll show you, here's an example, like Montgomery County. This is a huge suburban county. Hey, Harris won it. But let's just compare it to what happened here in 2020. Joe Biden won this by even more. And in Democratic expectations coming into tonight, a place like Montgomery County, to win by an even bigger margin with Joe Biden, and they didn't even hit that number. Trump improved.
Let's look at the blue states, because there were some crazy results that came out of these. You look at New York and you look at Illinois. Those were clear wins for Harris, but there are some Trump numbers in there that are surprising.
Yeah, I did some double takes on some of these states. Let's go up to New York. It remains a blue state here. Kamala Harris wins it. But just check out what New York looked like 4 years ago and typically looks like. Joe Biden won this by 23 points. Trump basically cuts that in half. He did something like that in New Jersey as well, in Illinois. Just to show you what that means nationally, he doesn't pick up any electoral votes because he didn't win those states. But here's what the national popular vote looks like right now. Trump is winning this by more than 5 million votes. There's still a lot to be tallied, but Trump is in very good position now to actually win the popular vote.
Show us Illinois too.
Yeah.
There's something there happening as well.
There's still some votes to come, but my goodness, a 4-point lead here for Harris with over 90%, and she's going to win the state, but wow, 17 points was Joe Biden's margin here for years.
What about Hillary? I was just thinking about the gender gap everyone's been talking about. Okay,
So
so
go back to 2016, same thing here. 17 points for Clinton, 17 for Biden. And just look at that shift here. Again, he doesn't pick up any more electoral votes. But in terms of the national popular vote, this does something very different than this.
and what's still outstanding? What are we still waiting for?
Yeah, so we're still waiting for some of those battleground states. I think the one that may be the most imminent is Michigan. We'll check it in there. You see Trump leading by more than 100,000 votes. If Harris is going to reverse that, it's going to come out of where Detroit is, to Wayne County. I can tell you that's a heck of a hill for her to climb there in Michigan. And then we've got Nevada, Arizona. They're just very slow counting states, but to show you what they look like, Trump there about 2/3 in Arizona. Watching Nevada get that looking, we got more than 90% in. Trump's ahead by 5 points there. No Republican has won out there in 20 years. So again, the possibility of Trump sweeping all 7 of these battleground states is very real.
A decisive win. All right, Steve, thank you so much. Right over to you.
Thank you both. That was some great move. Let's give it 30,000 for you know, Senior Washington Post by Howard Jackson. And Kristen Leopard, the moderator of Meet the Press. First of all, you're not considering winning this. It's maybe 40 minutes between the two of you. Kristen, let me start with you because President Trump, undeniably, perhaps the most transformational politician of our time. Twice impeached. By the way, still faces full of criminal and civil charges. Really assassinated twice. Rises from the ashes. And doesn't just win by the time all the votes are tallied. He made very well. Like the close to 300 electoral votes. How much of what we saw last night was people flocking to the polls to vote for Donald Trump? How much of it was flocking to the polls to vote against Donald Trump?
It's a great question, Craig. A little bit of both. First of all, think about President Biden's and Biden administration's unpopular. 70% of the country is headed in the wrong direction. And that really is at the crux of so much of this. People want to change in this election. And they clearly viewed him as the candidate who would bring about that change. So they were voting against policies that they felt were keeping prices too high, not dealing with their pocketbook issues quickly enough, and also, yes, voting for Donald Trump as well. So again, we talk about this political realignment, the fact that he expanded his support among Latino voters, he expanded his support among non-white voters, something that we just didn't think we would see. And just to point out, just how extraordinary it is when we started the primary process, that was the big X factor. How would his legal challenges impact them? Would they sink him? How did they not sink him? They emboldened him in the primary, and he survived 2 assassination attempts. This is truly a lot of commentators are writing him to say it's one of the greatest comebacks in political history. Callie, let's talk about gender gap. That's all we heard yesterday. It's all going to come down to the gender gap. So what happened here? Okay, so let me take this in a couple of pieces. So gender gap, it existed, right? Women backed Vice President Harris, men backed President-elect now former President Trump, now President-elect Trump, since we called the race in the last 30 minutes. And let me start with, I'm going to ask for control to flip the order of the graphics since we started with the gender gap. This idea of the so-called slow vote, right? And by that I mean the young men who the Trump campaign for months who talked about targeting. Remember, young men, they don't vote a ton. They're not showing up every 4 years to get out there and cast their ballot. But the Trump campaign, how to do them is somebody who has this demographic group who can try to turn out. If you can get those young men who are predisposed to background check to the polls, then maybe that would be the key. That's the bet that they made, and that bet has paid off because those young men showed up in a big way. Our exit polls show that I was showing where he was with young men from the past two cycles. He did better than 2016, better than 2020 with young men. And think about what he did in his campaign. He was on Joe Rogan. He had Elon Musk out for him. He was doing all these sort of young men podcasts. Yes, spurred on by his son, Barron Trump to some degree. So that was where the dynamics and the gender gap there. But there was something else that emerged. I was going to say last night, let's say the overnight hours into this morning, and that is the Latino vote. And here you saw a very dramatic shift, particularly among Latino men. You can see him here. Look at this. See where he is in 2020 at 36% with Latino men 4 years ago. That is nearly 20 points difference as to where he ended up based on our early exit polls here this cycle. Latino men vote big for former President Trump. His campaign had also talked about, as Kristen alluded to, they thought it was going to happen. Historic or near historic performance with Latino voters, with Black voters as well. We really saw it in the Latino demographic. That was a big piece of it. And I would say the other thing, what drove him to his victory, people just don't feel good about where the country is, right? 73% are angry or dissatisfied here. And those were the headwinds facing Vice President Harris that she just was not able to overcome.
Moving forward here, Kristen and Echo, we all remember that the first 4 years he went by under President Trump. We all remember that administration, the rhetoric, some of the policies as well. What, if anything, from that administration can we glean about what the next 4 years could look like? Do you think perhaps that we'll see a different President Trump, or do you think what we've seen is pretty much what we are going to see?
Well, I think one thing that we could see policies announced on his true social account. Remember, a lot of times they thought that there would be a post on Twitter and a new policy would be announced. But a couple of things that makes this different. In his first administration, he was surrounded by some people who wanted to be a guardrail for him. The thinking is now, a lot of the people who are eyeing the possibility of joining this administration are people who agree with him, who would be largely yes people. And so with that dynamic, be different. He's been very clear about what he wants to do. Just like he was focused in 2016 on dealing with the issue of illegal immigration, he's very focused on that right now. So it's one of his first acts going to be to start a mass deportation force. What does that look like? We have not seen what the policy proposals actually look like. And so I think that theme will remain the same. How it will look. The other piece of it is he wants to load his administration with more allies, more people who are going to be loyal to him. To your question too, it's just going to be a different Donald Trump. I don't have a crystal ball, but what I do have is a history of covering Donald Trump as president, and he has been consistent all along, right? Even after that first assassination attempt against him, he himself talked about pivoting right before the Republican National Convention. He said he was going to rip up his speech that he was going to give, which was going to be a barn burner against Joe Biden, and he was going to strike a unifying tone. That's just not what we saw on that last night of the Republican Convention when he came out. He is somebody who has been very clear about his positions, his policies. Voters, clearly 68 million of them and counting, have responded to that. And there's no incentive for him to try to do anything different.
So we're going to hear from Kamala Harris 1 o'clock. Is that what we're hearing?
We think a little bit later than today, we're going to end up doing it. Okay. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And not only do you drink coffee like us, but
You should get Thank you. Right now, let's focus on the biggest battleground prize, Pennsylvania. Donald Trump cracking the Democrats' 2-0, taking that all-important state and its 19 electoral votes. NBC Stephanie Goskin, Philly with that. Hey, Steph, good morning.
Hey, good morning. You know, when Donald Trump showed up here and gave rallies, he often said to people in those rallies, whoever wins Pennsylvania is going to win this election. This state was the center of the rally for this presidential campaign. for both candidates, Biden and then Harris, and for Trump and their vice presidential candidates. So last 10 months, they visited this state over 100 times, spent over $500 million. When you look at where Trump's strength was in this state and continues to be in this state, you look to the western portion of the state, working class people. He took the margins that he won in the western part of the state in 2016 and just increased them. But that does not tell the whole story. You also have what happened here in Philadelphia. And you had Ali talking about it earlier. The Latino vote is a particular vote. While Kamala Harris did win this city sizably, she didn't do as well as she needed to do to make up for the losses in other parts of the state. And the exit polls here in Pennsylvania statewide for Latinos were 57%. I also want to take you back to that pivotal moment in July when Donald Trump survived the assassination attempt in Butler County. It was a moment that galvanized his supporters. He returned to that same location as the campaign wound down, and it is very clear that here in this state, what mattered to people was immigration, the economy, and if they had any reservations about the at times erratic or even controversial things that Donald Trump said, it did not show up when they went to the polls.
All right, Stephanie got the sports there in Philly. Steph, thank you.
All right, we're on to the shifting balance of power in Congress. NBC News projecting Republicans have more control of the Senate, but the battle for the House is still up in the air. Could be up there for days if not weeks. So this is talking about this battle. Ryan Nobles joins us now. Let's start in the upper chamber. Republicans, not much of a surprise here. The projection was that Republicans would take over the Senate. They're +2 right now.
I think this probably was the least surprising of all the developments that happened overnight, and that's the Senate is expected to be in control of the Republican Party. That's because right now they picked up at least 2 seats, and they're poised to pick up many more, as many of these battleground states are still starting to come in. Let's take a look at some of the races that we know they've won. First, West Virginia. This was a race that they were expected to win. They were easy. Jim Justice, the current governor there, will become the next senator. Then Ohio. This was a state where Democrats had hoped that they had a shot. They knew that Donald Trump would do well here. He did even better than what was expected. He brought Bernie Moreno with him, so they would have been in Ohio. And then Montana. This is a state that we have yet to call this race, but it is looking increasingly like the Republicans will win this one as well. And that means John Tester, the long-term incumbent in Montana, is likely to lose this race. Although we have yet to call it, it does look like it's headed in that direction. That would become 3 additional seats, but there are still races that need to be called. Wisconsin, we still have to call the race in Pennsylvania, also the race in Nevada and Arizona, so there's a lot going on there. And then, of course, in the House of Representatives, that is still up in the air right now. The balance of power, we still have about 60 or so races that have yet to be called. Right now, Republicans have a net gain of 3 seats. I caution that you shouldn't read too much into that because there are a number of seats that could go one way or the other that could lead to this balance of power shifting. This is the Democrats' last hope, guys, for any sort of power in Washington in the upcoming year. Of course, there is the possibility that if Democrats win, Hakeem Jeffries will become the first African-American Speaker of the House. But right now, that is still close to call. Democrats pulling out hope to get that shot.
Let's say Democrats don't win the House. Let's say Republicans win the House. Republicans control the Senate. Republicans control the White House. What does that look like?
Well, it looks like Donald Trump's agenda on, a paper drive, I guess is the best way to describe it. You have to keep in mind that many of these people that serve in Congress right now are loyal to Donald Trump. Many of them owe their seats to Donald Trump, people that he personally endorsed for them to win primaries and win general election battles. He played a very big role, in particular in the recruitment of many of the Senate candidates that are now going to be taking office for the first time. And he has a number of allies in the House of Representatives who have been very supportive of him. Just to give you an indication of how much influence Donald Trump could have in Congress, Mike Johnson, who's the current speaker, hoping to hold on to that job, had a party planned in Shreveport, Louisiana today, where he's from. He gave a speech very early on in the night. It looked like he was going for Donald Trump. Flew to Mar-a-Lago and was on stage with the president-elect. So this is something that where Donald Trump is going to have a tremendous amount of influence, particularly the Republicans in the House.
All right, Brian, thank you so much. All right, guys, just getting started. We're breaking down the results from all across the country. The votes still being counted and the takeaways debate. But first, check with your local news.
Oh, that is funny. But, oh, that is oh, oh, God.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Vicki Lynn. I'm Kate Snow. And I'm Zach Glaser.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing encouraging signs for our economy. Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health? What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Network.
Welcome back to the special edition of Today on this Wednesday morning, 6:30 on the East Coast. Did you wake up from the nap? I'm still fixing my hair. Look what the cat dragged in. We had a late night live at comedy early morning, but we've got some results to get to 6:30 a.m. in the East, 3:30 a.m. if you're up late in the Southwest. Donald Trump will return to the White House. That's the headline of 47th President of the United States, the now President-elect for a second time. Right now, sitting at 276 electoral votes. The state of Wisconsin putting in over the top of officially here at NBC News about an hour ago. Several states, including Michigan, Nevada, Arizona, either too close to call it this hour or too early to call.
Let's take a look at Congress. Republicans will control the Senate after flipping seats in West Virginia and Ohio, two states that have swung heavily to the GOP. So the race for the House is up in the air. Republicans fighting to keep control there, but may not have results for many days.
Well, we're all here in position with Mark Lauder, former Director of Strategic Communications for the Trump 2020 campaign. Mark, time since So let's talk about this because we're seeing not only this decisive victory so far with Donald Trump, but even seeing him raising his margins in some of these areas, but states that are blue states that Kamala Harris will win, but the margin has shrunk.
Right, and that might actually, we talked about this prior to the Madison Square Garden event when he was out in California, in New Jersey. I said, yes, he is campaigning for House candidates. That's why he's there. But should things break correctly, this could actually be the play and the difference maker in winning the national populism.
I think a lot of people were thinking about the Hispanic vote and what was going to happen. And there were some who were surprised to see how far some of those votes tilted toward Donald Trump. What are your thoughts?
Well, I think, if anything, I think we're almost seeing the end of demographic politics. I think because so many people are either Hispanic American, Black American, and it's just like, no, I'm an American, and these are my issues. Just because I may check this box on the census form doesn't mean I don't think the same things about everything else that everybody else has.
I mean, really, it is true. There may be different categories now. I mean, we used to talk about the minority vote, the demographics. Now we're talking about education, college education, not college educated. Those sometimes are going to be the breakdowns, rural versus urban. So we still have those divides. I mean, we have 50% of the country. This is, essentially a tie vote. Still have those divides.
No, absolutely. And I think, we were talking about it last night when we had the Florida abortion ballot measure, that you actually had people who voted against or for that measure, but then now are voted for either Senator Rick Scott or Donald Trump. So people are kind of separating their various issues. And then I think in terms of their ballot choices, we used to call it ticket splitting, but now with issues, I think we're seeing that they can compartmentalize.
We saw it in Arizona as well, and we're still waiting for the call there. But Donald Trump is leading there with the abortion measure that enshrines the right to abortion in the state of Arizona that passed easily. We called it earlier. Right?
Yeah, it really is. And I think that's, and maybe to one point, I think for all of the consternation, for all of the discussion about it, that this is actually allowing the people to vote on these measures, and they're saying, despite what their state lawmakers or despite what other people are saying we should do, they're putting their finger on the button and saying, no, this is where I think I believe on this.
So, people thought that young men were not going to come out and vote. I remember that was the drumbeat we kept hearing. Are they going to show up? They showed up, didn't they?
They really did. And I was thinking about this last night. If you're going to say a 21-year-old, maybe casting your first ballot, Donald Trump came down the growth escalator, has dominated media coverage for the last 10 years. You grew up with basically no stop in your formative years and your formative political years of coverage of Donald Trump, or Donald Trump as president, or Donald Trump running for president again. And so this is really something that I'm going to be very interested to see how the youth vote goes, because for many, Donald Trump is the only president or candidate for president they've known.
Well, now Republicans, I mean, they have the Senate, they have the White House. The House is hanging in the balance. If you want to bring the Supreme Court into it, there's an ideological advantage for conservatives on the Supreme Court. So they are holding power in almost every lever of the federal government. So great news for Republicans this morning, but also now you got to go. So what do you think will happen now?
Well, I'll tell you, so I was on the 2016 campaign as how it's so well known. And I was in the transition, walked into the White House on day one with him. He is much more prepared now than we would have been, because many of the policy leaders that were in the White House in those final months, those final days, they now work with me at the American First Policy Institute, which is a think tank, but they've been drafting the policy, writing the white papers, getting the executive orders ready. He will make the decision on what he says I will do, won't do. I won't go this far, I will go that far. But none of the stuff that he had in 2016 or 2017, he has access to that.
What do you think about the fact that what he won't apparently have as many people from his prior administration, prior frankly, did not support him and said he was unfit to serve. Well, now he's coming back to office. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, there's a lot of splits that happen, and especially in that first administration, because he didn't have that experience, he didn't have that power base, he didn't have the experience in Washington, D.C., so he trusted a lot of other people to make a lot of those choices. When you see the people that are there toward the end, many of them, not all of them, but many of them still do support him, are rallying around him, and I think having the knowledge of having been there, done the job, know what it's required, will help them pick people that are prepared in the next administration.
What did that first week look like for Donald Trump's president?
You know, that's really interesting because I remember when I was going through the transition, and some of my predecessors in the White House of both parties were telling me, you have no idea the best transition in the world is still the largest possible corporate takeover on the planet, and we cannot be prepared for it. But since he's been there, since so many other people have been there, I think it'll be a little smoother, but it's still a very daunting task of, in 73 days, basically taking everything that you have and flipping it over so many times.
My father, you've been there, there's a lot of respect to this morning. He mentioned how many lessons he was fulfilling. There's our dream girls who have no sleep or dreams last night. So let's pick up that conversation about what we see. You guys were there, you covered the first Trump administration. Let's talk about day one, week one. What are the things that are most immediately available for him to do? Even before that, the transition talks about it. Remember, former President Trump, President-elect Trump came in 2016, redid his transition after he won, right? So the plan that was in place basically started again in November. He has been really clear about what he wants to do on day one, Savannah and Hoda. He has laid it out. He wants to do mass deportations. There are real questions here that he has not answered. He has been asked about how do you pay for it? How do you actually do it? Do you separate families? Where do you begin with something like that? That's one of his key policies. He's talked about tariffs, for example. He's talked about tax cuts. There's a lot that he wants to get done. He's clear about it. Some of it is quite controversial, but if he has a Republican Senate, and he does, and if he has a Republican House, question mark, but we'll know eventually, then that is green lights for him to be able to implement some of these things. What's your take on that?
Look, I think Donald Trump's political career has been defined by his promise to deal with this issue of illegal immigration. He was very clear as how he said what he was going to do on day one. Contrast that to Vice President Kamala Harris. There was always this big question mark. What's your day one agenda look like? So I absolutely think that is going to be one of his first orders of business. In addition to everything Hallie just laid out, he talks about the fact that he wants to fill his administration with loyalists. So one of the things that I'll be watching very closely for are the people that brings into the administration with him. We already know that he's talking about bringing RFK in to do health care. Elon Musk has been a big part of this campaign. He's talking about bringing Elon Musk in as well. The people so far who haven't necessarily raised their hand to come back in, Ivanka Trump, Jared Kushner, two people who are a big part of his first
When he made his speech, the two people he mentioned were RFK and Elon Musk, and instead of RFK, like, I'll handle the liquid gold, you handle whatever else you want. You whatever else you want. So what do you think that means?
Health and Human Services, right? And we're looking at HHS, maybe FDA. I think you're somebody who is well known in the anti-vax quote-unquote community, and he has been vocal about wanting to do that. He talked about some of these policies on fluoride, for example, that he wants to implement. So I think that's one piece of it here. I think the other thing that's really striking there is we look at how Donald Trump won and how Kamala Harris lost. I was struck when you were going through the board with Steve Bernanke just a couple of minutes ago. Is there any battleground county where she outperformed Joe Biden? Is there a single battleground county where she actually did better than President Biden did here? So I checked in with a source. You may know him, Steve Bernanke. There's a couple. Suburbs of Atlanta and like one county in Pennsylvania, but overwhelmingly, there is not a place where she did better than Joe Biden in this race. And I think Hallie comes on a really critical point. Democrats are waking up this morning and asking, what do they need to do to win again? One Democrat put it to me this way: there needs to be a reckoning that the current leadership needs to think seriously about not just passing the baton, but talking about politics differently and finding and meeting voters where they are. This lawmakers think, right now we're not doing that, and that is why they believe Donald Trump.
We've got Brian Nobles here too as well, and I know you'll keep us posted on what's happening at the House. I hope we don't
to the House of Representatives, I would take that to mean very much right now because so many of these races are up in the air. This is really the Democrats' last best hope of any kind of bastion of power in Washington after the results that we saw there last night. And it's by no means a guarantee. I think even under the best circumstances, if they do hold on to the majority, it's only going to be by 1 or 2 seats, which is going to make it difficult for them to govern and also make it difficult for them to be a thorn in Donald Trump's side and to try to stop his agenda. I think the biggest thing that Democrats would like to have is a foothold in a place like the House of Representatives because it would give them the opportunity to investigate Donald Trump, right? In the same way that House Republicans have investigated the Biden administration, the House Oversight Committee would have subpoena power that have the ability to do that. But more than anything, they would be a check on any sort of legislative agenda that Donald Trump has. Right now, there's a criteria.
I wonder if they would, because they have investigated Donald Trump for years. He's got 4 criminal cases against him. A lot of people, a lot of Democrats thought they had a legal solution to what political problem they had out of it this morning. Look at what happened. We can take the time machine back to primaries, right? When those legal issues came to a head for former President Trump, what did it do? It propelled him forward. It rallied his base around him. And remember, I know that seems like ancient history, but at the time that was a question mark. There was this open question of whether the fact that this former president would be potentially convicted of felony charges, which obviously ultimately has been, would be a game changer in any way. It kind of was in his favor. His fundraising numbers went up. He did better in the polls. Obviously, 2 of those federal cases, they go away, right? I mean, he can do whatever he wants to do, basically, to eliminate those cases. But that is, I'm with you here on this. What do House Democrats do if they do that?
It's such a great point, Sarah, because, and to Kristen's point as well, there's going to be this push and pull, this reckoning in the Democratic Party. There are going to be a significant number of Democrats that are going to say, we can't just roll over, right? The resistance lives on. If the House of Representatives is our only place for that resistance to exist, we need to take advantage of that. But there's going to be another faction of the party that's going to say, we've got a real problem with rural voters, we have a real problem with working class voters. We need to get our own house in order before we try and engage in more of these kind of back and forth in these adversarial passions.
And there's 2 different things we're talking about here. We're talking about resistance, okay, fine, to check on policy. That's one way. Going out and targeting and trying to investigate and all of that. By the way, the Republicans did it to Biden, the Democrats have done it to Trump. It's time in memorial. It seems like if you're the Democrats and you're waking up and you're looking at these maps and you're looking at these margins, it is time to look in the mirror and have a real heart to heart with your party and yourself and say, where do you go? And look at the numbers that we got last night. 50% of people saying they feel like this country is heading in the wrong direction at the root of this victory, not just to vote for Donald Trump, but a vote for change. With people feeling frustrated with high prices. Well, you have to Kamala Harris back to the leading convention. She was the vice president of the administration that was before, and so that is always, and I'm taking everything that's extraordinary about this political campaign. That is very ordinary. A vice president to an unpopular president running for essentially a second term is almost never successful. And trying to figure out how to navigate some distance from him while still being unwilling to break with him completely, that was part of the key. It was the biggest challenge. Well, we'll have hours to discuss it. All right, guys, let's turn now to a key battleground. It remains too close to call this morning. We are talking about Michigan. Former President Trump held his final rally there. Vice President Harris was in the state of Eureka. We got NBC's Maggie Vespa. She's standing by there in Grand Rapids. Hey, Maggie. Hey, good morning from Michigan. Yeah, that all-important brick and the blue ball that is yet to fall. That's largely because votes are still being counted in Wayne County, which is home to Detroit. It's home to Dearborn. Obviously, that's incredibly urban. It's breaking thus far for the vice president, but we still have less than 90% of the vote in that area. So the statewide, it's still too early to call, but thus far, as you can see, statewide, we're much breaking for now President-elect Trump. Kent County, where we are, was made his final campaign stop here in Grand Rapids just 2 nights ago. That also breaking for the vice president. Again, this is another urban area, but it just seemed like those sort of sways toward the vice president weren't enough to overcome that red rural sort of swell across the rest of the state. The gender gap here in Michigan was very real, with 55% of men voting for the now president-elect, 53% of women voting for the vice president. It was even more pronounced among white men. And then, we talked yesterday about Michigan being home to the auto industry, home to an Arab American population, but voters here, according to our exit polling, saying the most important issue to them was preserving the state of democracy. That's what happening for the vice president. But a close second was the economy. There was one man who told us that he voted for now President-elect Trump because he told us, despite frustrations over things he did in office, despite this, he said being horrified on January 6th, he told me, quote, every time a Democrat is in office, my wallet suffers. Guys, all right, Maggie, that's before us. Yeah, thank you. And on that topic of winning Democrats, in many ways, the economy is a top issue, citing concerns over high prices and inflation. NBC senior business correspondent Christine Williams is with us now. Christine, good morning. Good morning. We have talked about this. The voters have now spoken. What are we taking away from the results here? Really early, you could see these exit polls that people really felt sour about their personal finances. And when people who voted were asked, are you better off today than you were 4 years ago? It was astonishing the number of people who said that they were worse off. The 45%, that number on the bottom, that is the highest worse off figure that we've seen in 5 presidential cycles. That's even worse than the Great Recession when we were in the middle of a housing crash against the backdrop of an economy that's doing okay, actually doing well. But inflation was the problem. People are so upset about inflation, and I feel like they took inflation with them into the voting booth. We asked them, has inflation cost you and your family a severe hardship or a moderate hardship? 75% said it was hardship. Inflation was, and so that was a really big driving number. Can I ask you about that? Because we now know that inflation. I mean, look, there are numbers that the nerds crunch, and then there's you go to the grocery store and you're like, yeah, that's cost $100 and I have a full basket. And how the inflation that people feel the most: gas prices, housing, food prices. We know inflation is at 2%. Where the officials want it to be, but are those prices as high, or is that part of it? Is feeling it where you really notice that even as wages have been going up, it is that sticker shock that people keep focusing on. And for the past 18 months or so, wages have been rising faster than inflation, but the American psyche is just really scarred by what happened a couple of years ago when prices were going up so much that it was kind of coming out of your, you just couldn't even keep track of it. Now that has calmed down, but again, it's still fresh in so many people's memories. Real quick, stock market, how the market booming overnight, booming. Oh yeah, we've got a huge rally in the Dow Jones Industrial Average. Now, at 9:30 Eastern Time, that's when the market's actually open, but they do have this pre-market trade, these futures trading. The S&P 500, the Dow Jones, and NASDAQ all up very, very big here. Something called the Russell 2000, which is small stocks. Those are booming really like 6% because they think that Donald Trump, if he has control of Congress, will slash regulations. So companies will be able to make more money because they won't have to follow so many regulations. Also, we're looking at whether his tariff proposals, what that would do for the dollar and for bonds. So all markets are moving really big this morning. And I think that we need to watch in the next few days. There was a big market reaction in 2016. It sort of moderated over the coming days. So this big reaction sometimes can be overdone, but at least this morning people will wake up and there will be big numbers. Big numbers this morning. Days. Thank you, Christine. You too. Of course, this election is being closely watched all around the world. The results and what is to come set an impact on everything. From the global economy to wars in Ukraine, wars in the Middle East, NBC's chief international correspondent Keir Simmons' reactions pouring in from overseas. What are you hearing here?
Well, this is sending shockwaves around the world. Shockwaves of anxiousness for some countries, enthusiasm for others. Diplomats here in the Gulf that I've been speaking to using words like stunning and wow. Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel, remember, this is a different world now. He's now in a conflict with Hamas and Hezbollah, talking about my friend, President Trump, the President-elect Trump. Iran, as you would expect, the opposite, dryly saying U.S. elections do not.
Oh, what the fuck is this shit?
This result will end up concerning Iran very much. And then you have the war in Ukraine. President Zelensky quick to congratulate President-elect Trump, but urging him to keep supporting Ukraine.
What up, girl?
On the other side, in Russia, a spokesman for the Russian Foreign Ministry just simply saying, hallelujah. He spoke to a Russian official who's not authorized to speak on the record. Little more nuance, saying less predictability is coming. Over China, which of course now potentially faces Trump tariffs, not yet congratulating President-elect Trump saying that they will go through the official channels, that they'll do it the official way. President Macron of France, I'm told, between sleeping, stayed up overnight to watch. He's one of many European leaders congratulating President-elect Trump. Other Europeans, though, will be anxious, as I say.
All right, Kirsten is first here. Thank you. A major talking point during the presidential race and an issue that was going on in 10 states. Abortion rights. And Jared's been watching that throughout the night. First, what are your results? Would you say?
Guys, it's a little bit of a mixed bag when it comes to these ballot initiatives. I want to start in Florida because the story there is really interesting. You have a majority of voters who want to vote in favor of abortion rights, okay? The issue there is that they needed more than that. They needed a 60% super majority to vote, and they came just short of it. And so what that means is that current ban, which is up to 6 weeks of pregnancy, will stay on the books in Florida, even despite the majority of people wanting to see it overturned. Also, South Dakota, the abortion rights amendment there also failed. Nebraska, a really interesting story there, but there were competing amendments, both pro-abortion rights and anti-abortion rights. In that instance, the anti-abortion rights actually was the one that prevailed, which means you'll be able to get it up to around 12 weeks of pregnancy. Then we want to take you to Arizona. Currently a 15-week ban there. No longer. You're going to see the biggest real-life change there up to the point of fetal viability. So you're going to go from 15 weeks to 24 weeks of pregnancy. Also Missouri, another one that had a near total ban, now up to the point of viability. A very different landscape there. And then I want to think about a different bucket of things where abortion rights was not a threat. Places like New York, Colorado, Maryland, Nevada, Montana, those were situations where people wanted to codify the right to abortion in the Constitution. So as legislatures change throughout the years, it's harder to get rid of there. But again, very different situation in a place like New York than Florida. People waking up this morning.
So those measures passed. The Florida constitutional amendment did not pass because they have that 60% threshold. But how interesting that we were talking about the split ticket voter phenomenon that's sort of happening now with some of these referenda. You have a place like Arizona, pretty red state, Missouri, very red state, Josh Hawley cruising for re-election there, and yet these measures that protect the right to an abortion pass rather easily in those red states.
Yeah, it's interesting because it's really curious to see where the voters are on this issue. And you talk about abortion going back to the states now with the former president re-elected, obviously a conservative Supreme Court, a conservative Senate. You're going to see more, I think, of these state-level bans. There will not be uniformity at all when it comes to abortion in this country.
President Trump at some point seemed to soften on that stance on abortion.
And then quickly walked it back.
So what happened?
So originally he said he thought the 6-week ban in Florida was too strict. Dasha Burns asked him that. He said that. Then he got the pushback and then said, no, I'm against it. I'm going to vote against it. And then who knows how he actually voted in Florida. He said he was going to vote against that abortion amendment.
It's interesting, too, there's been the specter of a federal abortion ban, and Democrats have been trying to say if Donald Trump gets into the White House, we will try to federalize this and make this a national law so it won't be state by state. He was trying to soften his stance on abortion and reassure people and say, no, he said the debate was it could never get passed.
Yeah, and that might still be the case, but it'll be a fight. I think there will be certainly pushback, and we don't know how the House is going to shake out. But obviously, the Republicans have the Senate, and they have the Supreme Court, so it's really going to come down to a battle within Congress or something like that. And it would obviously be a huge pitch battle, especially in this conservatives.
Okay, thank you. We are back with up-to-the-minute election results and analysis. This is a special edition of Today on a Wednesday morning. Let's get check your local news now.
I'm the number one streamer in the Discord of someone who was mentioned. That's pretty fucking good. I'll take it. I'll take it, baby. Number one streamer. Number one streamer in the Discord of someone who was it is accepted. I'll take it.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy, and how you get set for the day ahead matters. It's about getting caught up and getting ahead, because every day deserves the best times. Do you pledge not to hold on any legislation that would ban abortion? Do you still have faith and confidence in the Supreme Court? Is this plan to ban price gouging anything more than a gimmick? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press. Good Wednesday morning, Americans waking up to a political shockwave over the return to power for Donald Trump, elected the 47th president of the United States. Good morning, it's November 6th. This is today. Red wave.
Frankly, this is, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time.
Former President Trump, now the president-elect again, dominating the swing states to see a historic return to the White
The
House.
American people for the extraordinary honor of being 27th president, 35th president. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have.
How do you stream?
Trump's path to victory driven by issues like the economy, a surge in support from Hispanic voters, and a gender gap led by young men.
My first time looking at all.
Republicans also scoring major upsets to seize control of the
This is a
Senate.
new dawn of Republican leadership.
This morning, we're going to break it all down. What went right for Trump and the Republican Party, what went wrong for Harris and the Democrats, and what it means for America's future today, Wednesday, November 6th, 2024.
From NBC News, this is a special edition of Today, Decision 2024, with Savannah Guthrie and Huda Cutby,
I
live
haven't
from
watched
Studio
today's show
1A in Rockefeller Plaza.
like
Good morning. It's a Wednesday morning, 7 a.m. out here on the East Coast. We've got to this is a special edition of Today on the Major Conference. Good morning. Working to return to the results are really clear and decisive. Yeah, the results are in. Donald Trump set to make a historic return to the White House. The former president is now the NBC is projecting he has eclipsed the 270 electoral college votes needed. And here's the path to victory. Trump has busted through the blue wall, winning both Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. He also carried the South, including those key swing states of Georgia and North Carolina. President-elect Trump claimed victory during a speech at his watch party in Florida, saying voters have given him a, quote, powerful mandate for his agenda over the next 4 years. Also, this morning, we are closely watching the battle for Congress. We can tell you Republicans have seized control of the Senate. They flipped several seats. The House is, at this point, still up for grabs and may not be known after there for several weeks. So covering it all, let's get started. And this is Garrett Baker, who covers the Trump campaign. The sun is coming out. Garrett, good morning to you.
Savannah, good morning to you. And yes, Donald Trump's victory in this campaign, as stunning as it was complete, knocking Joe Biden out of the race over the summer, then overnight defeating Kamala Harris by winning at least 2 out of the 3 so-called Democratic blue wall states. Now, the first president to be reelected to non-consecutive terms in more than 100 years is coming back to Washington with what he calls a powerful mandate for the American people.
Look what happened. Is this case?
Overnight, a stunning victory for Donald Trump. The news projecting the 45th president is now set to serve again. Nation's 47th.
I don't know if I was more shocked in 2016, but I am fucking glad.
He lost in 2020, celebrating his victory with supporters in the early morning hours.
As will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country.
Trump trading in results.
It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try.
Notably not mentioning President Biden or Vice President Harris or their supporters in his remarks. Instead, focusing on his next term with a Republican-controlled Senate.
Has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate.
On stage with his family, Trump also touting several high-profile allies, including Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who he said will have a role in his next administration. And spending several minutes praising billionaire Elon Musk, who spent tens of millions of dollars supporting Trump's campaign.
We have a new star. A star is for Elon.
Running mate J.D. Vance also taking the stage.
We just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
So I am the president winning that coalition led by white folks, men, and first-time vote bank in a presidential 2020 that won this year.
They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody. It was beautiful.
During the campaign, Trump focused heavily on immigration, into these
Black voters are furious with Kamala over illegal immigration. It's destroying their communities.
His support with Black and Latino voters higher in key swing states. Latino men in particular flocking to Trump, favoring him by a 10-point margin after backing Joe Biden by 23 points 4 years ago. The economy also entered focus, tying Harris to incumbent President Biden, also seeming to pay off the voters in the all-important Midwest states. Trump reflects on his last campaign.
This campaign has been so historic in so many ways.
And looks ahead to leading a divided country.
We're going to help our country heal.
At 78, Trump is now also the oldest person to ever be elected president and the first convicted felon. And he does still face additional criminal charges, many of which are likely to be dropped by a Justice Department he will control. Now begins the work of transition and selecting cabinet officials.
What the
A process
fuck
that
is this
created greatly by
This motherfucker
the
convicted felon.
next year.
He has been impeached twice.
The co-chair of the Harris campaign spoke to their supporters overnight, saying the vice president will address the nation today. NBC's chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander joining us live now. Hey, Peter, morning.
I voted over to outside at the Naval Observatory. The vice
Man,
president
I bet these
home to J.D. Vance and his family last night. Howard University, Kamala Harris's alma
What
mater,
a
started with a
crazy
joyful,
fucking
optimistic scene, but as the polls, the results came in,
This is the wildest shit. Dog, this motherfucker survived an assassination attempt 2 impeachments and 34 fucking felony counts or some shit. That's fucking wild.
From Vice President, some point later today, at the Howard University, we were told orders and to address the nation as well. There was a party elsewhere in town for their donors. The situation there was described as a funeral. The bottom line for
The situation was described as a
critical counties in crucial battleground states. Michigan, Wisconsin.
The situation there was described.
Certainly among them this morning. And Harris faced some major headwinds for allies coming into this. She was hampered by people's views of the Biden administration, particularly on the topic of.
All right, girl, now I'll watch your fucking ass up on screen. Let's see if this shit's
as a divisive figure to put abortion rights front and center, obviously was outraged by Americans with concerns about the economy. 2/3 of Americans saying that they believe right now that they're dissatisfied or angry about the state of this economy. We expect nothing when they're going to tell you what we are hearing from their allies this morning is that they don't put this on the shoulders of Kamala Harris. They feel like she competed everywhere with the places, even when we Clinton this in 2016. Nonetheless, it wasn't enough to win it back again for the Democrats.
All right, Peter, thank you so much. Let's get right to the big board. First, those numbers and the two national post report plans. So let's look at this. All the talk about the whole time, this is a pretty decisive victory for Donald Trump to get inside it.
Yeah, a couple ways to look at it, Savannah. You see some of these paragraphs from Michigan, Nevada, Arizona, not quite. Trump is ahead in all three of those. There's a very good chance Trump is going to get 7 for 7 in the 4 battleground states. But the victory he's put up here goes beyond those battleground states. These are the electoral votes. Let's flip it over and show you what the popular vote looks like right now. You see Trump right now with an outright majority of the popular vote, an advantage of more than 5 million votes nationally over Kamala Harris. And where that comes from is states we don't talk about as big states, states like New York. Now, Kamala Harris is going to win here by about 11 points, but just check out what this is in terms of the difference in 2020. That's cut in half for Joe Biden's margin. If you look inside New York City, especially the working class areas, outer boroughs of New York City, there you go, some major gains for Trump there. It really has been unthinkable for Republicans for a long time. You see it too, these kinds of gains in a state like Jersey, you see it in a state like Maryland, they're still blue, but they're a lot less blue. You see it in a state like Illinois, look at this one, 51-47, more than 90% of the vote. There's even a real. She's not winning like Joe Biden just 4 years ago. 17 points right there. So you start getting those gains for Donald Trump in big states, and he has millions of votes. That's why he has this popular vote advantage. That's why there's a very good chance he's going to end up winning the popular vote for the first time. And it would be the first time in 20 years since George W. Bush 2004, the Republican has won an extra popular vote.
All right, Sheila, lots to unpack there. We'll leave it there for now. Thank you very much. Hello, yeah. As we mentioned, we have a big battle of the night comes from Congress. NBC News is projecting Republicans have taken back the Senate. Some of the top races will determine the margin and the future of the House. Still up in the air. NBC's Capitol Hill for Congress is here with that part of the story. So the Senate is a lot.
Yeah, the Senate, and this is not a surprise at all, but we knew that the Republicans were in the driver's seat here. And as we take a look at the map, it looks pretty clear that they are going to pick up at least 2 seats, and they have the potential to pick up maybe 3, even 4 more seats before all the vote count is done. Let's take a look at where they got the race wins. West Virginia being the first that we were able to call that almost immediately after the polls closed. They also picked up a win in Ohio. That was a race that Democrats had some hope that Sherrod Brown, the incumbent there, would have a shot at beating Bernie Moreno. It didn't work out that way. And then the state that we're watching really closely right now is Montana. Tim Sheehy, this is still too early to call. The Navy SEAL, though, leading the incumbent John Tester there. Right now, part of the question is not if the Republicans have the majority. We know they have it. It's just how big that margin is going to be.
So Republicans won the presidency, they won the Senate. So now it's about the House. And you say we won't know these numbers for quite a while.
It could be maybe a month.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I mean, it really depends on which one of these states, which one of these districts it takes to count. Right now, 54 seats are still not called. The Republicans have the advantage right now, a 3-seat net gain. They, of course, control the majority right now, but so many of these races are tight. And this could shift back and forth as the vote counting process plays itself out. One of the reasons it can take so long, Hoda, is that many of these districts, every state has different rules for how they count the votes, when the votes come in, and how that process plays itself out. So yeah, we're gonna have to be patient before we're in the house.
All right, Ryan, thanks. And the joining us now, Jason Miller, senior advisor to the Trump campaign. Jason, good morning to you.
Morning.
So about last night, tell us about the whole potential. Now, President-elect Trump, his reaction behind closed doors. You were with him in 2016. It's been a long road.
Yeah, so President Trump was in very good spirits last night, obviously, after winning not just the presidency, but in a manner that was such an overwhelming landslide, winning the popular vote. He's on track to get 312 electoral votes. And for those scoring at home, that's even bigger than what he was able to do in 2016. It's been, let me explain why that's such a big deal. Because we have such serious problems in front of us with our economy and with the border, and Americans want to fix now. I think a major reason why President Trump won is because he made it clear how he's going to improve the lives of every American, and the fact that he can do it right away. He doesn't need 1, 2, or 3 years to figure out where things are, how things in Washington work. He's done it before. We have that great economy. We have that secure border. He can do it right away.
So he talked about having a mandate, which is political speak for saying, I have such a decisive win that I'm going to go in there, and I know the American people, or at least half of them, are right behind me for what I want to do. So what does happen on day one? And he talked about mass deportations, for example. He's talked about just again last night saying, okay, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., you have our healthcare apparatus, do what you want. Yeah, is that the kind of thing that we're going to see right away, those tariffs, for example?
Yeah, so one of the things that a lot of folks know is that with executive orders and things you can do with the presidency, some things you can put back in place. So think about it for a moment. All of the secure border policies that we had in place with President Trump, he can simply flip the switch and put those back in place just like they were before. They didn't need an act of Congress to break the border in the first place. When you think about energy exploration, how we get back to drilling, which ultimately then will bring down prices, bring down inflation, he can do that on his own. Other things, of course, will take legislative action and things of that nature. But right away, President Trump put so many things into place. And again, that is why people are so optimistic and so upbeat about what their personal finances, what their personal safety can look like. He's done it once before, he'll do it again.
We look at these results and they are decisive for the Trump campaign, but you also look at a country that's deeply divided. I mean, it's a 50-50 country right now. The former President-elect Trump talked about healing and turning that page. What do you think that looks like for him?
Well, number one, you take a look at what that coalition was that delivered President Trump to win. I thought a stunning statistic, and this actually came from the NBC News exit surveys, was the fact that President Trump earned the votes of 1 out of every 3 voter of color in the United States. Think about this. This isn't the Republican Party of old. President Trump has completely remade the Republican Party to be the party of the working class. You think about the Teamsters, the union workers, the folks who want to keep the auto industry, but you think about Black voters, Latino voters, think about the Arab American voters in Michigan who rallied around President Trump. His win is already starting to show how he can bring that together. President Trump also last night name-checked a number of Democrats and supporters who aren't traditionally a part of politics and definitely not Republican politics who can help him in that effort. This will be a big, broad coalition that he puts together. We have 2 transition co-chairs, Howard Lutnick and Linda McMahon, who've already started to assemble some of those. And I know President Trump, as we saw from that first term, he has a way to put people in place that can be successful and who can deliver. But hope is back in America.
All right, Trump campaign advisor Jason Miller, thanks for your time this morning. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
7:16. Should we take a break from politics? We got to check. Look at this.
Good to see you. Good morning. Good morning to you. And it's a dry morning, and we get so little precipitation. 11 million people at risk for elevated fire risk in parts of Vermont and New England. Red flag warnings, any new fires, if they start, they are going to spread rapidly. And we've got a tale of 2 countries as far as temperatures are concerned. Eastern half of the country, with the ridges up to 10 to 25 degrees above average. You go out west, it's 10 to 20 degrees below average. In fact, Denver, 33 degrees for a high today, 63 in Vegas, that's 10 degrees cooler, but Indianapolis, Concord, Richmond, down to New Orleans, we're talking temperatures 5 to 12 degrees above average. Could be a record today for Bangor, Manchester, Rochester, New York, Charleston. Look for Nashville to set a record. 61 degrees today, and then temperatures start to cool off as you get to the north. By Saturday, 53 in Boston, 62 in Cleveland. Nashville is temperature of about 75 degrees. Vegetable country, we are looking at heavy snow developing in the Rockies out west. Gorgeous day, plenty of sunshine up and down the west coast. We're looking for flooding likely, though, ahead of all that moisture that's going to come from tropical forces. So the hurricane Raphael, we're going to be watching that record highs in the mid-Atlantic and into the Northeast. We're going to get to your forecast in the next 3 seconds.
Still coming at your teams. The waters are fully receiving still 2 points to go. Hospital reporting from the 0 is the same. It's a good rule of 7 hours. That's the biggest risk. The first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told here's some very
News lives in the dark. It's coming at us every second. News is going down. And this monster and historic story is to make landfall now is real. There's an initial reaction. Devastating. Now is real.
Voters are voting. It's here. It's happening.
Now is constant. The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thank you so much. Coming up from the gender gap to massive gains with Hispanic voters and the support of Elon Musk, we're going to break down the keys to President-elect Trump's victory. Plus, another deciding factor for a lot of voters, the economy. We're going to take a closer look at the role that higher prices and inflation played driving voters to the polarization line. But first, this is Today on NBC. Still ahead, the world's reaction now pouring into the U.S. election. How the results are playing with people and with leaders overseas, what it could mean for the wars in the Middle East, as well as Ukraine. We'll have a look at that, a deep dive at the global impact of this earthquake in the political world. There's the map as it
He just fuck this bitch. I can guarantee that I was not going to fucking fall asleep in this one.
Do you pledge not to hold a vote on any legislation that would ban abortion? Do you still have faith and confidence in the Supreme Court? Is this plan to ban price gouging anything more than a gimmick? If it's a no, it's Meet the Press.
NBC News Daily is number one for afternoon news across all television.
I'm looking at it. I'm Vicky Lane. I'm Kate Snow. And I'm Zach Glass.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters to your home?
New numbers are out today showing encouraging signs for our economy. Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health? What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Network.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start.
NBC News Daily is number one for afternoon news across all television.
I'm Vicky Lee and I'm Kate Snow. And I'm Zach Glass.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are up today showing encouraging signs for our economy. Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health? What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Network.
It's still a couple of 22 days. The letters are certainly receiving the skill to close the call. That's what I'm reporting from the as it's 42 days. Hopefully people know that Assembly that's the biggest war spread in walking into the first presidential debate. We can't help you. There's some rebellion.
And how you get set for the day matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best coffee.
NBC News Daily is good for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Vicki Lima, Kate Snow. I'm Zim Weissman.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing encouraging signs for our economy. Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health? What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Network.
There's still a comment in 2 days. The waters are certainly receiving the skill too close to the last roll reporting from around 0 as we said being referred to this. They're actually getting to know something about resilience. It's the biggest risk crisis. The first presidential debate. We've been told we can't get these. There was some rebellion for the
Do you pledge not to hold a vote on any legislation that would ban abortion? Do you still have faith and confidence in the Supreme Court? Is this plan to ban price gouging anything more than a gimmick? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Top story live from Paris, live in television. We are here in Upper Pennsylvania every weeknight. It's your news playlist. Top story with Tommy Hutchinson, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Alfred. I'm Vicki Lima, Kate Snow. And I'm Zim Weissman.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing encouraging signs for our economy. Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health? What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Network.
7:30 on the East Coast on this Wednesday morning. Some people just getting up at this very moment. The nation waking up to a new reality in Washington. Donald Trump securing the 270 electoral votes needed to return to the White House. And then some, and he becomes just the second president to win non-consecutive terms. Who remembers Grover Cleveland 132 years ago? Last night we do. So Grover Cleveland's green awards are perspiring on all cylinders. We're going to go back to the 1880s for that. And let's show you how Donald Trump did it right now. He is sitting at 276 electoral votes. Wisconsin put him officially over the top. And you can see several states, including Michigan, Nevada, and Arizona, too close to call at this hour. Well, let's take a look at Congress now, guys. Republicans will retake the Senate after flipping seats in West Virginia, Ohio, and now Montana. And as for the House races, Republicans are holding a lead this morning. There are still dozens of races left to be called out. Let's get a closer look at President-elect Trump's victory and the voters who put him over the top. NBC Sam Brock is in Asheville, North Carolina. He's got that part of the story. Hey, Sam.
Hi, hello, Savannah. Good morning. Yep, the Trump campaign made a pretty big thing about what group could tip the election. Young voters who have never cast a ballot before, guys, it appears that Campbell has paid off handsomely as really examples right now showing first-time voters narrowly going for Trump, going for Biden by a 2-to-1 ratio 4 years ago. This morning, President Trump's campaign is celebrating a major strategic victory for Israel. Forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. The former president's outreach to male voters seeming to hang on. In 2020 and 2016, about 4 in 10 men under 30 supported him. Yesterday, nearly half cast a ballot for Trump. Among them who turned out for the first time, 62% supported Trump, while 36% supported Harris. The Trump campaign has taken an unconventional approach, including appearances with unconventional media figures popular with male voters. Trump even saying he consulted his son Barron for advice.
A little bit. I mean, he tells me about all the hot guys, people I never heard of.
And a key late campaign appearance on top podcaster Joe Rogan's show.
And they were really well in the polls. I think that. So this week I have to believe in this. I only believe it. No. I like that this month
Rogan, a leader endorsing Trump. Democrats pushing for support from women who went for Harris by 54%, according to exit polls, but still not enough to carry her to the finish line. The Trump campaign also bringing on Trump eminent supporters who lead into that gender divide.
When Dad gets home, you know what he says?
You've been a bad girl. You've been a bad little girl, and you're getting a vigorous spanking. Part of Trump's outreach, one of his biggest boosters, billionaire Elon Musk.
As a character, as especially as a super genius, we have to protect our geniuses.
Who contributed tens of millions of dollars in an effort to get Trump back in the White House, Musk focusing on a get out the vote push, fueled by Trump's sign of the campaign trail.
This is no ordinary election. The other side wants to take away freedom of speech.
And a controversial plan offering $1 million checks to register voters who were willing to sign a petition supporting the First and Second Amendments. But Musk, now part of the inner circle, spending election night at Mar-a-Lago with Trump. The Trump campaign telling NBC News that Trump wants Musk to lead the Commission on Government Efficiency. As he celebrates, Trump may be bringing the world's richest man to the White House.
Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is going to be out. In battleground North Carolina has been outnumbered when it comes to registered voters by about 550,000. That dropped 3 percentage points from where they were in 2020. Now bottom the score according to NBC News exit polls, Harris receiving 54% of the vote for nothing. For Biden, that was 57% 4 years ago. It's about unheard of.
Stunning statistic. I like Sam. Thank you. So I was actually just doing up with us once again, and articulate the analyst Chuck Todd. He was going to wake up. This will get the first question. Oh, shit. So let's talk about this. I mean, we talked about 2 hours ago about this political realignment in this country. I mean, everything we thought we knew about politics is pretty much on its head this morning.
It is, I remember 4 years ago talking to the people going, Donald Trump could put together a multi-ethnic working class coalition that would alienate certain voter groups. That part didn't matter. Just put together the multi-ethnic working class coalition, and it's the majority of the country. It's over 50%. And the Democrats allowed themselves, essentially, they accepted the party of elites, they accepted the party of suburban America, and walked away from it, essentially, didn't try to get that back. And you start to look at it, that seems to be culturally how they've lost this group of voters. So it's one thing to lose working class white, now they're losing working class Hispanics. And, this keeps on. They'll lose working class African-Americans.
It's so interesting because it's not about demographics. The Democrats always are talking about demographics. That's their identity politics. That's
this no.
always. And now there's a different dividing line, and it has to do with class. Working educated, college educated, not college educated. That's the dividing line.
And every time they say not college educated, that sounds like
Sure is.
it's part of this sort of disconnect between sort of elite institutions and this coalition.
And the conversation that elites have been having with themselves.
Like right now.
Yeah, totally. But just to say it, that is how it is in the exit poll, that's how they phrase it, which applies the phrase.
And this is an automatic, but it's how correct. Yeah. And it's been weaponized, and it's been weaponized quite effectively. And I get it. I mean, we do what you're trying to explain and what somebody hears or chooses.
Let me ask you something that Sam said that surprised me, and maybe everybody knew this, but I was sleeping and woke up. Biden outperformed Harris in women this year compared to when we ran compared to when she's running right now. Biden outperformed her. We kept saying that we thought there was going to be this big gender gap, that women were going to come out in droves for her, but they came out more for him 4 years ago.
Well, look, I think this Biden election, and I believe this for the last couple of years, that we've all sort of misinterpreted why Biden won because of it. And I think there were a lot of people that ascribed a lot of other things to it. Or people were tired of Donald Trump, or I think some Democrats inflated January 6th after the election, right? That somehow, and didn't fully appreciate that. But for COVID, Trump probably would have won the election. They did like that. They did like what he was doing at the border, and I think ignoring those two things for as long as they did in the Biden administration, I think put them in this way.
Well, it's also interesting too because Biden ran kind of was more of a transitional figure, so people weren't expecting that he necessarily would run for a second term, but also he had always been something she took the shot and it was attacked back toward the center. I heard, not to get too in the weeds on Tom Suozzi in New York in the immigration position, but he successfully was able to win a special election by packing to the center on an issue that Republicans had owned and clearly based on some of the exit polls here still do, by taking a more border security, border safety position that the Harris campaign then in many ways adopted, right, and used that same kind of messaging when she would talk about this issue that was, while fourth on the list of top issues, was still important to a big slice of the electorate. And big picture, more than 70% of the electorate feel as though it's actually the wrong track. And when Vice President Harris would get questions over and over again, how are you going to govern differently than President Biden? She said, I'm not going to be a continuation of the Biden presidency, but she really gave specific details. And so many voters, I think, were looking for some of those specifics to their exit polls, which came, the very first one that came out said that voters had told us their number one issue was the state of democracy. And we have talked about this a lot, and it's worth delving into. That is a phrase that means different things to different people. So for Democrats, state of democracy might mean, oh, it's January 6th, and Donald Trump going to be a dictator. For Republicans, it means my way of life is threatened. My values are threatened. See an existential threat to their country and to the way that they live their life.
Well, and when you look at that, what choice do we give voters? I always say that question, we gave them 5 choices. 4 of them are issues, and one is the state of the democracy. We told them what was the more important, that's the immigration economy, abortion, and then state of democracy. And so, but they're really, we don't have the right punch, okay? But it is some sort of, it is the way of life. It is this idea where the left believes Trump's America, and the right believes the left on like this whole socialism. You're trying to take the country and totally change it.
And it's cultural issues. I mean, Trump ran this ad during every sporting event, talking about Kamala Harris, the position she took, transgender, paying for the reassignment surgeries for prison inmates, and they never answered that. And that ad ran on a loop of the official culture wars, and it was on display. It has been effective in past elections. It's effective here. One Democratic lawmaker said, we need to have a reckoning. We need to reorient and think how we are going to do it. Chuck, you're now with your name on it.
I think so. All right. So, I might have to go against my friend, Mr. Point. I was going to have it.
Thank you so much. All right, you're not off yet. When we come back, guys, we're going to turn our attention to the economy's impact on the election and the world's reaction to President-elect Trump's historic victory. We'll do it with Richard Engel, Christine Roman, so join us live. Coming up right after this. We are now ongoing coverage of the 2024 election. We now know Donald Trump will be returning to the White House, and when he does, he will be faced with a number of challenges all around the world. We got the wars in the Middle East and Ukraine high on the list. NBC's chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel is here in Studio 1A. It's good to have you here in studio. Donald Trump was saying, we said this at many campaigns, that I will end these wars quickly.
Yeah, that's what he's been promising. That's what he said in his acceptance speech, that he's a man of peace, that he's going to bring calm, and he's going to end the wars. And he has these two active wars that he has to deal with, right? One in the Middle East, all across the Middle East. He started out in Gaza, with Lebanon, he's involved in Iran. That's an active war, and I think that war remains at least in the short or medium term. Two different Prime Minister Netanyahu said that he's falling over himself with excitement this morning. He's having a very good day.
A lot of people wondered if Netanyahu was running off the clock, hoping that he was on the top victory.
And that's what a lot of people in Israel also believe, that he was waiting, didn't want to sign some sort of ceasefire agreement, waiting to enter any kind of negotiations with the Biden administration, didn't want to have negotiations with the Biden administration, was pushing it off, hoping that this scenario was going to come true to potentially save his own capital and his life. He has a long-term policy. He's stated very clearly what he wants to do to the Middle East. He's been in the UN. He believes that there needs to be more action against Iran in particular. So I think you're going to see Netanyahu very happy that his Middle East changing agenda could now have support in an old ally.
Let's talk about Ukraine. President Zelensky put out a statement last night.
One of the first statements.
One of the first statements. He knows there's a new sheriff in town. Yes, it was a very friendly statement. And Donald Trump has said, I'll end the war in Ukraine in 24 hours, which Ukraine hawks and people who are concerned about its territory would say, you end it in 24 hours if you're going to get, force Ukraine to give up territory.
I've met President Zelensky many times, for the before half a dozen times. And I know that Zelensky and his leadership are very concerned that when Trump says he's going to end the war in 24 hours, that they call President Zelensky the greatest salesman. He doesn't mean that as a compliment. It means that every time Zelensky came to the United States, he was able to sell the war in Ukraine and get billions of dollars in support, which is a pattern that President Trump has said that he wants to end the war, is going to make it cheaper. That's all very good news if you're Vladimir Putin. And I can just imagine going back to Ukraine soon. I feel like I'll be heading back to be part of this. This is the biggest story of the world right now, for all of these reasons. And seeing Ukrainian troops without enough ammunition, without enough support, pulling back, I feel a very betrayed by the United States. So he says he's going to end wars, but we'll see. He's got these two wars and very different approaches to it.
We just scratched the surface here, Richard, but we'll continue to cover it, of course. Thank you for being here. Good to have you.
Absolutely.
And here at home, of course, the economy is one of the big issues. The drug lords is fueled by lingering concerns over those high freight prices, the battle against inflation. Let's bring in NBC senior business correspondent Christine on this. Christine, good morning. Look, the numbers might say inflation's back down to 2% or in the manageable. People are voting that way. And the mood of the country is very clear. They're sick and tired of higher prices. And really, it turns out, the light of the day after the election, it was really Donald Trump's election to lose on the issue of the economy. When we ask people, what the financial situation is compared with 4 years ago, astonishing 45% said it is worse off. That is the highest number of worse off that we've seen in 5 election cycles, in presidential election cycles. It's even worse than the Great Recession, which was a really damaging time for the overall American economy. The overall American economy right now is fine. This president inherits a solid U.S. economy, but still big unease about inflation. And then you ask about, in the last year, has inflation caused you and your family a severe hardship or a moderate hardship? 75% said yes. That is a huge, huge number.
A lot of people are waking up this morning. We have a new president-elect, and they're looking at the stock market to see how does that look. It's looking pretty good this morning.
It's booming. You already had stocks hitting record highs. You had stocks up 50% under Joe Biden. They were up 60-some% under Donald Trump his first term. They're up big time right now. Look at the Dow Jones Industrial Average. 1,385 points is what it's forecast to open higher here today. NASDAQ up big too. When you look at small cap stocks, these are small companies, those stocks are even doing better. The idea here is if Donald Trump has control over Congress, he would be able to slash regulations in a way that would allow a lot of these small companies to cut their costs and to make products or sell things much more cheaply. And so that's good for their investors. So investors this morning are cheering. You've got Tesla stock up. The idea that Donald Trump's not a big fan of EV subsidies and investments. So if he guts all of that, that's good for Elon Musk because he has the scale. He's the biggest player in town. So gutting some of those investments on the Inflation Reduction Act would be good, ironically, for the biggest EV maker. And Bitcoin cryptocurrencies are up big today, too. And the idea there'd be less regulation there. Again, tariffs, less taxes, less regulation. That's been sort of the mantra of the Trump administration. We'll see what happens as we go forward. This is still just the morning after. And also, I will caution that the day after a big event, sometimes things are overdone. The stock market goes up and then we get incorrect a little bit. But at least this morning, there are big moves in the dollar, just about everything. Again, just like Richard Engel said, this is the biggest story in the world right now in terms of money.
Christine, thank you very much. We're back with much more on This Morning after the election, right after this.
One seven. Fuck.
Hurricane Raphael now, and as we watch this thing, it's currently 160 miles south-southeast of Havana, 100-mile-per-hour winds. It's moving north and west at a pretty good clip, 14 miles per hour. Right now, we've got tropical storm warnings for Key West, so we're watching that, obviously, hurricane warnings for parts of Cuba right now, Category 2 storm. Now, here are the European models. You can see they're basically, most of them move this whole thing off to the west. However, the American ensemble models basically brings it somewhere between New Orleans and Houston. That's pretty much, I think, what we are looking at right now. The National Hurricane Center path keeps it as a Category 2 storm, and then eventually it weakens into a tropical system. And you can see the cone of uncertainty from New Orleans just to the east of Houston. We're going to be watching this 40-mile-per-hour winds. Unless there is some rapid intensification with this thing, it's just going to be a lot of rain, some wind, but hopefully not that big of an impact. Rest of the country for today, we are looking at record highs up and down the eastern seaboard. Again, we got some moisture from Raphael making its way up into the southeast. There may be some flooding along this, also some showers along this cold front, especially heavier as you get down into Louisiana. Heavy snow developing in the Rockies today. First big winter storm. Very windy along the west coast. We're looking at sunshine, seasonal conditions, although temperatures actually out west anywhere from 10 to 20 degrees.
Mother in Arizona, we have to hear that. Very well. All right. Also, have the new numbers coming in just this morning. Information we accept with Trump. Cincinnati's historic return to the White House. That was Steve Kornacki and a look ahead. Vice President Harris is expected to address the nation later today with Trump.
Still a comment on channel 2 news, and Americans are certainly receiving the skill to replace the basketball reporting from Zero, as it said. To that, the country. The rest of the people know it's something about resilience. That's the biggest voice right now. The first presidential debate, that's what we can't go anymore. So we're very important.
NBC News. This is a special edition of Today, Decision 2024, with Savannah Guthrie and Oda Cappy, live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza.
Everybody, we're back 8 a.m. on the East Coast, 5 a.m. on the West. We're just waking up a long election night, stretching into the morning. Oh, God, bring up the coffee. Lined up here. The race is still too close to go. In some of those Western battlegrounds in Michigan, but the bottom line is clear as day. Donald Trump, once again, the president-elect, the 45th president set to return to the White House, and he will be the nation's 47th president.
Indeed, it was Wisconsin that put him over the threshold of 270 electoral votes. NBC News calling the race just after 5 this morning, maybe while you were asleep. Trump also, by the way, right now, leading in the popular vote.
We're covering every aspect of this race, as well as the fight for control of Congress at this hour. Let's get started. And this is Garrett King in West Palm Beach, Florida. Garrett, good morning to you.
Hey, Savannah, good morning to you, too. And that's right, Donald Trump's victory overnight, as stunning as it was complete, basically having dispatched Joe Biden over the summer, he defeats Kamala Harris overnight by winning at least 2 out of the 3 blue wall states with strong Republican showings all around the country. As the results rolled in overnight, his supporters here in South Florida becoming more and more confident. First, North Carolina coming off the board, and Georgia flipping back to red after a narrow loss in 2020. But it was the call of Pennsylvania late last night. I think that both candidates spent more time and more money contesting in this race's final months that really appeared to seal the deal for Trump. He moved over from his party in Mar-a-Lago to the event last night in West Palm Beach, speaking to more than 1,000 supporters and starting with a message of unity, but promising big things for his next administration. Let's know what he told supporters here last night.
I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you with every breath in my body. I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. This is a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and yet now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. Winning the popular vote was very nice, very nice. I would have died. A great feeling of love. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We have to try. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you.
Now, this is a candidate, now president-elect, who has made a lot of promises in the course of this campaign, from policies that he will enact with Congress, the things he says he can get done himself, to promises made on the world stage about foreign policy. That work will begin essentially now. Trump is something of a superstitious person, not especially engaged in transition planning before he had this race won. That work will begin now. The vetting and the planning of people who will be in his cabinet and who will work in his White House already underway, but will now have Trump and his family putting their hands on it really for the first time in a significant way. Of course, they'll be helped along by that Republican Senate going to Washington, who would have to confirm many of those picks. Savannah?
All right, Gary, thank you very much. NBC's Peter Alexander is keeping tabs on the Harris campaign. The vice president canceling her planned speech at an election party last night, but she is expected to address the nation today. Hey, Peter, morning.
Well, good morning to you. We do expect to hear from Vice President Harris at some point over the course of this day at her alma mater, Howard University. But what a difference 24 hours makes. Monday night, I was with her in Philadelphia during the massive rally, tens of thousands in attendance, and she told the large assembled crowd there that momentum is on our side. But last night, what started as a sort of joyful, optimistic event at Howard quickly turned to a much more somber scene. There were blank stares, glum faces. At one point, they even muted the audio coming from the giant screens as they delivered more and more results indicating that she was not going to be selected as the next president of the United States, turning music on instead to buoy the spirits of those there. The bottom line is that for Vice President Harris, she was unable to perform with the numbers she needed in key demographics, particularly watching serious erosion among Latino voters. Some of those critical battleground counties, she didn't perform the way that the Democrats were hoping that she would as well. It appears clear that she carried some of the baggage, the headwinds from the Biden administration, also suffering from the same backlash that many incumbent leaders around the world have been seeing over the course of the last several years. And on the topics that really mattered to voters, her effort to cast Donald Trump as a divisive figure, to say that he was a threat to democracy, clearly didn't have the same impact as the Americans were looking for. They didn't view her as the change candidate. Ultimately, it's the topic of the economy. It's one that gets this sort of pre-COVID crisis that delivered a lot of the hopes for Donald Trump last night. Back to you.
All right, Peter, thank you. Let's take a big forward, NBC national political correspondent Steve Kornakian. This is a decisive victory. We are waiting for a few of the battleground states. Donald Trump is leading, and then he may get a battleground sweep here. Tell us about it.
Yeah, I mean, he could end up going 7 for 7. You can see what we're waiting on here is Michigan, Nevada, Arizona. You also see Alaska. Trump is leading there. It just takes a long time to get the vote in. Look, honestly, if you look at the numbers in Arizona here, 2/3 or so is in. And this is a very encouraging start for Donald Trump here. It may take him a while to top the vote. Nevada, what's in so far, when you look at the patterns here, where Trump is doing particularly well around Las Vegas, Republicans haven't done as well as he's doing there, even in 2 decades at the national level. Last time the state went red. And in Michigan right now, we're basically just waiting on Detroit and the area around Detroit. Trump with 100,000 vote lead, about 100,000 votes left there in Detroit. It's going to come down, but actually leapfrogging Trump there for Harris would be tough. If she doesn't, yes, 7 for 7 looms, and potentially this could rise to 308 electoral votes.
And he may well win the popular vote when all the votes are counted. So let's talk about it. There it is. The realignment. We're seeing a political realignment. And let's go by some of these groups. Hispanic voters broke in a big way for Donald Trump.
Yeah, you just take a look. Here's the exit poll, our national exit poll of Hispanic voters. We have Harris winning Hispanic voters 53 to 45. Put this in some context. 4 years ago, the exit poll had Joe Biden winning the Hispanic vote by 33 points. And we were saying that was progress for Donald Trump 4 years ago. So what you see here tonight, this is just an absolute sea change. This would be the best performance for Republicans with the Hispanic vote, maybe in half a century, depending on how it shakes out. It could be even longer than that. And has ripple effects on this map that are felt far beyond just those battleground states.
You know, talk to us about this. This map has some surprises. And the states that we expect to be blue, New Jersey, Illinois, they look blue, but when you get under the hood, you see a very tight margin that the Democrats did not see coming.
Yeah, a lighter shade of blue. Why don't we look at New York State here? We're biggie. Probably a double-digit win here for Kamala Harris, but this was 23 points for Joe Biden for you. This has been the standard Democratic margin. A blowout in New York. Trump basically cuts it in half, but where does he cut it in half? This is tiny. He blow up. It's New York City, though. This is the population capital of the country here. Yeah, I mean, just take a look here. Here's the Bronx. Look at this. Okay, 45 points for Kamala Harris. Look at the Hispanic borough of New York City. It was 68. 5 points by 68. It comes down to 45. 23-point shift there. How about Queens? Another big borough here in New York City. 45 points for Biden. Comes comes down to 24. Overall, in New York City, Trump has posted a 15-point gain from Rothschild.
Okay, we talked a lot about the gender gap and this being the battle of the sexes election. It was young men who never voted before who turned out in droves for Donald Trump, and that made a difference.
Yeah, absolutely. And you could see it at one place, and you could layer it too. If you talk about young Hispanic men in particular, in one place we saw it was here in Pennsylvania. Donald Trump has flipped a lot of small, mid-sized cities. You're talking about like Hazleton, Allentown, places with large Hispanic populations. Some of the city of Hazleton is 70% Hispanic in Pennsylvania. Donald Trump here.
All right, Steve, let's unpack. Thank you very much. How did that to you? Right when President-elect Trump returns to the White House, he will find new support in Republican-controlled Senate after several key seats flip this election. It could take weeks before we know which party will control the House. And this is Capitol correspondent Ryan This is here. He's got a closer look at things. So the Senate's over. No, it's over.
Yeah, and actually we have an update on the Senate. So we last time we talked, it was a 2-seat flip for the Republicans, but now we know the 3rd seat. And let's take a look at the entire makeup of the Senate right now to get an idea of where things stand. Republicans now have flipped 3 seats total, so they are in the driver's seat to have the majority. Let's take a look at where those wins came. First, West Virginia, Jim Justice, the governor there, he's the projected winner. That was not a surprise. We called that very early today. Then in Ohio, this was a state that the Democrats were hopeful that the incumbent Sheriff Brown could outrun Bernie Moreno. That did not happen. Moreno, riding Trump's coattails, ends up winning that. And then this is the state that we're just able to call in the last hour, and that's the state of Montana, where Tim Sheehy, the former Navy SEAL, is going to be the long-term incumbent John Tester. There are still a number of Senate seats that are still up for grabs right now. That means the margins for Republicans could get even bigger. Now, in terms of the House of Representatives, there's still a lot we don't know, and it could take time before it gets all settled. At this point, there are some 54 seats that we don't have an answer for. Right now, Republicans have a net gain of 3 seats, but that's a number that could move in either direction over the next couple of days as all these votes get counted and everything gets resolved. This is the Democrats' last hope at any sort of bastion of power in Washington right now. They've got a shot at making it happen. It's probably about 50-50 right now between Republicans and Democrats, but it could take a week, maybe longer before we know eventually.
When you look at the trend lines with the president winning so handedly in places of what's happening in the Senate, do you see the House kind of following that path?
It's very possible, but the one thing to keep in mind is that the battlegrounds in the House of Representatives are not the same battlegrounds as the presidential race. So that may be why we see a bit of a divergence.
All right, thank you. Well, that sets us up nicely for our next guest, Florida Senator Marco Rubio, the Republican serving his 3rd term after winning re-election in 2022. Senator Rubio, good morning. Good to see you.
Good morning. It's the morning.
I know it's been a long night, but let's talk about Donald Trump last night saying he had a mandate when he talked about the United States Senate going to the Republican Party. So we'll have new leadership there, the White House, potentially the House. What do you think the mandate is?
Well, first, I think we have to understand how he won. Not just that he won, but how he won. And he won by putting together the most diverse coalition of American voters in modern history. That you were talking a moment ago before I came on the air about Hispanic voters. I think the lesson here is that the primary identity of Americans is American. And whether you're of Hispanic descent or African American, or in any background, you are in for the price of gas, the price of food, the fear of uncertainty and not being safe in your own community because people have entered the country illegally and happen to be criminals in their home countries before they came, and they come here and commit crimes as well. Concerns about what's happening in the world, that every day there's new conflict that threatens to pull us in. These are things that Donald Trump campaigned on. And his primary message was, I'm going to put the interests of Americans and America before anything else. And I think that's a message that's resonated and in a way that led to this very diverse coalition. And so, at the end of the day, I think that is part of the mandate, and that is that Americans of all backgrounds want a government in the Senate, in the White House, in the House, everywhere, that puts them and the things they care about ahead of what is important to somebody else, whether it be in politics or in another country. And that's an important lesson to learn and take away from all this.
I mean, Donald has been very, very clear about some of the things he wants to do, and so if he has a mandate, people are certainly on notice. Talking about mass deportations, for example, talking about ending the war in Ukraine in 24 hours, getting a negotiated settlement that likely will mean Ukraine gets that territory. Is that the kind of thing that he would expect to happen in rather short order?
Well, those are the kinds of things that I think people out there like to point to say, oh, he's going to do some terrible thing to the country. Number one, the law of the country right now, it is, but it's the law of the country. The immigration law of this country is as follows. If you are here unlawfully, you are to be detained until removal. That's the law of the country. He's talking about enforcing our existing laws. He's also made clear that his priority is going to be dangerous criminals. People that are in this country and they're criminals in their own country or they're committing crimes here, they will be the priority for removal from this country. And that's a widespread super majority position in this country. It's one of the reasons why he won yesterday. In the case of Ukraine, who wants war? What he's talking about is he wants the war to end. Now, as a businessman, he's not going to tell you about his negotiating tactic to bring it to a close. But I don't understand why we would not want a war like that to end. Obviously, you don't have to be a fan of Vladimir Putin. You want the war to end.
Yeah, I think if you're, as you well know, many national security conservatives would say, well, you don't want that war to end if it means that you have to give up, that Russia invaded your territory and you end up settling and saying, you can have some of it. I mean, I think that's, you know these special points more better than I do.
Yeah, look, I get all that and I understand it. I think there's the reality of the war there. We can talk about it in greater detail in another interview, I imagine, but the truth of the matter is that that's what the Biden administration would have. They don't admit it publicly, but if you ask the Biden administration, they will tell you we are funding a stalemate. Okay? I think the Ukrainians have been incredibly brave and strong and standing up to Russia, but at the end of the day, what we are funding here is a stalemate war. It needs to be brought to a conclusion because that country is going to be set back 100 years. Now, that doesn't mean that we celebrate what Vladimir Putin did or are excited about it, but I think there has to also be some common sense here, and that is that right now we are funding as a stalemate that's costing lives, and putting Ukraine is going to take 100 years to rebuild that country. Everything they're facing.
Let me go and ask the Washington question. Do you intend to serve in the Trump administration? Is that something you talked to the former president about?
No, we haven't talked about that. We were focused on Pennsylvania. We talked a lot about Pennsylvania. We talked a lot about Nevada. We talked a lot about Wisconsin and Michigan, and not so much about Florida anymore. And I'm very proud. Well, listen, I'm in public service. I'm not trying to play quiet. I'm in public service. I like to serve our country. So I'm not going to be presumptuous about any of those things, other than to say that I know I'm in the Senate. And if that's the role I'm going to continue to be in, it's a place that I can serve and work with this administration on things that we were already working on when he was previously president. And what happens after that, I don't know. Who knows? I mean, we're not even 12 hours removed from the outcome of this election. So, again, those are decisions we'll start working through right now.
Just a reminder, I saw you at the party late last night and you're early with us. Appreciate your time, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we are following another major story this morning from the weather map. We've got a hurricane on the Gulf. We're also looking at fire danger.
That's right. 11 million people at risk for this fire danger. You combine really record high temperatures and drought. So we've got red flag warnings and elevated fire wind. 10 to 25 degrees above average today from New England all the way down to the Gulf, 10 to 20 degrees below average out west. So, for example, Denver, a high today, 33 degrees, that's 24 degrees below average. Indianapolis, 69 at 14 degrees warmer than normal. Richmond, 17 degrees above normal. And then if you look at these weather possibilities, Bangor, Manchester, New York, Washington, and Nashville, all looking at great temperature records. We're getting to your local forecast next Thursday.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start.
NBC News Daily is number one for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Vicky Lane. I'm Kate Snow.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy. With 0 on exercise, we know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health? What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Those posters out there, not so easy to report.
Every 4 years.
Every 4 years.
researching there. We'll talk about that and more as the special edition today rolls on Wednesday morning, right after this. Still ahead of the economy was a top concern for voters. One of the big issues behind President-elect Trump's victory. So, how will Wall Street react when the market opens in about an hour? We're going to get to that. Coming up after your messages.
Thank you for being so nice the other night when I was singing and not interrupting. I wish I could talk to them. But that's life in your neck, Lord. There he is. Can you hear me any better now?
Amazing.
What is that? My voice sounds like that? What is that? How you been? We just had an election in the United States. I do not endorse anybody. So what do you want? I don't endorse anyone. So rip on all you want.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start.
NBC News Daily is number one for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Vicky Lynn, I'm Kate Snow. And I'm Zing Weissman.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing encouraging signs for our economy. Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health? What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Network.
The waters are certainly receiving the skill to close to the last round reporting for the round. You see that as it's as we did. It's the biggest risk welcome you to the first presidential debate. We get to a weekend. Here's the rebellion folks.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start.
NBC News Daily is number one for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Vicky Lynn, I'm Kate Snow. And I'm Zing Weissman.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing encouraging signs for our economy. Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health? What it needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Network.
Hey, good to see you. It is 8:30 here in New York. A lot of people, Americans, waking up to a political earthquake overnight. Donald Trump, he has won a second term, so we're going to get caught up on where things stand right now. Okay, let's show you the numbers. Trump will return to the White House in January as the 47th president of the United States. He sealed the deal earlier this morning. The president-elect winning the electoral vote. You see it, and also at this moment, winning the popular vote as well by about 5 million votes. So you see the national map there filled in. This is the county by county view. And the gap is likely to close a bit. Some votes still being counted out west. We're still waiting for Michigan. But if he is to hold on to the popular vote, this will be the first time a Republican has won the popular vote since George W. Bush in 2004. There's a lot of red on that map. And as for Congress, Republicans will retake control of the Senate after flipping seats in West Virginia, Ohio, and Montana. But the House, still a toss-up. Republicans holding a lead this morning. Still, though, dozens of races left to be called. So what does it mean for the president-elect? For Republicans, what about the soul searching is playing out right now among Democrats this morning? Peter Alexander's the Harris campaign back with that part of the story. Hey, Peter.
Hey, Savannah, good morning to both of you. We're waiting to hear from Vice President Harris a little bit later today, but she got a lot of credit for her 107-day, 3.5-month campaign. They had a ton of money, more than $1 billion to spend. She got credit for very few missteps, with the exception perhaps of not better distancing herself from Joe Biden. But at the end of the day, it wasn't enough to satisfy the American public right now with a resounding defeat. And for Democrats across the board, this was a huge loss, beginning now a new reckoning. With Kamala Harris's loss, a stunning defeat for Democrats.
I'm just devastated.
A somber mood at Harris's watch party overnight after Donald Trump dominated, blowing through the so-called blue wall of Midwest states that Democrats had counted on, improving on his 2020 margins in more than 2,000 counties nationwide. In the key swing state of Pennsylvania, Harris underperforming President Biden's results. And further down the ballot, Republicans also flipped the Senate to their side.
America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate.
Now for Democrats, the soul-searching begins. After an unprecedented race with Harris stepping in as the presidential candidate, just 100 days ago when President Biden withdrew, Harris tried to distance herself from Biden, but perhaps was still anchored by his legacy.
This is about what the Democrats did while in office over the last 4 years. Inflation, which was still high during much of this administration. And many people are still feeling the pain of this.
Exit polls show voters listed the economy as a major issue. Harris also underperforming in key areas where she's come out short in the cities. And struggling with strongholds like New York and Virginia, despite a massive campaign loss from major Democratic stars. Harris also came up short with minority groups. Among the exiles, Latino men favored Trump by a 10-point margin after backing President Biden by 23 points 4 years ago. Democrats are now facing uphill battle.
We know it is time for a new generation of leadership in America.
With Harris's message clearly not resonating with enough voters, Democrats are now trying to sort out how to turn the page down. Then already you're beginning to hear questions in terms of that Monday morning, or in this case Wednesday morning, quarterbacking among Democrats. Among the questions right now, whether it would have made better sense for President Biden after Democratic successes in the midterms in 2022 to have stepped down then. Remember, he promised to be a transitional president in the past.
Morning, big dog. How you living?
Full primary for the Democrat.
Well, what have we learned? Don't take fantasy football or political advice from Rabbi. World peace advice, on the other hand, I think we got a good strategy. Holy shit, this thing held on. Isn't that something? I'm shocked. I'm absolutely flabbergasted. People have spoken. You know what's amazing? Apparently, well, I guess in 2020, Biden got like 80 million. And Kamala got 60 million this time, which is like, what happened to 80 million? I'm in shock. I'm still in shock. I've been up all night watching it, and um, oh fuck yeah, man! I wasn't gonna let what happened in 2020 happen to be 2024. When I was like, oh, the decision is done. It's over. No, because I still to this day cannot believe. I can't believe what happened. I can't believe that Hillary didn't win in 2016. I can't believe she didn't win in 2020. I can't believe Kamala didn't win in 2024. It's kind of ridiculous. Yeah, I just think that it is. I mean, it looks like Trump won, but the Republicans at least won the House and the Senate. Look, all I want him to do is just do what he says he's going to do, is end the wars in 24 hours. If he does that, I'm not going to overlook rape, but I would be happy if something happened where the wars ended. That's all. I don't want any more of it. And yeah, dude, I don't understand why that's not more popular. Word. Okay, so what did you miss overnight? Not much. No, they still haven't called a bunch of. Well, they still haven't called like Michigan and Minnesota, I guess. I mean, it's weird. It's really weird the way that they do it. It's just confusing. Like Alaska. Alaska's the most Republican state, I think, of all of them, and they don't call it. Like, what? I mean, like Alaska's like Wyoming when it comes to how Republican it is. And but yet, like when Hawaii's polls closed, they had 0% of the vote in, and they called it for Kamala. I can't get her fucking name right. Whenever I say it in my head, I think it's the wrong way. Then I watch 10 people say it on TV and stuff, and then I say it. I don't know. Anyway, because one of them is supposed to be offensive to her. And if she ever watches this, lady, I'm not trying to be offensive to you. I just say it the way that it looks like it's supposed to be spelled. But it's like, it's like, I say, what would I say? I'm a woman, but she likes Kamala. Anyway, and I don't know. It's just like I take words per syllable. I don't like foresee what's going to be happening in a word, especially if it's kind of a word that I've never. There's a lady in New Hampshire who has the name Kamala Harris. She didn't even know who she was going to vote for. She's like, well, I like Kamala because she is for abortion, but I like Trump because he says he's going to decriminalize marijuana. So I don't really know who to vote. So it looks like Maine is still out, Michigan's still out. You know, I know they keep saying that like this thing's locked up, it's over. I mean, everybody called it. Wikipedia. That's where I watch the most. Is Wikipedia. Because when that motherfucker changes, they don't want to change it back. They don't want to edit it. They want to make sure it's right. So I was watching all night on Wikipedia. Just kept refreshing it. Whatever person out there, whatever editor, I was watching their every move. And the first thing that changed was when you would Google Trump's name, it would say 47th President of the United States. And then they added like one little line that like a couple of people, a couple of organizations had called it for him. But like it was only up until like 2 hours ago, or maybe 3 hours ago, CNN and like the New York Times, AP, they were all saying it was like Trump is surging, but they wouldn't call it. Now they're calling it. So here's the weird thing though. If it's so easy to rig these things, which I think it is. I mean, I can tell you. I think I told you this, or maybe it was you or someone else, but like the dipole, or not dipole. That's was like, oh yeah, I did say that. Like the C was B, the D, or the C, or something like that. It is DVS, Dominion Voting System, and then the password is like 2008 or something. Exactly. So like, if it's so easy to rig, which if that's what the password is, that seems like it's pretty easy. I don't know why they wouldn't just like. I really don't. If you had all this control, I truthfully don't know why you wouldn't be like, oh yeah, we're not going to call it yet, and then just add a bunch of votes. Like, I don't know why they don't do it, but I don't know. I don't know. There's the whole thing. It's too big to steal. Which I mean, I know people this time who voted for Kamala, and but like again, I think it's kind of more anti-Trump than it was. She's so fucking great because she literally has never won a primary. She ran in 2020. She didn't even make it past Iowa. And this was an interesting thing to me that Biden picked Kamala when Kamala, if I had to give her credit for anything, is I'll give her credit for, I really don't know what I can give her credit for because I don't know exactly that was specific. But she derailed Biden right at the beginning of those debates where she was like, you voted for the like end segregated or end desegregation of buses or something like that. And like basically it was so that 2020 primaries were so strange where they were all fighting each other. Buttigieg is fighting Harris, is fighting Sanders, is fighting Elizabeth Warren, is fighting Biden. And then all of a sudden on this one random ass weekend, Elizabeth Warren, Buttigieg, Kamala, they all just got behind Biden. Oh, and Bloomberg. Oh my word. If anytime I've ever seen what I felt like was the it was like all out media show is all I can describe. In 2020 or 2019, when Bloomberg made that little run for a little bit, he literally bought every single ad on every piece of media in Southern California. And you could that it was so impressive that it was like, wow, how can I get away from this person? They just bought everything, and they had the money to be able to do it. He spent $6 billion. I think. Wait, no, it wasn't that much. It was like a significant. It was billions of dollars on his campaign, and he still made $12 billion in money. So it's like when you have billionaire money, you can literally like have like the most powerful campaign that you want, self-funded, and still make money. It's just like crazy. Well, like Elon Musk, I don't know, worth like $800 million now, and he was giving $1 million away to like voters, which apparently is legal. Which okay, but like to him, I think he started it like I don't know 60 days ago, so it's something like $60 million, which is absolutely nothing. But like your average person, like changing money. I really don't know what's going to happen. I thought we were going to see a new wave. You would see like evaporation. You'd see all kinds of interesting. But I don't know. Is it just going to be a reversal of the last 4 years? I probably think so. In a while. But also, something tells me, and I don't know. This is total guess, but they're not done with him. They still want him back. He survived 2. This is the funny thing. Just reading the memes. It's like this man survived 6 bankruptcies, 3 divorces, 2 divorces. He survived 2 assassination bullets, 2 impeachments, and 34 felonies. He is just unreal. Exactly. 100%. It's like, and I would have told you, just give up, man. Like, but he did not. He absolutely saw this bitch through, and he is now the 47th most expensive. I used to see those ads, at least like on TV things. Like I would have like the 45 on the side, and then a dash, and then the 47, and I would just really think of, wow, you already have this thing counted. You're going to do the 45th, and you're not even going to count the 46. You're just going to put a dash through it. Like, we were that too. And then it's, it's a 47, but he really is going to be the president. And, if he had lost, I would be probably doing some things going through Twitter, just seeing all of the mudslinging that's going on. But there's really, from what I see, very little mudslinging going on the left. They are so silent. It's pretty clever. Yeah, I can't believe I'm going to see this, but it looks. I can see that. I was really surprised that they took out Biden when that dude. He literally was the same dude in 2024 that he was in 2020. Whatever that guy is, that doesn't look anything like the vice president under Obama, the new one with the facelift or whatever. I just don't think the two people look the same. If you show me a picture of Joe Biden as vice president compared to Joe Biden now, it still looks. And I know people get older and change, but Trump looks exactly like he fucking did the whole time, but he never had this like total facial change. I believe it's suspicious of that one. Now, here's an interesting one that I heard, and I never brought it up because I didn't think it was really relevant, particularly after Obama in 2008 when the whole issue regarding his place of birth. But the idea, I think if you were a really strict constitutionalist, Kamala Harris would have been eligible to be president. Would have been eligible to be president. Even though she was born in the United States, at least using the definitions that were drafted around the time of the Constitution. A natural born citizen is someone who's born in the country from two parents who were citizens of the country. It's like her mom was from India, and her dad's from Jamaica. So that doesn't there was something about that that made it questionable. I never really heard this as an argument, but I think it has some validity to it. Anyway, that's all out the door. And now we've got so finally the politics part of on Reddit. They did not update politics. This is a huge subject, and they didn't update it for like 12 hours. Finally, just recently, they say it's beginning to look like Donald Trump is winning. That's the only thing that they posted. Basically, they posted every single Kamala win. None of them for Trump. Not a single one. And then the next thing, finally looking like he's going to. It's like, it's just fucking obvious to me that there's like a deep state going on. And so, yeah, what else do we have going on? I really was just watching the coverage, and at least on Twitter, there's Republican growth, and I saw this one meme. You probably have this. Well, here's something. Oh, I know what I'm going to ask you. This has nothing to do with that. How was meeting Milwaukee from here? Cool. I figured you was. Okay, back to the election. It seems as though still one piece, and I want to know what like the argument is. Like, when Trump lost, everybody said, "Oh, it's rigged. Oh, it's whatever. He stole the election." Yada yada yada. I want to hear what the excuses from the other side now is. From what I hear, I heard when I read it, it's like they're saying they blame Biden. I heard this argument. They blame Biden for not having dropped out early, meaning like Kamala was kind of just seen as like a last minute Congress candidate, which I don't really agree with. She was vice president. Everybody knew who she was, and even before that, she run for president, and she was like a high profile individual in the Democratic Party. So I don't understand that argument, but I mean, the argument is this: the candidate just wasn't that good, and I would be saying the same thing to the Trump people. And he lost. It's just like he needed a better person against the other team, I guess. But I think a lot about what happened in the summit when they replaced Biden, and I don't know if that was such a good idea. I know that people think, well, actually, when I watched the debate, I didn't think Biden did that badly. He's the same dude that we had the last 4 years. He's the same guy. He's not different. It was like all of a sudden everybody's like, oh, he's senile and he's dumb and all this other stuff. It's like, dog, have you not seen a fucking press conference? You haven't seen a press conference from him. They don't let him go, but he's just eating ice cream wearing aviators all day. That's all he's doing. And yeah, exactly. And kind of creepy too. But yeah, and now we're at the point where I think it's extremely telling. Let me pull up the picture of Joe Biden. I mean, just think of it this way. If you were saying, okay, you're the first, she's the first lady. That's the, like, basically like the most powerful woman in the United States, arguably, in a lot of ways. And right back to that. And so she wore this bright red pantsuit. And I would normally pay attention. Well, I would normally pay attention if she had on any other color. So, isn't it? Well, here's the thing. From what I know of the Republicans, what they say is wear red to the polls, so that like we can make everybody aware of like how visual we are, or how exactly. And I really think, and from what I've heard, Biden was basically forced out of that nomination, and she's not happy about it. So this is her protest. Why would you wear red? Well, I mean, like a red, like why would you wear red? Exactly. I mean, you could have worn any color, but I guess the argument could be made like it's a poor argument. Like on any day, any other day, she can wear red. That one day, I would stay away from red. It's just my opinion. You could. Yes. Exactly. You're gonna wear your own team colors. And if any color you're gonna wear, it's not a big. I don't give a shit about what she wears. The big color that they try to dominate both sides, not red or blue. It's purple. Because if you can take two colors, well, then you would kind of corner your opposition a little bit. So it's really about finding that out. But I gotta say, I'm not super excited for a super conservative wave either. Like, I don't know. There are things that I don't like. Even though I'm likely considered by most of the individual, I don't want the Ten Commandments Why? Because to me, there's a separation of church and state, and if you don't go by the Ten Commandments, you're if that's not what you do, I don't want that forced on you. But like, there's this agenda 2025 or whatever that has all these things that they want to. I don't want that either. I honestly want you to ask me, end the wars, like all the wars, and then attack the deficit. Like those are the things that's what I feel fiscal presidency would be because lower inflation. Those are smart, and then you can work on infrastructure and things like that. Like we should be doing, but when you get into like, all right, now's our chance to reverse all the schools. It's like, I don't know, but then I don't like the other side either. It's like, hey, we're gonna be doing, like drag story time either. I don't want it to be like, I don't want anything forced on anyone. I guess, and not that I'm necessarily against drag story time. I would say I'm someone who's for equal time for things. So if you're gonna have drag story time, then I feel like it should be mandated like normal story time. That way, that people can see all the different colors of people who care about them. It doesn't just have to be like one segment. But I don't know what's gonna happen. Like the two polarizing sides are well. I honestly think Trump could surprise the one. Well, in 2016, apparently, he was very surprised. Whether that's true or not, I'm not sure. But that kind of came as a surprise to a lot of people within the deep areas of this campaign. That there was an argument to be made that he was just doing it. And if you win, great. But probably wouldn't, especially if it's and then end up winning. Oh, okay, huge surprise. But I do think it's really interesting. Oh, here's something that's interesting that happened. So in Trump's acceptance speech, he had like Dana White came up and said something, and Dana White went up and thanked like a bunch of people, and Hayden Ross was one of them, and I am the number one streamer. Like if you check the rankings, Hayden Ross is this. So that's kind of like thanking me, which I'm not gonna accept the things, but I will say that it helps my profile a little bit. Yeah, exactly. He also thanked Neil Vaughn, which I thought was interesting. I mean that podcast crew kind of helped him Trump a lot. And the interesting thing, and I'm actually pretty happy for the whole Phil Tony did not kill Trump's campaign, at least with the joke. I mean, I don't think it was a funny joke. I think it was offensive. I wouldn't have said it. I don't like jokes like that. But had Trump lost, everybody would be like, oh, Tony Hinchcliffe lost this fucking thing for Trump. And I just don't think that would have been fair. So transferred now. Exactly. And that's where I was, that whole idea. Now, and I was thinking this too, like Shane Gillis' Trump impression is so good, but I was thinking like, there's no way Trump's going. So we're never really going to get the best of that. Oh, we'll get the best of it now. He could have his own show for that. And this bothered me a lot. I'm about equality for people. Like I don't care if it's red or blue. I'm about equality. I'm about there used to be something called what was it called in the 80s before like 1988. It was called I've even written on this and it's just stupid. It's called the fairness doctrine. So in politics or in the media, if you were gonna have someone on talk about pro reasons for legalizing cannabis, you had to give equal time to the anti-side. So if you were going to give a side for reparations, you'd have to do for anti, or pro LGBT which is basically like at points is propaganda with humor. And they gave Kamala Harris minute 30 opening that she was able to do with Fire Rudolph, who's like a big time actor or whatever. And they said so because of the fairness, not it's not the fairness factor, but it's that was different. That went away. But it was like, oh, it's the Federal Election Committee, FEC. They said that you have to give equal time to Trump. So what they did, or what FEC did, instead of letting Trump go on and do SNL, which is a big fucking deal, they gave him like 2 60-second ads during like an NFL game, which is like, okay, I mean, that's nice, but not nearly as impactful as the opening of SNL. Because the opening of SNL gets memes, it gets on the news, it gets all kinds of play and press that you don't have to, for which you don't have to pay, and then you not give the equal amount. So I thought that was very, very cool. That like, basically, hey, we're gonna at the last minute have on one of the candidates. We know that we're supposed to have the other one on, but the election, there's not another one of our shows before the election, so it's moot. So we'll just give them a couple advertising spots and call it even. And I just thought, like, wow, that was a dirty move. But wow, I'm testing to see comments. Well, I mean, if you know the story behind that, she did not want to come to Austin. She wanted Joe Rogan to come to Washington, D.C., and they were going to make it a 45-minute interview. And Joe didn't want to do that. He said, look, if we're going to do it, you should do it the way that everybody does my podcast. I don't want to go anywhere else. And also, I don't want to put a time on it because 45 minutes is just not that long of a amount of time to get into anything. And, but you know what's hilarious is, had she done a good job, she would be president. I really, really, truly mean that. If she got up there and she was like, you know, Joe, I'm really happy to be here. I want you to know why I'm going to be the best 47th president in the United States. And she used it against him. You know how many, like, I really truly mean this, like, kind of moderate male voters would have heard that. They're like, okay, I'll give her a chance, you know, the first woman president. And she spoke pretty eloquently with Joe. They didn't get into arguments. Like, if she was able to essentially be charismatic, which I'm sure she could be, I think she could have won a lot of voters that way. But for her to just not be on there, look bad. It looks like that she's running away from it. And yeah, no, you're 100% right on that. Right. He has to wear these earrings that have like an earpiece. And a thing that I just think was an absolute, what is the word for which I'm looking? An absolute, not weakness, more than that, but a liability. An absolute liability, allegedly, is a drinking issue where I've heard it in her voice. She slurs her words sometimes. Now, maybe people can say, I slur my words. Well, I'm an alcohol tonight, but I'm not drinking, you can tell. But, like, it would happen to her a lot. And I've been around enough drunk people to kind of be able to tell the difference when someone's speaking to me normally and someone's had a couple of things here and there. And it seemed like that actually was a pretty big issue of hers. That, I mean, I don't know if this is true, but the reason why she can come out and talk to her, actually, I have to tell you something. She didn't talk to her supporters because she was just drinking. So I don't know if she was drinking. I would have been, I can't blame her. If I lost the presidency, I'd be drunk as a skunk. I'd say, I don't want to wake up until next year, truthfully. I don't want to talk to anyone. Just let me. And I would want people to respect that. So I understand what she's saying. And, she what did she? What was it? Something very okay. She's got to give her concession speech. But hey, just one moment. I want to hear. I can't fight on. I want to hear what Bill Hamilton says. Just one moment. John, I still can't believe this motherfucker. I'm in absolute shock. But as I was watching it, I wanted to like um I like confrontation when it comes to politics. So every time that Trump would get up, I was kind of rooting for Kamala to do something at the last moment. Oh, I know what it was. I know what it was. She had an event last night, allegedly. I don't know, but this is for definition. This was on NBC. She had a special event for her financial donors, like a special visit, and somebody from the TV said, "So what was the mood like there?" One of the reporters said, "It was like a funeral." And I just thought, well, that's about right. I would imagine. Um, the markets are up. Bitcoin is at an all-time high. For this old school Bitcoin, not new school Bitcoin, but you're good. Oh, you're fine. Okay, let me repeat that. I will recall what I thought was your point. I didn't say this, but one of the interviewers last night was asked about a rally, like a donor event that they had last night for Kamala's campaign, and they were asked what was the environment like, and they said it was like a funeral. It was, and it's not even technically over yet. But I mean, she hasn't conceded, and I don't think Trump ever did concede. Almost certainly he never did. So this is the first concession speech we will have heard since Hillary. That's another thing. It's look, I truthfully in my heart, I'm saying this. I want a woman president. I want a good woman president. But I do want one. It's time. Like I think that's something that just it's been a boys' club for too long, and I want a good female president. Look, Tulsi Gabbard. While you were asleep, I was making some spaghetti, and I was thinking to myself, if Tulsi Gabbard ran as a Republican, I think she'd be a great candidate. And if she ran as a Democrat, I think she could run in either. She's like the total package. She's a veteran, former congresswoman. She's attractive. She's smart. She's like and they won't even mention her. And she checks off like 15 different boxes, and yet they won't even mention her. And it makes me think It's still controlled, though. If it's still controlled, I'm asking myself this: how the hell did they let him win twice? Like the obvious people who should have won would have been Hillary in 2016 and Kamala in 2024. And the thing is that he's taken down two women. I agree. Right? And to me, she's just a giant red for the Democratic Party. You can't, like they said, the phrase that came about while she was kind of running is the phrase. I'm sure, like when I say it right here, that would be easy. I the phrase "word salad." Have you heard this phrase? Where it's just like someone talking and not knowing when to end. That's kind of what I get from her. Yet she uses that against other people. She'll say, "Oh, this person's just using a word salad or anything like that, or something like that." But in reality, that's what she's doing. I think the worst vice presidential pick I've ever seen, in my opinion, to be honest with you, 100% honest with you, was when John McCain picked her because I had no political, no real political experience thing. But and it just looked like he was desperate. He was just going for some hot chick. This time around, Biden kind of did the same thing. Like not that he went for a hot chick, but he went for someone who checked off a bunch of boxes for him. It kind of counter told you. Imagine if Hillary had won 2016. She would just be finishing her presidency now. But she probably would have won. And then I imagine her vice president would be like the next George Bush or something like that. It would have been the Tim Kaine or something. But we're not on that timeline. And I appreciate that. Thank you, SBC. It would have to be a lot longer than that. I think I would have been trying to start president or something. I'd want to shake things up. I'd be like, look, why be president of my home country when I can go be president of another country and then come back to base? But yeah, truthfully, the thing that I really want is not presidency. I want UN Secretary General. I want to be the main dude pushing world peace to the world. I think that's an important role. People don't really think that it's an important role because they can't have it in the shadows. But you recognize the UN Secretary General is like arguably like the president of the world. So that's but you never know. So, things can happen. I cannot believe that Trump won. And I'm in like as much shock as I was 2016. I almost don't want it to be true, but then I think of the alternative, and I'm like, okay, well, you're darned if you do, you're darned if you don't. I kind of want it to be, if I could have had my absolute favorite thing to happen, would have been for some random third party candidate. Like, that would have really should like, just fine or something. That would have been nothing. So now we've got some interesting cabinet picks. Because like everybody hates Trump, so nobody's gonna want. Like you remember when he was president, he was having all kinds of issues with cabinet members and all kinds of things. There aren't that he doesn't have that many allies, like, and he really knows who stands with him now. I think it'll be interesting what he does with those protesters of January 6th, the insurrectionists or whatever. Like, is he gonna pardon them all? I would just tell you this. If I were president, it would be hard for me not to pardon them. If I had, if they were my supporters, and these people had been in jail for years, I don't really care what they did. It's like, you had my back more than anybody, and now I can help you? Oh, I'm going to help you like that. Yeah, but I recognize that they did it wrong, and I don't think you should have stopped police, trespass, or any of those other things. So I'm not saying I agree with what they did by any means. I don't. But I think it's an interesting. It's interesting that Trump has the ability to basically pardon them all, and why wouldn't he? That's another interesting thing. Is like if you really know how a political base works, there's like a core group of people, and then from that epicenter, the support weakens. So basically, the insurrectionists of January 6th were like the most hardcore people you could have had for the Republican Party. It was like they would have made a lot of difference in elections and other things, but they're all behind bars for a lot of them, and so they did not have any ability to sway this election at all, and yet Trump still won. It would be like if you took out the key part of the Democrats and they somehow won still. It was just that was really surprising to me. Like, who felt everything about this election surprised me. And we have 2020 hindsight, but I don't know. I think Biden, getting rid of Biden when they did, I just don't think it was a good look. I mean, it showed decisiveness, or divisiveness, I should say. And it's like all he had to do was fool people for another 2 or 3 months or whatever till the election, 4 months, and then they just pulled the same shit that they pulled in 2020, if that's what they did, or just get that same base going. You can't tell me that Biden was hated in 2020 any more than he was hated in 2024. His approval ratings are basically 47% or something like that. But I don't know anyone out there who's like, I know people who don't like the other side. Like, I think people kind of just thought that Biden was like an old man, basically senile, and they weren't necessarily going to blame him for things. They blame his handlers and such, but I think that it may have been a mistake to switch him out for Kamala. And I mean, look, when is Kamala concessions? I've watched concession speeches, and believe it or not, whenever I watch them, it makes me really, really, really like that candidate. Like, oh damn, I watched this one out, but damn, I wish you would have won. Because they come out and they're like humble, and they're like, I tried my best. I want everybody to know, like, we want to unite the country and all these other. They say all the stuff that you wanted them to say before the election in their concession speech, and it's like, man, if I had seen that side of you, I would have made, I would have had more of a connection. And okay, so Harris was addressing supporting party, and that's another thing. She keeps postponing events, and I get it, you lost. The thing that she should do is pick up a phone, say, I want to congratulate you, Donald Trump, on your win, and let's do our best to make the country great. That's it. And then she could just put out a little piece, just a memo. She doesn't have to be on camera. And just say, I recently called the president-elect, Donald Trump, to congratulate him. And I want all of my supporters to know that we would like to unite under one leader. And so put any kind of divisiveness behind you and move forward. And we look forward to 2020, whatever you want to say. But that way, it's over. It's like a band-aid. Delaying this any longer is just not good. There's this. Okay, so her co-chair last night, this guy named Calvin something, he gives this speech. He comes out and he says, all of the votes have been counted, and there's still some key swing states out there. But I want you to know that the vice president will not be coming out and making any remarks tonight. And if you listen to it live, or even a few snippets right after that, there is this audible person in the background who goes, "Damn!" like really loud. And it made me laugh so hard. But if you go to other ones, it's been edited out. But it's just the loudest one. The vice president will not be making any remarks. Damn. There's also I saw this. Okay, so I think Donald Trump Jr. put out a tweet. Like, I pulled my second all-nighter in a row, which I completely understand. And he says something like, "Please send me all your best memes." And I don't know, I think it's probably because I'm just so tired. But this one meme, let me see if I can find it. I even looked up this guy. Hold on, I looked up the guy who fucking tweeted. Who is this guy? Okay. Oh, it's not going to be hard. Okay, I'll just describe it. So you know how Kamala allegedly said that she worked at McDonald's, but they quickly found out that she didn't, and the Donald Trump went and worked at McDonald's for a day. You know about this? Oh, okay. This happened recently, within the last month. So Trump worked at McDonald's, right? The reason why he did that was because Kamala said that she worked there, but then when they fact checked it, there was no. Actually, I shouldn't say that she said she worked there because we would have that soundbite. One of her friends said that she worked there, something like that, and I think it was trying to connect to the common person. Oh, yeah. And then they photoshopped her face on like an old. What's up, Coogan? How you living? Yeah? They photoshopped her face on some other McDonald's employee's body. Yeah. Okay. So the meme is this. I'm not going to be able to describe it correctly. Okay. It's so the story is that she worked there at McDonald's, but then they had to backtrack on that, and that's why Trump did the McDonald's thing. But I didn't understand that. Really, I was like, oh, Trump worked at McDonald's. Why is he doing that? But it was basically to prove, like, hey, I have worked at a McDonald's at least for one day. That's more than this lady said. Okay, so the meme is this. It's like a picture from the 1980s of Ronald McDonald on the phone, and underneath it says something like, well, I guess you could say that she worked here, but she was just hanging out in the back of the parking lot or something like that. And it just made me laugh a lot because it's just this hilarious picture of a clown on the phone. Like somebody from the AP called the McDonald's. It's like fact checking this. And basically Ronald McDonald was saying, well, she didn't really work inside the restaurant. She was giving blowjobs in the parking lot, which is kind of the way that it was. That particular issue wasn't really brought up all that much in the campaign. I guess it was some, but her whole relationship was really brown. Basically, he was the mayor of San Francisco who had an open relationship with her, and he even said, like, I got her job as attorney, as prosecutor of San Francisco, and then attorney general of California, and like basically this woman kind of swept her over the top, and I'm happy that the first woman has it. Hopefully, we're not being but I really want a good woman president, right? Is what I'm trying to say. I don't want Donald Trump, and I don't want Joe Biden. I want So this is quite interesting. If anything, if they killed Trump now, it's not like they hit the presidency because he would just have advanced it. And then, so, I was reading, this is a kicker too. You know how the vice president has to, like, um, there's some kind of process where the vice president has to ratify the presidential pick. This was the whole big thing with Mike Pence, and he had to ratify the election for Biden, which is like kind of kicking the teeth to Trump. Well, Kamala is going to have to do it Trump because she's the vice president. Like, of all the people with that. That's all. All right, I'm going to look up Kamala in session. It looks like this. There's a few different I think the January 6th question will be very interesting. Will he pardon? I don't really see how he does it. I mean, they were like his core base that, and it's not like they didn't do any time. They did like they're like all their lives are working. So it's, and the thing is, maybe he doesn't do it on day one, maybe he does it on his last day. But I can't imagine. I can't imagine he would have his own support group behind bars when he can freedom of that. it's not like he's got to win another election. He's done. Like, that's kind of the interesting thing is now he can do whatever the fuck he wants for 4 years. I mean, so long as he keeps dodging bullets, he can do whatever he wants. It's true. I've heard the argument though, and I hear it with any president in their second term to essentially pass another constitutional amendment reversing the constitutional amendment that says that limits it to 2 terms. But we've had presidents with more than 2 terms. One, Rothschild, FDR, who won 4 times. So, but I know it's different. But I've heard Trump kind of joke about it at a couple points. But he's 78 right now. He'll be 82 when it's done. If he makes it back. So for someone who's 78, he's extreme. I'm telling you, he's a very good golfer. He seems pretty cognizant, though he does lose track of himself in stories. But catch me, see, I can't tell you. I'll keep throwing it on shot until January 20th. Good. Yeah. Now there was like a whole. Which is like just going to be interesting with this. What's he going to do with the border? What's he going to do with the people who are here? Well, like he said, I'm going to have the largest deportation in United States history on January 21st. like that kind of shit. I don't want anybody to get hurt. I think, what would I do? I'd say, look, you already made it here. We got it. And we looked at it. But there's the argument to be made you can't stay here if you're not here legally. And so, like previously what they would do is just say, oh, you've got a court date, and there's some kind of rule that says if you have a court date in the country, the court date is like 16 years from now. Like, literally, they're just like ridiculously long. 8 years from now, 7 years, 12 years. It's like you're never going to be seen. I probably would say you got to do it wherever that was. But, like, I remember hearing Trump say, like, we are going to have the largest deportation in global history. And I was always like, yeah, but he's not going to win. There's no way he's going to win. How he fucking works. Is he really going to stand by that? Yeah. 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 But just the way that he says it, it's not like we're going to get rid of all of the people who came here who, are bad. He's like, this is going to be on day 1, the largest mass deportation global history. He says this one thing. I'm gonna play this clip for you. I sometimes listen to this clip, and again, I think that the guy, truthfully, in my heart of hearts, is a rapist, or whatever you consider someone who has sex with a 13-year-old against her will. That's rape. But with that said, I don't think he's a good guy. I think he's scumbag. But there's a way that he communicates that is very effective, and one of them is this. Please provide me with that clip where Trump is talking about China and tariffs. It's so funny the way that he I'm fucking. There's just a don't give a fuck attitude that America has. Like when we go to like the G7, people aren't laughing at us. Like they'd be like, okay, well they at least have like someone who's not like senile in the office. Okay. And like, I mean, everybody's paying attention. Netanyahu says, you know, he welcomes him as a president again. Zelensky's got to be shaking in his shorts. Putin's got to be celebrating. They were celebrating in Russia. Trump, the way he says this, I think it was it. Conservative. Now this wasn't. They didn't play this on the national news very often, but and you can tell this is like from somebody's cell phone video. But okay, here we go. So this is at the, I think it was at CPAN, which is like a huge. And is it? Yeah. So I you absolutely right, because I don't think he's a good person. Well, and on top, okay, even without the rape thing, let's say that girl just made all that up, which I don't believe. I believe I defend that woman because no one else would come out there and just destroy their whole image and their whole life just to talk about this. And it's not like, and this is what tells me it's true is that the Democrats didn't come out and say, "Hey, look at this woman, no." They were like, "Hey, shut up, bitch. Don't you talk." So that made me like it gave some credit. Same with that Alicia Brown getting hit by a car. Everybody, come on. But I don't like people who cheat, and the fact that he's cheated on all his wives, I think it's just scumbag behavior. I just don't think that's cool. If you want to have that kind of life, that's cool. Just get a divorce. Simple as that. Because, I mean, to me, you're disrespecting your wife, you're disrespecting your family, your kids, and that's not cool. So, do I think he's a? So when you watch, you go on Twitter and go, "Oh, this guy's so great." Come on, you know that he's a scumbag, just like a lot of other people. But he does have a way of communicating things that I do enjoy. Just his way. It's just cut and dry. Listen here, you motherfuckers. Like, okay, I understand. You're connected to your people when you speak like that. And he doesn't have to cuss or curse. He can just be straight to the point and just say it any way that he wants. But you just don't hear that kind of off the cuff talking from politicians. And I guess I like that too. You never know what's going to come out of that motherfucking mouth. And surprisingly, I would think that he would make more mistakes than he does. Like just letting shit fly. But he doesn't. He basically fixes the working. Yeah. So what did we learn? Well, something else, a big thing. Looking back on it, I think Joe Rogan tweeted about this overnight. Look up Joe Rogan. He typed something on or maybe, no. I think it was the Joe Rogan podcast, which is not Joe Rogan. I mean, it's like some. Okay, he tweeted. Hold on. Somebody would tweet it. Um, let's see. I'm not sure it's on it, but it was. I mean, this is on his podcast thing, but he's got like a microphone up to her face. Well, it's not Joe Rogan's topic, it's a podcast that do it. But it was something like, there was something that I really thought had a lot of wisdom to it, and it was, I bet you wish you went on that podcast now. And I'm telling you, man, that would have been huge. If she would have got on Joe Rogan podcast and done a good job, not saying that she would have, but if she did, she could have changed a lot. That to me would have changed more than Saturday Night Live or any of the other bullshit that happened. But she refused. And then Trump went on, and then he had on J.D. Vance as well. And J.D. Vance, I know people call him weird or whatever. He seems to be like somewhat normal. That's the thing. If you're normal, they'll call you because they don't really have anything else to call you. The strangest thing that I've ever seen him do is his mascara thing. Which, if that's your thing, if you want to have weird mascara, that's cool. Anyway, but his eyes always look a little too dark, like the outside eyes. But oh yeah, it's a big thing. They made fun of him. And apparently, he says people have said that he does it because it makes his eyes look bluer or something. But so he may be able to tell, you might not be able to. But his just can you see it? It's like a little too dark. Like he's got yeah. So this is a big picture that goes around, which is it's like not super obvious from here, but you can tell it's just a little too dark for a man. And if that's the worst thing about him, okay, no big deal. I mean, I don't know too much about him, but you know, I think that I think he's gonna be 4 years or so. I agree. All right, I'm gonna continue with the accusation. I'm gonna continue with the Today Show. And, keep on keeping. Yeah.
To pick their candidate going forward and perhaps to give that candidate more time to gear up for this battle with Donald Trump. The bottom line is there were so many questions, so few answers. The Democrats have a lot of figuring out what to do next.
Just one more. I want it to be a live feed. So
Trump and
there we
Jared
go.
Kushner were inside the administration, but things have changed in 8 years. Donald Trump returned to the White House for a second term, but this time around with a smaller entourage in tow. The president-elect telling Fox News his kids will not serve in his administration.
I said, not so much for the family. You know what? It's too painful for the family. My family's been through enough.
In his first presidency, Ivanka Trump served as a key advisor, and her husband, Jared Kushner, took on a major and controversial role in a number of projects, including Middle East diplomacy. Ivanka, who has been less present on the campaign trail than her brothers, expected to keep more distance this term. She took a hit for going into politics, so she wants to step away. Trump's youngest child, Barron, is now 18, a 6'7" college student living at Trump Tower and attending New York University. During the campaign, Barron advised his dad on which podcast to do.
I mean, he tells me about all the hot guys, people I never heard of. That guy is hot.
The author of Melania's unauthorized biography called The Art of Her Deal says Melania Trump is protective of Barron and doesn't want him in the limelight. She says it's dangerous, especially after the assassination attempt, and she thinks he's too young for the rough and tumble of politics. Since leaving the White House in 2021, Melania herself has rarely appeared with her husband. They're at the convention, but not speaking, and a surprise appearance at that rally in Madison Square Garden.
Please welcome our next Commander-in-Chief, my husband, President Donald J. Trump.
The big unanswered question, will the First Lady live in Washington or stay in New York?
I think it'll be very much like it was the last time. When she wants to be in the White House, she'll be there. But when she didn't feel like it, she just disappeared.
Melania Trump speaks about the mental and physical well-being of children, and they try to reinvent her Be Best initiative.
There is tough. And then there's Trump tough.
Donald Trump Jr. and his fiancée, Kimberly Guilfoyle, are widely expected to continue as surrogates for the president, with Eric Trump managing more of the Trump business, and his wife Laura, a co-chair of the Republican National Committee. And don't forget the Gen Z Trumps.
I'm a Trump too.
Trump's granddaughter Kai made her debut at the Republican National Convention. Her grandfather, beaming.
10 grandkids right now for Mr. Trump, but there is another on the way. President-elect Trump announced during a campaign event on October 10th that his daughter Tiffany Trump is pregnant, expecting her first child. We don't know the exact timing, because it could be a brand new member of the large Trump clan very soon.
A lot of Trumps.
Yeah.
A lot of Trumps, Keith. That was fascinating. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. All right, joining us now, Mark Lauder, who served as the Director of Strategic Communications for the Trump 2020 campaign. Mark, good morning. Good to see you. A lot of people woke up this morning and some were surprised because President Trump, now President-elect Trump, is 5 million up in the popular vote. He did very, very well in the Electoral College. Were you surprised by what happened overnight?
Not really. I think some of the polls have started to show it. I thought we saw the demographic shifts happening. The question was, do you believe the polls? Did you believe that they had corrected for under polling in previous years? So there was always that bit of hesitation. But if things held the way we thought they would, it would turn out this way. Also, the reason why I think he went to New Jersey, New York, California, when other than helping House candidates, I think he secretly wanted this national popular vote because that's where you want to get it.
You know, you know the president better than others. We all saw and heard and read in the first few years we like administration. Do you think it's reasonable to expect that his second term will mirror that, or do you think that he's going to take things that he's learned, perhaps, maybe from that first term and apply them in a second term?
I think he will, because I think he actually took the campaigns. The 2016 campaign, I was on that. I was on the 2020 campaign. And I would tell you that the 2024 campaign was kind of the best parts of both. It had the professionalism of the 2020 campaign, but it had that tight-knit group led by Chris Lasavidas, Susie Wild, and Greg Trump. And so they had the kind of the guerrilla mentality. He did. But he had the guerrilla mentality of the 2016 campaign with the professionalism of the 2020 campaign. And so I would expect him to take the lessons learned both in people and who you can trust, how you can manage things. Really, the dynamics and the news cycles, the up and down cycles of Washington, D.C. It has its own rhythm to it.
He's made some promises of what he wants to do. Even in this first week, he talked about mass deportations. He talked about ending the war in Ukraine in 24 hours. Do you think he would stick to those things?
Well, I don't speak for the former president and nor his transition. I think he'll give it a shot. With mass deportations, that's really getting ICE back to doing what they're supposed to be doing. And I think everything that I've heard, again, I don't speak for him, is going to focus on those who already have been ordered to be removed by the courts and those who are criminal aliens who have convictions and those kinds of things. That's the easiest and probably the best place to start to make our community safer. And then I'm sure there will be some discussions at the appropriate times on the foreign policy side, with the full knowledge that obviously you take the reins from Hillary.
We got 10 seconds left. Which administration you take?
Now, right now.
A lot of people think that we're back before we're ongoing election coverage coming up right now.
trying to get out to you.
No, what is it that diversify?
We got important news this hour about your money, mental health, big picture. Why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Network. NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Vicki Lynn. I'm Kate Snow. And I'm Zing Glass. Hold on.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing encouraging signs for our economy. Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health? What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Network.
Letters are certainly received the spill to close the basketball reporting for the round zero as it's being over to some people who are resilience. That's the biggest risk right now. Welcome you to the first presidential debate. There's a resilient
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start.
Still, we are waiting to hear from Vice President Harris for the first time since her election defeat. We will have a lot of coming up.
Plus, much more on the issues and the gender gap that propelled Donald Trump to victory. We will break it all down the first time. Check your local news.
from the inside and from Israel, from his campaign,
Do you pledge not to hold a vote on any legislation that would ban abortion? Do you still have faith and confidence in the Supreme Court? Is this plan to ban price gouging anything more than a gimmick? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good Wednesday morning, everyone. Americans are waking up to a political shock overnight.
A return to power for Donald Trump, elected the 47th president of the United States. Good morning, it's November 6th, and this is Today. Red wave.
Frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time.
Former President Trump, now the president-elect, dominating the swing states to seal an historic return to the White House.
We thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have done.
Trump's path to victory driven by issues like the economy, a surge in support for Hispanic voters, and the gender gap led by young men.
This is my first time voting.
Republicans also scoring major upsets to seize control of the Senate.
This is a new dawn of Republican leadership.
This morning we'll break everything down. What went right for Trump and the GOP, what went wrong for Harris and the Democrats, and what it all means for America's future. Today, Wednesday, November 6th, 2024.
From NBC News, this is a special edition of Today, Decision 2024.
Good Wednesday morning, guys. 7 a.m. on the West Coast, 10 a.m. here in the East. We're so happy you're with us. We actually are rolling on with a special edition of Today because it's the morning after the election. Savannah's catching some Z's, well deserved after doing her coverage all night and into the morning. And Jenna is all right. The nation, Wall Street, the world, all now reacting to the news that Donald Trump will make an historic return to the White House. The former president, now the president-elect once again. NBC News projecting he has eclipsed the 270 electoral college votes.
And take a look at this path to victory. It's a bit surprising to a lot of us. Trump busting through that blue wall, winning in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. Michigan at this hour, still too close to call. Mr. Trump also carried the South, including the key swing states of Georgia and North Carolina. The president-elect claiming victory during a speech at his launch party in Florida overnight, saying voters have given him a powerful mandate for his agenda over the next 4 years.
Also this morning, we are closely watching that battle for Congress. We can tell you that Republicans will control the Senate after flipping several seats. No surprise there. The House at this point, and perhaps for weeks to come, still up for grabs. We're covering all of this morning. Let's begin with NBC's Garrett Hake, who is with the Trump campaign. Hey, Garrett, good morning.
Hey, Lodi, good morning to you. And Donald Trump's victory in this campaign was as complete as it was stunning. Even he seemed somewhat surprised by it last night. But you have a campaign in which he knocked out President Biden over the summer, overcoming Kamala Harris last night by winning at least 2 out of the 3 of those so-called blue wall Democratic states. And now we'll have the first president in more than 100 years serving non-consecutive terms. Mr. Trump returning to Washington with what he calls a powerful and unprecedented mandate.
Look what is this?
Overnight, a stunning victory for Donald Trump. NBC News projecting the 45th president is now set to serve again as the nation's voice.
This will truly be the golden age of America.
The former president flipping back critical battlegrounds he lost in 2020, celebrating his victory with supporters in the early morning hours.
This will forever be remembered as the American people who gave control of their country.
Trump trading in his priority rhetoric, instead calling for unity.
It's time to push the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try.
Deliberately not mentioning President Biden or Vice President Harris or their supporters in his remarks. Instead, focusing on his next term. with a Republican-controlled Senate.
America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate.
On stage with his family, Trump also touting several high-profile allies, including Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who he said will have a role in his next administration, and spending several minutes praising billionaire Elon Musk, who spent tens of millions of dollars supporting Trump's campaign.
We have a new star. The star is Elon.
Running mate J.D. Vance also taking the stage.
We just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
The former president winning with a coalition driven by white voters, men, and first-time voters, a group he lost in 2020, but won this year.
They came from all quarters, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful.
During the campaign, Trump had focused heavily on immigration, painting the immigration debate in dark terms.
Black voters are furious with Kamala over illegal immigration. It's destroying their communities.
His support with Black and Latino voters higher in key swing states. Latino men in particular flocking to Trump, favoring him by a 10-point margin, backing Joe Biden by 23 points 4 years ago. The economy also laser-focused, tying Harris to incumbent President Biden, also seeming to pay off with voters in the all-important Midwest states.
And think about this. This isn't the Republican Party of old. President Trump has completely remade the Republican Party to be the party of the working class.
And looks ahead to leading a divided country.
We're going to help our country heal.
At 78, Trump will also be the oldest president ever elected and the only one with a felony conviction. Now remember, he still has several other criminal cases pending against him, although some of those, at least, are likely to be dismissed by a Justice Department that he will assume control. Now the focus shifts to a transition, staffing up a cabinet and a White House. Goals that will be similar with that new Republican Senate that will join him in D.C. next year. Craig,
all right, Gary, take force there in West Palm. John, thank you.
Meanwhile, the co-chair of the Harris campaign talked to her supporters overnight, saying that the vice president will address the nation at some point today. ABC's Monica Howard joins us now from the White House. Monica, first of all, any guidance on moving right here for Vice President Harris?
Well, we do expect Vice President Harris to address the nation and her supporters from Howard University later today, Craig. But before that, she is also expected to call President-elect Trump to concede this race. Of course, she was supposed to make it to that site, her alma mater, that university in Washington, D.C., overnight, but she never arrived there, given the fact that they were still waiting for some of those results to roll in before deciding to address the nation today instead. And I'm told she is currently working on her speech and her address, and the timing is still fluid, but it's notable here as well that President Biden plans to also call President-elect Trump at some point today, I'm told, and he will also address the nation at some point about the election results. And we're still waiting to hear exactly when that is going to take place as well. But he will be taking an approach to Donald Trump's victory in many senses in a way that he will try to do the things that back when Donald Trump lost in 2020 and Joe Biden won in 2020 didn't take place. So we will see President Biden call to congratulate him, invite him to the White House, and he plans to attend his inauguration, the White House has said. So that is a really important moment here in Washington in terms of what comes next for this historic day. But we are also expecting really the president to take the vice president's lead. And she is somebody who has said that she will respect the rule of law and the outcome here, which is something that she will talk about when she does speak later today. And we know for now that the staffers at the Wilmington, Delaware headquarters, which is left over from when President Biden was at the top of the ticket, are going to be convening and likely heading to Washington for her final speech. And then there will also be a message of urging this calm and acceptance of the results, which we expect to hear from both the president and the vice president.
All right, Monica, thank you so much. What do you say we fire up the big board once again in front of the latest numbers with NBC's national political correspondent, Steve Kornacki. So, Steve, there were a bunch of surprises overnight. One of them is the youth vote traditionally goes to the Democrats. Not so much in this one.
Yeah, big movement here. Let's call it the exit polls from last night. Take a look. Voters under 30. And we got here a comparison to what happened last night and what happened 4 years ago. So last night, well, Democrats won. We say Democratic candidate because it was Harris last night, Biden in 2020. So Harris wins the youth vote by 13 points. 4 years ago, Joe Biden won it by 24 points. So basically got cut in half. And the other interesting part about this is overall, we had a gender gap last night, but it wasn't as big as people were expecting it to be. But it was massive among the youngest voters. Among men under 30, Harris won by 2 points. Among women under 30, Harris won by 36 points. So the gender gap is growing among the youngest group of voters. Overall, less Democratic. Oh, look at that gap.
I thought it was also interesting that in the last election, Biden won women by a larger margin than Harris won women in this election.
Yeah.
That's the case?
And it's not just that. In the last election, too, that share that Biden had among women was a bigger margin with women than Trump had with men. Last night was a wash. Trump won men by 10, Harris won women by 10.
Let's look back at the board and let's talk about Texas for a second. Because Texas was one of those states that some Democrats were thinking, maybe we can make some inroads here.
Yeah, Democrats had 2 votes in Texas. In our dream night, they were going to win Texas in the presidential race. And not only did that not happen, but this for Trump, just check this out compared to what happened 4 years ago. Trump won here not by less than 6 points in 2020. He more than doubled that margin in Texas. But what Democrats were really hoping for in Texas last night was they really don't like Ted Cruz. And Ted Cruz, they thought they could unseat him last night. Polling had been closer in that race than in the presidential. And it was closer in the presidential. I'll take this one off just so you can see there. But Cruz does win this state comfortably in the end. You know, one of the things in Texas, we'll put the presidential results back up there, one of the things that powered Trump and Republicans, Cruz and Cruz, look down here in deep South Texas along the border. You see a lot of red in here. These are overwhelmingly Hispanic counties. I just want to show you, back in 2016 when Trump first came on the stage, this was all blue in here. He has turned the border red.
And see what happened. Let's talk about Iowa, because there was that big Des Moines Register poll that said, wow, it looks like Harris is actually winning in this red state. Everybody was shocked. People were saying, are there going to be more Iowas out there? Actually, Iowa stayed red.
Yeah, and there were more Iowas out there, just not in the direction people were thinking, I would say. What was in that poll that got so much attention? The poll started a great track record. That's why people were saying, those are something here. The story behind it and those numbers was there was incredible movement among women in the suburbs, independent women, senior women that was going to power. We thought maybe connected to abortion, but I'll tell you what, Dallas County, this is the classic suburban county right outside Des Moines, and I can show you Trump wins there, and again, it ends up being better for Trump this time than last time. If anything like that poll had been happening, this would have been a landslide or a big win for Harris.
And Steve, we still have some states we haven't called. When do you expect that we might see some movement with those?
Yeah, so let's call up the national map here. I think the most immediate one potentially is in Michigan. You can see here it's about a 90,000 vote lead for Donald Trump. I can tell you what we're waiting on mainly is coming out of Wayne County. This is Detroit's this massive population. We may get some clarity there today. The issue in Nevada and especially in Arizona, we'll show you the results there. In Nevada, Trump does have a pretty strong 5-point advantage. They have vote by mail that can continue to come in, get counted. They have to take a bit in Arizona. Again, this is a good position for Trump to be in, but they do release big batches of that vote by mail over days next. We want to see what that starts to look like too.
All right, Steve. Thanks so much. Craig, over to you.
I want to focus on look at the campaign and what transpired with the Bills yesterday. We want to welcome in Sloan Sanders Townsend. She's the co-host of The Weekend on SNBC. She also served as the chief spokesperson and senior advisor for Vice President Harris. I know you've been up all night as well, so thank you so much for your time. I mean, you know the Vice President, better than a lot of folks. You're still quite hooked into that staff and that team. First of all, what's going on behind the scenes right now? I know we expect to hear from her in a few hours. What can you tell us about what might be happening behind the scenes?
So I will say that the message part, of course, for the vice president, she did not obviously go out to speak last night at Howard University because she was not there. She was on site with her family, and she didn't have a big meeting with a lot of people. It was a small group of people that were talking with her last night. Still a small group of people of her trusted advisors that were speaking with her today. And it's my understanding that, first of all, when they went to bed last night, I don't know if the team actually believed that they could not overcome Iowa thought that there was still a path because they thought that there were more votes coming out of Pennsylvania. To be very clear, there's some votes left in Pennsylvania, but the gap is just too large for the vice president specifically to overcome. Kasich may lose Pennsylvania, may lose in the state, and he's very well liked. So I think now when they woke up this morning, early this morning, there's realization that, okay, is that happening? What is the cadence of this? And what we're seeing right now behind the scenes is they're figuring out what the cadence is going to be, what she's going to say. And her team feels like she ran a good race. And I talked to a number of Democrats today, and me myself, knowing her, I also think the vice president specifically, she was wrong with you. She campaigned very good.
So the reality is, and again, the House hasn't been called yet. The Republicans going to win the Senate. Trump's going back to the White House. He's going to win a popular vote. It looks like he may very well reach 300 in the electoral college. It would seem to be a lot more than Vice President Harris's campaign. You saw Steve Mailer's numbers on youth voters and winning voters. There's going to be all types of stuff. He's been a part of the Democratic Party for a long time. What does your party have to do to figure out how their message can resonate with more voters?
I talked to a lot of the local strategists this morning. They've been on my phone, and the state elected officials, like state representatives in Pennsylvania to be specific. And from Pennsylvania to Wisconsin to Michigan, they've all said the same thing to me. Some version of, look, we don't want to be Monday morning quarterbacks or Wednesday morning quarterbacks, this morning, to be clear, but that they felt communications of this, particularly one strategist who is very connected within the party apparatus in Pennsylvania, said to me yesterday, they were speaking to the gentleman, and the gentleman, she said she didn't know a person in Pennsylvania, black specifically, who had not seen that ad, but Kamala Harris is for that, and they good, and not much. And that resonated. They put a lot of money behind those ads. And so the perception that people have is that across the board is that Democrats, the they them has worked, and they're paying, $100 for groceries. It's a little bit less. And the question that some of these voters had, according to the strategist on the ground, said, hey, well, if that's what they're focused on, they're not focused on me. So I think that the autopsy and some of the soul searching is about how can the message break through? Because the idea that, the Democrats don't have an economic agenda, right, that fixes it is what people is actually not true. But do people feel it as a
we got to get to, so we're talking about this ad nature with the DJ Papa Dash, right? The guy, this sidekick using Kamala Harris, it's talking about using federal funds for transition.
Well, yeah, in all of the states, because every Republican in these key races. So, thank you so much. Good to see you. All right, got a lot more ahead, and we first want to get checked the weather. And for that, we say good morning to you.
Good morning to
the best way that I'm going to be able to do it is with this translator.
It's so dry and windy. You got a strong Santa Ana wind.
Have you seen one of these?
People at risk.
Most of my Hebrew is. There we go.
So
how are you today?
Looking at 71 in San Francisco, Medford, some fog, and 59, partly sunny in Los Angeles, 75 degrees. Salt Lake City, 44. And we've got a pretty good area of snow starting to develop.
How'd you find out about me?
This in the Rockies today with some more snow. That's basically.
Oh, the internet. Okay, very cool. Well, welcome. A little bit, yeah. Absolutely. Well, let me tell you what I do here. I shoot my life for world peace 24/7, 365, because I don't want war anymore. Some of the things that we discuss on this stream are things like anti-gravity, antimatter, life extension technology, things like human growth hormone. We talk about things like human growth hormone stem cells. We talk about ambrosia therapy using the platelets of younger people for the benefit of older people. We talk about nootropics. We talk about cryogenics, and then really getting into another world. So let me ask you this, Shimon. Has anyone ever told you that they don't think you're going to die?
What do you mean by that?
I don't think you're going to. Not necessarily. There's another type of technology. So when you were born, your life expectancy probably is going to be about age 80, age 100, 120. We may be able to get you there with life extension technology, but there's another type of technology that is in development. It's known as mind upload. We live to 120, absolutely, like Moshe Rabbeinu, absolutely. And should we all? But I think we can extend that even further to perhaps indefinitely through a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer for later download. So essentially, we know where every atom is in your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system, and we can essentially have a save point, like in a video game, where you could later download that into an avatar, an android, a clone of yourself, a cybernetic being, a cyborg, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want. But what I'm basically saying is that I think that you may, particularly with your age, be able to have a digital immortality, which is a very exciting premise, is it not?
Yeah, it is.
Definitely. So those are some of the things that we talk about. I've been live streaming my life 24/7, 365 for more than 3 years. Essentially, this goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of the king, and everything in between. And we just had an election in America yesterday. I am in America. Not absolutely. I want to make Aliyah.
What?
I want to make Aliyah.
Oh, you should, if you go on Twitter, you should go to Layla.
I may.
It's a city that has like a lot of hotels, water parks. Like, I live in Richmond. It's next to something.
Beautiful. Well, I
Hope you get visited.
oh God willing, soon enough.
Are you happy that Trump won?
Well, I'll be honest with you. I don't like either candidate. I was saying earlier today that it'd be quite interesting to see what happens. Really, I want peace. I want peace in the world. So whatever candidate wants peace, I'm for that candidate. I don't want people to die in war.
And you know, Iran is sending us another missile.
Okay, well, I can tell you this. I don't want that to happen. I want peace. I don't want anyone to die. So that's where I stand. Basically, if somebody wants someone to die, then you're against me. I don't want anyone else to die in the world. I want a world where no one dies. That's my goal. I want world peace everywhere. And I'm a leader. So what I've done to make this essentially my life's project of promoting world peace globally and also recording everything that I can, creating as much data as possible. The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data was Earth's #1 resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, everything. And I have more data, Shimon, online than any person ever. So what does that mean? It means I may be a very influential person someday. I may have I may be quite influential. If that happens, I want to help all the people of the world as best that I can, including you, so that you'll be able to afford all of the technology that I talked about, and you'll be able to live a digital immortality, should you wish.
Yeah.
So that's what I do. And believe it or not, like I said, we had an election last night, so we're watching some of the coverage today. I've been up all night.
What time is it?
It is currently 7:23 in the morning.
Like,
Right. So I want you to know that you're always welcome here. I want you to always stop in whenever you can. And you should know that I'm always going. I'm on over 33 different platforms right now, so I'll just quickly review some of them with you. In case you ever want to find me, just type Rabbi Rothschild into any of these, and you will be able to find me. I am,
you know who Rothschild is?
yeah, it's my last name.
That's your last name.
That's correct. I'm live.
You know like what he did?
Yes, I'm the good one. Yes, certainly. So we have, I'm live on YouTube. I'm live on 8 different YouTube, 8 different Twitches, 8 different Rumbles. I'm live on Twitch. 8, yeah. So what I do is I do my best to be uncanceled. So I have redundant streams going at any time. So if anything ever happens to any of my channels or any of my devices, oh, trust me, I've been doing this for 3 years. So I use, if I need to, I use VPNs, but generally I've been pretty good on that. I'm live in 12 different Discords, so as you know, or more than that. And then additionally, I'm live on a bunch that you probably have never heard of, like Global TV, Nemo TV, Nono Live, D Live, New Now, Breakers TV, Trovo, Vault, Odyssey, SE2, and Arena TV, so, as well as some others. Excellent. You need a what? Okay, we can work on that for you. Don't worry. Once this goes by, we're going to make all your dreams come true. If you want to live in America permanently, you'll be able to choose wherever you want. I'll help you be able to do everything that you want. I am sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Realms on a Penny. When I started, it was worth less than a penny. A few weeks ago, it's worth 8 cents. It's at an all-time high recently of 31 cents. It has a market cap of like $300 million. So it's going to be worth a lot. And when it is, I'll be able to do whatever I need. Additionally, with all of the data that I have. So if you want to move to the United States, we'll make that happen. If you just want to travel here, we'll make that happen. I'll make all of your dreams come true. Absolutely. If I have $1 trillion, I'll have no issue starting my own charity that helps people fly from one place to another if they can't afford it or they just don't want to. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you have to think. Essentially, data is the Earth's #1 resource in the world, and I have more data for mine than any person. So I'll be able to control my own destiny and your destiny as well. It's a big thought. And, you know, what I want you to do, certainly think about it, but think about how important data is in the world, and know that I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 200 Instagram accounts, 300 Twitch accounts. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts. I have over 2,000 Twitter accounts and over 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more data than any person ever. So when this goes viral, everybody's going to know about it everywhere from Tel Aviv to Cape Town, London to Montreal, Melbourne to Crown Heights, and everywhere. Yeah, we definitely have Jews in here. Israelis as well.
You know, like a couple of hours ago, there were settlers in central Israel.
I did know that.
Like 1 hour ago, there were another.
I do know that. I'm on the IDF Telegram, so I get all the alerts for Israel.
I can give you the name of the app that is alert. Israel. See it. It will give you like little notification.
Certainly, that's it.
Hold up.
Absolutely. So.
It's called So Far.
Oh, okay. Yeah, like the. Oh, okay. So I will download.
Let me send it to you in
Please do. So the most recent updates that I got, there were sirens in Kadita, and then there were some UAVs that were intercepted from Lebanon, and then some other sirens in northern Israel.
If you want, there's the official IDF house called Plain Frog Command.
Very well. Well, now I'll be even more up to date. But I did get those alerts from Telegram, and they're quite good.
Before we do,
Yeah.
disable the setting. That looks like a siren alarm on your phone. That's really scary to hear.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. Okay, I appreciate that. So I will make sure.
Add 10 places
What's the name?
Safari.
Oh, I just downloaded it. Yes, I got TZOFA. Excellent. I got them both, my friend. So I would be
Just
even.
remember to disable the alarm.
Excellent. I appreciate that. Well, I would do so. And to know that you're welcome to do whatever you want. We do a lot of fun things in here. We play games. We watch sports. Are you into sports?
I'm into surfing, like a surf.
Okay, excellent. And you're 18, right? Oh, you got to be 18 to be in here. Sorry, Shimon.
Oh, it's amazing.
No, absolutely. But Shimon, listen to me. When you turn 18, come back here. I will always remember you. I will keep these apps on my phone, and whenever I hear an alert, I'll think of you, okay? And you'll be on my phone. Shimon, you take care, buddy.
Yeah, thank you.
Peace.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Mornings are filled with possibility.
Yeah, I don't even know what it is. What is it? Oh, okay. Well, then I don't want to be in there. Hold on, let me change my server. Okay, good to know. You know, I was making fun of this the other day. I was saying, what in the fuck is Genshin Impact? Why would you name something that? It doesn't even make sense. Okay, so hold on. I got to find what account is in there. What is Genshin Impact? I mean, I know it's some kind of like, yeah. Let's see here. Okay. I have to find what account is in there. Oh, no. Well, this one I think is fine. I'm just a DJ. I mean, I get what you're saying, but it's not like I'm interacting with people in there. But I'll change it just for that. It has. No. See, here's the thing. There's no one in here except DJs. It's just like, yeah. But I understand. Now that I know that, I'll go to something else. But there aren't any. Like, you can't show your video in there. There are no. You can't even communicate in there. It's literally just a DJ server that has like, well, Genshin Impact though. Yeah, I'm not gonna run away from this. It doesn't have like, what am I trying to say? The biggest Discord server of all of them. It's huge. It has tons of people. But I also, I told you gotta be 18 to be in here, my friend. You gotta be 18. It's as simple as that. I don't have. So, we can translate. You should just. I appreciate Shimon. When you turn 18, I want to be your friend. Okay. All right. You take care, buddy. Bye. All right. Because here's the thing. That means I'm not going to be able to be in any Discord that basically is any Discord ever. Because somebody's like, oh, Fortnite's for perverts. Is it? Are there perverts on Fortnite? Oh, okay. Perfect. I'm not perfect. I've already left. Well, let me ask you, is Fortnite less perverted? I've played Fortnite, so I should be. It's just like, it's just a game. But what is Genshin Impact that makes it so? Is it sexual? Actually, Legends of Zelda is pretty tight, but okay, I get that. Their server is it is here. Let me show you. the interaction. You see all these people in here and they're all muted. So I was just like in a comment. It says DJ E Ration Radio. So I don't want you to think that I was like, you know, like my camera's not on. But I appreciate it. In fact, this is why it was in 1.9 million. It's the I think third biggest. Yeah, but if it, so let me ask you this: of any game out there, this one has the worst reputation. Yeah, but I mean, that's just the kind of like, people say that about everything. Okay, so you're saying that pedophiles are more apt to play this game out of the Gotcha. Well, I have Blackbird, which gives me a new slot. Okay, let me just check on this. If you know if there's anything bad about this one. Fortnite. Yeah. Okay, that is weird. Okay, that thing was fucked up. Yeah. Yeah. No, I get it. All you have to do is say fuck. I don't know what this is. Okay, so let me ask this one. Do you know? Okay, so Roblox is really big. Let me ask Roblox. I don't think there's anything perverted about it. I just think that it's just a game, like Minecraft. Um, Doug, I don't want to get into that. That's the thing. Anything can be misused. I can go on YouTube and misuse it. Exactly. So, like, I don't want to just be like, well, I can't be in any of these servers because in 1492 somebody did something wrong. Have you ever heard of Blox Fruits? It's like Roblox, but the currency. It has 1.8 million people. It's the fourth biggest. It's huge. It's bigger than Roblox is. Okay, so Blox Fruits, I think they should be okay. If there are a couple, I'm not into too many game. But, that's something different. I would say Genshin Impact, Fortnite, Roblox, and then like the Blox Fruits. Okay, so I'm out of Genshin Impact. And, oh, Valorant. Is there anything wrong with Valorant? Okay. So those are two. So I switched from Genshin Impact to Fortnite, which seemingly is better. I mean, I hope so. Nice skin is really good. And but as I was talking to him, I'm like, this is too good to be true. And then it's like, that's okay. But it was too good to be true. I was like, hey, this guy's great. And then I'm like, oh, you know what? I bet it's not easy because I guess he just found a little bit. Yes, yeah. So, yeah. Okay. Let me see if there's any other. I actually thought it was an app. But then I'm going to check something. Okay, well, good hiccup. That's a good one. Not that, here's the thing. I wanted to tell him this. I don't want to hear about these things. it's like an alert that I need to work harder. And I hate that. Like, the more I hear alerts about incoming missiles, the more I want to stop war. And so, and then when I get these IDF alerts, it's just like an alert for me that I need to work harder. But yeah, when he was like, I don't know, this is too good to be true. There's going to be something wrong with this person. How to do that. Okay, so oh, do you know what robots are? Isn't that the Indian currency for robot? And but you don't know what glass fruits are. I don't know. Well, thank you for giving me that. Have you ever played? Have you ever heard of Valorant? Have you played it? Um, very interesting. But there are. I'm trying to think. When I was a kid, it just didn't exist. I don't think like if a kid like all the video games, nobody would be like, "Oh, you're playing Crash Bandicoot, you're a pedophile." No one would say that. If anything, it would be like, "You're an adult who plays video games. That's cool." Exactly. But the online community has killed everything. That's true. Happens all the time. It happens. So, yeah, I get that probably a couple of times a day. Yeah. No shit. Dude, that's very easy to happen, and something like that happened. Um, they only took $100. Um, no shit. No, really. Well, I was talking to someone about this yesterday. That people were something that we're talking for a long time about how who the hell was it? Maybe it was you or somebody. I didn't know what that is. Yeah, but basically, this was pardon me. Um, uh, they they um, they need to. Oh, I was talking to GB, and I said, "Hey, why is it so easy for what happened to you to happen?" And like, why? Oh, I don't know what it was. A friend of mine lost their Sprota. You know, Sprotas were like $11,000, and they just lost it. And I said, why did they make it so difficult whenever you're doing one of these smart contracts or whenever you're doing any type of exchange? They just show you the smart contract, but they don't explain exactly what's going to happen. Like, hey, we're going to drain your whole wallet if you press this button. I don't understand it. I feel like this could be done. And somebody told me there's a wallet out there. If you want a wallet that protects you against this, allegedly, I mean, do your own due diligence, but it's called Rabbi or something similar. It's RABBY, Rabbi, and it's the Rabbi one. So what does that do? It whenever you're going to do a transaction, it tells you in plain terms what it's going to do, and that's a very good. it's just in plain English what's going to happen. Yeah, exactly. Isn't that hilarious? And then my friend was like, "Oh yeah, believe it or not, there is one. It's called the Rabbi water." I'm like, "Huh?" And they're like, "Well, it's like Rabbi and RABBY." Exactly. I'm looking at it too. Yeah, it's a purple wallet or purple bunny. But yeah, isn't that weird that it would be like so similar to my name? I mean, and it could have been named exactly. That's what I thought was so fucking weird. Like they were like, I was literally talking about they need to make a wallet that explains things in plain English. My friend's like, yeah, there is one. Believe it or not, it's like your name. And I'm like, huh? And yeah, so I would use this one after doing a little bit of research on it, just because you know. Okay. How about on the, but keep in mind, so on the Chrome Web Store, okay, I look at that. Yeah, no, definitely. Right. So I see, at least on Google Chrome, it has 600,000 users and 405 ratings. It has a 4.5 rating, and Rabbi is better in every single way. If you use MetaMask, MetaMask is an Internet Explorer Web3 garbage software. Um, so look, I would tell you, I know some things, and I know what I know, and I know what I don't. And I would tell you, do your own due diligence. It's just something that I read about yesterday, but it was in the back of my mind. This is happening too often to my friends, and it's going to happen to me one day. And so, check it out. Okay, so how did I almost get taken? They got me good. I sent in Telegram to a bunch of people, hey, everybody, I was on Ori's stream, check it out. And one of the people responded to me and they're like, hey, you want to be on my podcast? I was like, yeah, great. Because that's what happens. When you're on one podcast, other people want you to be on their podcast. So I'm like, okay, so we were going to set it up for like 11 p.m. And I thought that was a little weird, like, okay. And the guy missed the first time we were going to do it. So the second time that we were going to do it, he apologized and everything, but I said, look, send me the link to your podcast and your website. So he did. So I was like, okay, this is a legitimate podcast, and it's a cryptocurrency podcast. So then, the night that we were going to do it, I'm like, okay, so can we do it in Discord? He's like, we always do it in Zoom. Okay, fine. So I got Zoom. So give me the little code that I need to put in. And like, all right, he sent me the link with the code in. And I put the code in, and it says like, meeting not found in there. And that should have been a red flag for me. But shit happens with me on the internet so often that it's okay, whatever. So the next person, or the next thing he tells me to do is, don't do it from your phone, do it from a PC. So I'm like, all right. Yeah, but I was so excited with cognitive dissonance because I was excited to be on the podcast and I'm focusing on like what I'm going to say and everything. And it's like one of those things where all you have to do is get into the Zoom meeting and you'll be fine. So I got this, he sent me the link or whatever, and I click it on my computer and like nothing happened. I click it again and nothing. Click it again. And I start to get suspicious because nothing's happening. And like usually Zoom links work pretty regularly. So I start looking around my computer and see what's going on. And I noticed that malware, like my Microsoft Defender, went off. And it blocked like 3 Trojans or something that this guy was trying to send me. So fortunately, I was able to stop them, and they never got hurt. But it's just so fucking easy for it to happen. Once I saw that happen to me, like, I don't have a lot of crypto, so if I lost all my crypto today, I'd be fine. It's no big deal. But once I do start getting a lot, holy shit, I've got to protect it. And then, so this Rabbi wallet seems like the way to go. So this is why it's key. It has a pre-signed check for security, supported by Rabbi security opinion. So what it'll do is it like tells you in plain English, you're going to be sending this amount to this person, and you've never transacted with them before. Like, it tells you a little bit of stuff, as opposed to here's your smart contract, yes or no. So it says you see exactly what you signed. The first wallet showing your estimated balance change. Oh, that's really cool too. I don't know if you're seeing this on the website, but like, it's really clear. It makes me want to just put everything into it, honestly. I think I'm going to this. I mean, I love the name, of course, but yeah, but even if it were named garbage, the fact that it tells me in plain English what's going on is beautiful. Now, will you have to put in your pass phrase? Right, exactly. And I'll tell you, if I were to make a wallet, it would be just like just put it to me in plain English. And I don't understand why MetaMask doesn't do this. Like, they're going to lose market share because of these simple features. Exactly. Yeah. Very cool. Now, kind of one of those things that I always think, like, what happens if somebody takes over this platform? Because this has happened to me before. The reason why I didn't get into crypto, I was in it. I had a Bitcoin when it was under $1,000, and um, and basically I put it on another wallet, and the whole wallet went down. Like, the whole wallet website went down. What up, AM? How you doing, Tim? Hope you're having a wonderful day. It happens. But that's what happens. People see me from some fucking Discord. They, truthfully, they aren't ready to just be in a fucking conversation with like two different people and like have a TV going and everything. So I get that too. I wouldn't be ready for that. I would not want that. But I want to know when people are coming in. That's why I said it. And but yeah, this is a good rather well on some. I think I could do it. Anyway. Hey there. How you doing, man? So, what's good? Yeah, I love talking about that. That's one of my favorite subjects. How you doing? Excellent. Do you know? Well, you found the right place. We talk about anti-gravity, antimatter. We talk about dark matter. We talk about dark energy. We talk about faster than light travel. We talk about interdimensional travel. We talk about wormholes. We talk about bending space-time. We talk about advanced types of propulsion. Last night, I fell asleep to a lecture on the B-2 stealth bomber and how it's some of the technology that's used on it could be used for like the greater good of society. I love aviation. I love advanced propulsion. I love advanced aircraft. So you're in the right place. Raham, do you know who Bob Lazar is? Oh boy, Raham, we got lots to learn, my friend. Absolutely. So Bob Lazar was a physicist at Area S4, which is at Area 51, and he was able into the late 1980s to essentially publicize the fact that Area 51 exists. Raham, do you know what Area 51 is? Okay, the reason why you know that is that the reason why you know that is because of Bob Lazar. So Bob Lazar is the person who went on KLAS TV with George Knapp and talked about the fact that they were using anti-gravity propulsion or anti-gravity physics and to study advanced propulsion using element 115 known as Moscovium, also known as Putin Pentium, and that's what powered the UFOs, essentially. So I think that all of the things that we talk about when it comes to space travel much of them revolve around the ability to harness gravity. If you're able to control gravity, you can essentially do a lot of things, including bend space-time, create force fields, perhaps create wormholes, and some other really exciting options. So, if I can ask Raymond, go ahead. Well, what is a gravity meter? How do you measure gravity? Is there something called a gravimeter? Yes, a gravimeter or gravimeter, also called a gravity meter. Do we talk about space exploration? Absolutely, but we got to be able to get there. So, yeah, we talk about terraforming different planets. We talk about exploring the inner solar system, the outer solar system, then starting to get into intergalactic travel. We talk about terraforming other planets. We then talk about interstellar travel, perhaps interuniversal travel from one end of the universe to another, and then really using things like wormholes and bending space-time. I mean, that's basically everything that's known about space travel, unless you know something that I don't. Please enlighten me.
Yeah, well, I think that is, I say, it's things like this from my mind.
Excellent. We'll learn all about it right now. Just one moment. So to Caspian C's point, yes, a gravimeter, also called a gravity meter, is an instrument used to measure the local gravitational field strength at a specific point on Earth. It essentially detects small variations in the Earth's gravitational field, which can be influenced by factors such as distribution of mass, elevation, and local geological structures. How it works. Gravimeters work on the principle that gravity accelerates mass. By measuring this acceleration, the instrument can calculate the gravitational force at a given location. There are different types of gravimeters, but most modern ones are based on the following methods. A spring-based gravimeter. A spring is stretched by the force of gravity acting on a tensor. The displacement of the spring is proportional to the gravitational force. The amount of displacement is measured and converted into a gravity meter. I've actually seen that. That's where you just have like a weight on a spring. And you can tell like the force of gravity is pulling the object at negative 9.81 meters per second squared. Force balanced gravimeter. This is a more sensitive type of gravimeter where a small test mass is suspended or supported in a way that allows the displacement to be measured with a very high precision. A force is applied to balance the gravitational force, and the amount of force required to measure and the force required is measured to determine the gravity value. And then a quantum gravimeter, a newer and more advanced technology based on quantum mechanics. These devices use the interference of matter waves from ultra-cold atoms to measure the gravitational force with extreme precision. Quantum gravimeters are highly sensitive and are often used in scientific research. Uses of gravimeter. Gravimeters are used in various fields such as geophysics, geodesy, gravity mapping, environmental monitoring. Okay, so that answers Caspian C's question about gravimeters. That's true. Now, to your point, Rayhan, let's start with the simplest question, which is like, what's the easiest way that a human could get into the solar system to travel? Is that a good question, Rayhan? Rayhan?
These guys once I hear doing something similar, house code, that's the private thing, the website.
Excellent. Excellent. So then, what question do you have? Okay, what questions do you have that you don't know?
I don't know what. If I got to know more, I don't know what before I get my one.
Okay, I got you. So the first question I think we would have is, how do we get to space? And the way that we would do that is, okay.
Yeah, if you say how we there's been an answer, but you're on my visa of the bunch satellite. You have to watch that.
SpaceX? The movie star? Hold on a second. We have to talk about what is space. You're talking about low Earth orbit, which frankly isn't that impressive. That's within 500 miles of the crust of the Earth's surface. So that's considered low Earth orbit, and that's not really that impressive. What gets impressive is when you get outside the Van Allen radiation belts, which start about 800 miles above the Earth's surface and travel about 25,000 miles out. Escaping those is really, really difficult. everyone. Will you please give me a simple breakdown on what the Van Allen radiation belts are? The Van Allen radiation belts are two regions of charged particles, mostly electrons and protons, trapped by Earth's magnetic field. I'm going to show you right now a picture of them right now so that you can see what's going on the Earth. So these are known as the Van Allen belts or Van Allen radiation belts. They're named for Dr. James Van Allen, who was one of the major discoverers of them. So in the middle here, you have the Earth. And then coming off of the Earth, there are radiation belts. Okay? And they're very deadly. If you go through them, they can kill you. So you have to have a lot of. Has it reached Masha? Oh, has it reached Mars? No. So just to give you an idea, the moon is 250,000 miles away. The Van Allen radiation belts only extend to about 25,000 miles. And Mars is like millions of miles here. So basically, if the Earth were here and Mars were here, the Van Allen radiation belt would still just be this. But they're very key to get through, and they're deadly radiation. So what is that? Let's learn more about it. So here we go. The Van Allen radiation belts are two regions of charged particles, mostly electrons and protons, trapped in the Earth's magnetic field. They are named for James Van Allen, who discovered them in 1958 using instruments aboard the first U.S. satellite, Explorer 1. Here's a simple breakdown. The belts are located in space surrounding Earth at altitudes between about 100 to 60,000 kilometers, about 60 to 37,000 miles above the Earth's surface. Composition. The radiation belts are mostly made up of high-energy particles, mostly electrons, protons, and some heavier ions that are trapped by Earth's magnetic field. These particles come from the sun, as solar wind, and cosmic rays. Two main belts. There's an inner belt that's closer to Earth between 100 and 12,000 kilometers. The belt is mostly made up of high-energy protons. Then the outer belt, which is located farther out, between about 12,000 and 60,000 kilometers. The belt is mostly composed of electrons. How they form. Earth's magnetic field acts like a giant magnet, deflecting some charged particles from the solar wind. Some particles get trapped in this field and spiral around them, forming the radiation belts. Importance. Space hazards. The radiation belts can pose a danger to satellites, spacecraft, and astronauts as high-energy particles can damage electronic circuits and increase radiation exposure. Protecting Earth. The belts also act as a shield, protecting Earth's atmosphere and surface from the harmful effects of solar radiation. Variation. The intensity and structure of the Van Allen belts can change depending on solar activity, which can cause the belts to expand and contract. So basically what we're saying here is that the Earth is surrounded by two belts that are very high charged particles. And so in order to get off planet, firstly we have to beat gravity off planet, but then we also have to beat radiation. So you should know that these have some. This isn't as easy as you would think. Just all we have to do is get off the planet, and it's smooth sailing from there. We have to get past radiation. Then there's a lot of other issues that we run into, including fuel and some other things. But there's micrometeors that can pierce the shell of the spacecraft. Go ahead. Wonderful. How you doing? So there are those issues as well. But in answer to the question that we have at hand, essentially, it's seemingly we were able to get away from the gravity and the radiation and we were able to protect a spacecraft from micro debris in space or space debris of any kind, then it seems like we'd be able to then maybe start to get the ball rolling to perhaps go to the moon or perhaps go to Mars or Venus. So you said that you had studied the solar system, so you know we've got, let's do them in order. We've got Mercury, which is the planet closest to the sun. Then we have Venus, which is about exactly the same size as Earth, which is our third planet from the sun. Then we have Mars. Then there's a huge, so Mars is fourth. Then there's a huge array of asteroids known as the asteroid belt, which aren't a planet, but there's just a lot. There's a lot going on there, and could be very beneficial for humans, especially when it comes to space mining and asteroid mining. Like basically, we shouldn't have to mine on Earth anymore. Perhaps we could mine from asteroids. Okay, so the fourth planet name was Mars. Then we have Jupiter, which is the largest planet in our solar system, and also, if you didn't know, acts as a giant magnet to catch all kinds of comets and debris and things that would normally come closer to Earth and could perhaps cause us some issues, but it basically blocks all of that from us. Then we have Saturn. Of course, you know Saturn with its rings. And then we have Uranus, which is a gas giant, Neptune, which is a gas giant, and then we have planetoids like Pluto. And then we have the Kepler belt that is like a huge amount of icy planetoids for quite like or not a light year, but quite a large distance. And then you get into basically void until we start moving into the next closest star system. And so now that we've got that established, where do you want to travel next? We traveled to low Earth orbit. Now do you want to talk about getting to Mars? Okay, so then you want to talk about getting to the next closest star system, correct? Okay, here we go. We're going to find all that out. What is the closest star system to the Earth, and what is the potential way to travel there? The next closest star system on Earth is Alpha Centauri, which is located about 4.37 light years away. So the way that conventionally that means is that if we got into a spacecraft, we traveled at the speed of light, which is basically the fastest that conventional physics will let us go. So don't think that's the only way. That's just the easiest way. It would take us 4.37 years to travel to the next closest solar system. Does that make sense, Raham? What's going to drive us crazy? You think that they're humans? You think that it's crazy that a human might travel outside the solar system? I got you. Yeah, I mean, but you have to think within 100 years or 200 years or so, that might perhaps be reality. So, the closest star system. Yeah, the space shuttle wouldn't do it. Space shuttle's not going to do it. Space shuttle's not going to do it because it doesn't have enough power to go in. It's basically like a plane that travels into low Earth orbit, and even still, the space shuttle, at least the United States space shuttle program, has been shut down. So that doesn't even exist anymore. The space shuttle is now in museums. But I get what you're saying. Something similar like that. Well, the best way to do it is not through a space shuttle system because you need too much fuel. So the best way I've heard to do it is you take a rocket into space, and then there are different parts of the rocket that can fall off essentially. And then once you're in space, you can use different types of fuel to power yourself. There are other ways to do it as well. You could use a solar sail. You could perhaps utilize anti-gravity, certainly a way. But generally, just the idea of being able to fly up into space and fly back down in the same vehicle is very difficult because you don't have enough power. You have to understand that to have all of the fuel that you need to get to like Mars on Earth means that your rocket has to be bigger than the Empire State Building. It has to be very, very big because it's got to get all that fuel off of the ground, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But so you're just looking at things with conventional technology. There's advanced technology, particularly advanced propulsion, that would allow us to perhaps travel to Jupiter nearly instantaneously. The way that this is done is perhaps using advanced propulsion techniques, utilizing anti-gravity, utilizing element 115, or some other type of advanced element that allows essentially you to have a vehicle that creates a wormhole in front of it, which bends space-time and allows you to travel nearly instantaneously to wherever your destination is. So basically, all you have to do is set the computer navigation system, for lack of a better term, of your spacecraft to go to Jupiter, and it will bend space-time, all the distance between where you are and where Jupiter is, and essentially bring you to where you need to be within a moment, just almost instantaneously. So that's, if you want to know how aliens, like advanced extraterrestrials, are able to travel very, very far distance. Go ahead. Okay, Graham. How long have you ever spent studying aliens? Okay, so wait. Graham, listen. It's like a toddler talking to a professor, okay? I've spent literally months of my life over time just purely studying aliens. I can talk to you about different alien species. I can tell you about the history of aliens. I can tell you about evidence that we have of aliens here on Earth. I can tell you about whistleblowers. And you ask me anything about aliens, and I'm pretty deep on that. I'm not necessarily the world's foremost expert, but I am a ufologist. And I can tell you that you need to study this topic much further because you obviously don't have this access to the same knowledge that I do. 100%. I've seen it on video. Absolutely. Well, have I ever seen it with my own eyes? Yeah. I recorded it to the MUFON website. So, yeah, I do have a close encounter of the first time. But I can tell you as well that, how long ago was it? 13 years ago? I've seen that as well. Yes, I've seen this. These are the okay, okay. Did I tell you that's an alien? Did I tell you that's an alien? Did I tell you that's an alien? No. So that's one thing, okay? Type into, you can type into that search bar, Skinny Bob, SKINNYBOB. Okay. Yep. So, what is this? There's video of this. But there was a $10,000 reward on Reddit for anyone who could prove that this was fake, and that still stands today. Meaning that 10 years have gone by, and no one has been able to. No, not that one. No, just the one. Yeah, but you can see video of it. So just go to video, and you'll see video of Skinny Bob moving. Yep, do that one, the first one. Dude, hold on. Before you do anything more, download uBlock Origin, and you'll never get any more ads. You want to download, even before you look at Skinny Bob, open a new tab, type uBlock Origin, the letter U, BLOCK, space, Origin, ORIGIN. Yep, you want to download it for Chrome, and you won't get any more ads on the internet. You won't get them on YouTube, and you won't get them anywhere. So it'll just go video to video to video. Yeah. Okay, but that's the one you want to install. Okay, just download it now. It's easy. Then you don't. Then everything that we see, absolutely. Then everything we see, we won't get any more ads. Take your time. It won't take long. While you do that, I'm just going to adjust my computer. Shout out to Ben James Bond. Pardon me? Yep. Okay, did you download uBlock Origin? Yeah, it's 824. Did you download uBlock Origin? Yes. Excellent. Excellent. Okay, now go to a website that normally has ads, like ESPN.com. Oh, hold on. You're using incognito? Okay, then right click. Oh, go to ESPN.com. Perfect. Hold on. Scroll down. Let's see if you see any ads. You should. You should see ads. Hold on. Scroll up. Yeah, perfect. Perfect. You're seeing ads right now. Okay. Where uBlock Origin is installed, go all the way to the top of the page on ESPN. Go all the way to the top. Scroll all the way to the top of the page. Yep, all the way to the top. Perfect. Okay. Now, at the very where your extensions are, you want to right click on uBlock Origin in the upper right corner. Yep, where your extensions are. So do you see this Dynex deposit? We're going to get rid of all that. So what you want to do, you know where your extensions are in the upper right corner? Okay, you see where the puzzle piece is? Go to the puzzle piece. Click it. In the upper right corner, like next to the browser bar. Do you see where your extensions are? You know what? Just go to your settings, click on the menu, and just go to extensions. So where the menu is on the right, where all you can do like bookmarks and downloads and all that. It should have three dots. You see 3 dots in the upper right corner. Okay, perfect. Now, you got the origin of the moon one. You want to click on the, it should say like more, or it should say details or something. Yeah, perfect. Now scroll down, and it should say use an incognito mode. Okay, okay. Now go back to ESPN.com. Like you have that tab open for ESPN. Exactly. Okay, now refresh the page, and you won't get any more ads. No more YouTube ads. It'll save you a lot of time. Everything's clean. It's really nice. Okay, so now you're welcome, my man. Okay, you can close this now. Let's go to Skinny Bob's video so you can see what a moving alien is. Okay, hit play. You got it.
Oh, it's like a video game.
Not a video game. You don't even know what you're talking about. And if you want to just make accusations like this without having any deep knowledge of this, we're not going to match. But if you're willing to listen to it and understand that this was on the internet for 10 years and no one was able to claim a reward to prove that it was a hoax. Okay? 10 years. You're saying, well, this is a video game. I don't have time for you if that's what you're going to say. You don't. Then what game was it? What game was it? Okay. You listen to me and you listen to me well. You listen to me and you listen to me well. You just are, look, my friend, I'm going to tell you this. Type in right now into YouTube, KGB UFO files. KGB UFO files. Yeah. Now, let's see here. You may have to search this in expert and let's see here. Let me go to Google and type in top secret KGB UFO files. Okay. Just hold on. Go to videos. Yes, sir. You got it. Okay. Keep scrolling down. You want to find one that should be like 58 minutes. Do you see any of that are like 58 minutes? Go to the top. Go to the top. Okay, go to the top, go to the top, go to the top, go to the top, go to the top. You see where it says filter? In the right, you can filter. We're going to filter by 20 minutes. Anything longer than 20 minutes. It should be a little bit right. Wait, hold on. Back. Yeah, there you go. Filter by 20 minutes. Anything longer than 20 minutes. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to make my screen bigger so I can see your screen bigger. Okay. The secret do the second one, please. Yeah. Perfect. I'm gonna watch this with you. Okay? And if you watch this and it doesn't convince you that aliens are real, then I'll talk to you after. Listen, this has been on the internet about 15 times and taken down about 15 times. If you don't listen to me, I'm not going to waste my time on you. I know what I'm talking about. You don't. You're like a child talking to a professor. And I'm making you aware you need to get on my level. Watch this, and then I'll listen to all of your arguments. Yo, dog, did I tell you to read the comments? No, I said watch the documentary. If you want to read the comments when it's done, that's fine. Watch the documentary. This is a very good documentary. You're going to see UFOs. You're going to see a UFO up close, like people touching it. It's really, really cool. It's from Russia. So I know I'm aggressive with this. Once you watch this, though, I'm willing to listen to anything that you have to say. But if you don't have this knowledge, there's nothing I can really do to help you. So we're watching this together, and I appreciate you being here. Shout out to you. And you're never going to have any more advertisements on the internet, which is great. No, Pim, I'm watching a documentary with my friend. How you doing, Big Small? Bitcoin in the all-time high. Like $74,000. Yeah. And the US market. The US market. I think the both correct, so I don't think they're going to change it. Correct. Correct. Next, well, I don't know if I'm watching a documentary with your friend. I want to hear all about your concert on Friday, okay? Okay. Please, buddy. Thank you. Goodbye.
Yo, Rabbi, yeah, pardon me? I think they're both correct. Watch the documentary, my man. You're doing a great job. I didn't say that.
Private question.
Yeah. Watch this UFO flying near this plane. Wow. Dog. We're watching a documentary. Alien Victory. You had your whole life to look at Alien Victory. Now, we're watching this. You got it. Just put your mouse down, kick back, relax. You're having a good time. You're going to learn all about aliens.
I have a question. Is it black for you? Or can you see what's there? Oh, what? It's fine. It's working. There you go. This is what I want you to see. You're going to see a crashed UFO. Did it just go black? Did it just go black? There we go.
screen black for you? Like the video. Why isn't it showing the video? There we go. Doug,
Listen here. I don't want to hear your fucking mouth until this documentary is over. If you talk to me again during it, we're done. We're done. Peace, dude. Enjoy staying on Earth for the rest of your fucking life when I am cruising the fucking stars saying that this asshole didn't want to watch a documentary in 2024. Okay, see ya. Bye-bye. Ray-Ban, it's been fun. Dude, if you hold on. If you don't have time for my documentaries, you don't have time for me. No, you have to understand. My time is valuable. I've been up all night. Okay, we had the election last night. I'm willing to give you an hour of my time to watch a documentary. I'm willing to walk you through getting a pop-up blocker. I see that you know nothing on this subject, and I'm trying to enlighten you. And you're saying, well, it looks like it's made up. I want to look at the comments. It only has 10,000 views. I don't have time for that, okay? So you go find another rabbi who will talk to you about this. Doug, you have to understand something. I was willing to give you time, and you basically said, I don't care about it, so now I don't care about your time. You don't get my time now. Now I'm going to watch the news, and I'm not going to listen to you anymore.
How do you get set the day ahead knowledge?
I would say this. What is your evidence for it? I would want to know what your evidence is. You, there you go. Exactly. 100%. 100%. So, like 20 minutes ago, you were willing to say aliens don't exist. 20 minutes later, you're saying that they exist now. Do I understand that correctly? Okay. Well, then you should want to learn as much about them as possible. So continue watching the documentary, and you'll be able to see a lot. I'm not saying 100% of anything that I've ever seen is real. Doug, if you don't have 1 hour to dedicate to aliens, I don't have any time to dedicate. You have to understand, I spend literally hours and hours and hours on this subject because you need to. You have to know the ins and outs. If you're like, look, Rahab, I don't think I'm the teacher for you. I need my students to be able to watch what I'm going to provide them, and we can discuss it afterwards. But at this point, that's fine. Listen, Rahab, all I ask is this of you. You watch this thing in its entirety. And once you've done that, I will talk to you about aliens all night. It's one of my favorite subjects. But if you don't, we're just going to sit here and argue like we would have 20 minutes ago when I say, look, there's a lot of evidence, especially from Russia, aliens exist. And you would be like, no, I've never seen it. Basically, right now, your entire knowledge of aliens is a 20-minute documentary that I just showed you. That's all you have. You have to understand, I've probably watched 100 alien documentaries in my life. I've probably listened to 100 different alien abductees in my life. I've probably listened to 100 different government whistleblowers. At least I can name 20 government whistleblowers right now, and I can tell you where to find them. You want to know? It's known as the Disclosure Project. It was by Dr. Stephen Greer, and it aired May 9th, the year 2001. And I know a lot on this subject. I know it in depth. So I'm trying to give you some of the resources that I have. And I understand if you're like, Rabbi, I don't have time for an hour-long documentary right now. That's fine. We can move on to another topic. But unless you educate yourself a little bit on the subject, it's really like I said it before, like a toddler talking or a child talking to a professor. We're just not going to be on the same level. I want you to be on a professor level too. I want you to be able to say, "Hey, Rabbi, what do you think of that alien autopsy? Do you think it's real?" And I would tell you, you know what? Of any part of that documentary that I've seen that I have some skepticism of, it would probably be that. But I don't throw out the baby with the bathwater, and I don't think that discredits everything. And may say the same, but right now we can't have that kind of discussion because you don't know anything about this subject. I wish you did, and I want you to. And if you don't have time for it right now, I understand. Then you watch that documentary. Beautiful. Excellent. So what you do? You watch it. Exactly. What's another mystery of like all you have that we can solve? That's a great question. Have you? Yeah. So if you really want to know what I think, yeah, but I have it, and any kind of evidence that I've ever seen that they exist, I question because I've never seen it myself, and usually it's done with like a camera or some kind of trick, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they can't exist or that interdimensional can't exist. I just have no personal experience. Yeah. I can really Let's talk about this because I don't know what you mean, so I have to ask some clarifying questions. Do you mean before conception or before birth? Great question. When the egg gets fertilized by the sperm. No, it's not. Hold on. Let's talk this through. Conception is when the egg is fertilized by the sperm. 9 months go by, and then you have birth. So those are not the same thing. It takes 9 months to develop the child. So are you saying, do you know anything at the point when the egg is fertilized, when the sperm hits the egg? Or do you know anything when you're a baby, right before you're going to come out of the vaginal canal? Which one are you talking about? I don't want to talk about that, but I want to talk about this consciousness. Yeah, but I don't. I know what consciousness is, but at what point are you saying? any memories pre-birth. Not that.
Yeah. That's what I'm telling you. If what might have real, what
I don't think you can.
unless you got a title.
Not necessarily. Currently, when you were born, I'll explain. When you were born, your life expectancy is probably going to be around the age 8. Using life extension technology, things like stem cells, steroids, cryonics, cryogenics, nootropics, perhaps full shock therapy, perhaps things like ambrosia therapy using the cells of using the platelets of the young to the benefit of the old. We might be able to get you to age 100, age 120. But then eventually, your body's going to break down. That's where we get into the next level of technology, which is known as mind uploading technology. When we scan your brain like a CAT scan or an MRI, and we know where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system. What we do is we save that information in a computer for later download as an avatar, an android, and a clone of yourself, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. I'm letting you know that you may be able to experience the digital immortality, and that's a very exciting thing. So when I say I don't, when I say I read about technology, not just extend their life, but then make it essentially digital immortality. Yeah, but I'm talking tens of thousands, if not millions of people. No. The oldest person currently who's ever lived is 120. Some French lady. She died years ago. Okay, if I was born in 1985, if I make it to the year 2100, I'd only be 115 years. I'd still be younger than the oldest person ever. So at that point, the technology will be around. They can scan my brain, and I can live for 1,000 years. Hold on. Now you're moving the goalposts. Now you're being unfair. You should know that this technology will not take that long. That this type of technology is being developed currently, and perhaps be in use within the next 10 to 15 years. I'm telling you that we are already doing. Wait. So we're not arguing whether it's possible. We're arguing about how long it's going to take. We're not arguing whether it's possible. We both think that it's possible. Now we're just arguing about how long it's going to take. I don't think I'm going to die. I don't think you're going to die either. I just told you, with life extension technology, you may be able to have a digital immortality. You're saying, okay, let's say I don't get to take advantage of that, and I have to die like all the previous generations of humans prior. What happens? It looks like this. There's nothing. Exactly. There's nothing. Scientifically, basically, if you do not have, I believe in the world to come. No, it's not. Don't tell me what. You don't know what that means. really want to know what it means, it's that we study Torah at the right hand of God. Do I think that's what it is? I think that's something that traditionally we use as a reasoning as to where we would be in the future. But do I think that there is a divine punishment? There's absolutely no evidence of this, so no. That's just a story that has been going on within some sects of the world for only like 2,000 years or so, not that long. And I don't abide by it. I think that when you die, from a scientific perspective, if you die, it's black, you have no recognition of what happened, because I look at things scientifically, and your brain will not be communicating anymore. There won't be any synapses firing. So essentially, you will be what you started as, essentially dust. Dust you are, dust you shall return. And you will essentially decompose in the ground, and worms will eat your body, and you will be no longer, and you won't have any memory. That's what I think happens when you die.
So we can say that's not we can say what in an animal is this thing the what's it for
What we're saying is that you have of your five senses that normally work: taste, touch, smell, sight, and hearing. You won't be able to use any of those. You have no use of those. So lack of any ability to be able to perceive a sensation would be just that, a black environment, just like it was pre-birth and just like it would be post-death.
that's what we say. I was there the same that's what I'm saying.
You say, let's say this pre-birth.
That's the whole point that I want to say.
The fever. What did you say? It's what did you say? Oh,
I was saying plus that well that's what I'm saying.
plus this equals people.
But
Evil.
no, but
P. Birth. Pre-birth. Pre-birth. Now I understand. So yeah, I would say that pre-birth and post-death have the exact same experience, which is nothing.
that's the whole
Okay, well, I think we're in the same. We agree with each other in that.
yeah. Well, then, yeah.
Right? Okay, what's the next question? You think I'm here. I'm just adjusting some computers, but I'm waiting for you to come up with the next thing. I have one. Is magic real?
Yeah, what is it?
Is it? Okay, so I attribute this. There's a quote by Arthur C. Clarke. Yeah, but he was a cosmologist, someone who studied space, and he had a famous quote that sufficiently advanced technology is indiscernible from magic. So what do I mean by that? If I brought an alien here and they had some kind of fancy ray gun or force field or invisibility cloak, that would look like magic to you and me. But in reality, it's just advanced technology. So, do I think magic exists? I think that sufficiently advanced technology exists perhaps in other civilizations. And thus, if you want to call that magic, yes. But your conventional, like perhaps casting spells on people, there's not a whole lot of evidence for that. Go ahead. I get what you're saying. No, I don't think you understand. I don't think you understand. Let's set up the scenario. Let's set Great hand. Let's set up the scenario. Great hand. Do you want to talk the whole time? Let's set up a scenario. Okay? You and I are just here. We bring in an alien, and he has a force field. Okay? He uses a force field. We would think that, if we weren't intelligent people, would be magic. Whatever we would describe as magic, something that we can't explain. Okay? Now, what you're thinking is like Harry Potter magic. Is that real? There's no evidence to say that's real. Okay? So, what? To the neutral eye, Harry Potter magic and alien magic would be indiscernible. So, as I understand, Harry Potter has like an invisibility cloak, like a cloak that he can put on himself and be invisible. Okay, so most say, well, that's kind of magic. That's pretty cool. So we would say, okay, does that exist anywhere? Well, not currently on Earth, but perhaps alien technology it does, and we do know that could be something that aliens perhaps have is cloaking technology and invisibility cloaks. So if we were to take that alien and say, because you and I are more intelligent, maybe we might be able to pick this up, or we're just more experienced. But let's take that alien and take them to an indigenous tribe in the middle of the Amazon jungle. And we show them the invisibility cloak, it's going to look like magic for them. So to those people, they would say, yes, magic exists. It's whatever that person had. It's an invisibility cloak. When you and I might say, that's just advanced technology. Excellent. That's exactly right. That's that's exactly right. Meaning, whatever their previous experiences were, if they didn't have a way to explain it, they would say it's from a higher power, it's magic, it's from some kind of demonic force. They would do whatever they could to try to explain it using their previous experiences. All right, what other questions do you have? I can take a couple more, but then I got to get some sleep because I've been up all night. But that's a good one. Magic. What else is out there that about which you may have a question? I've got one for you. I know where your mind's going, and you have a very inquisitive mind, and you should know right now that is a beautiful asset. So how about this one? The idea of teleportation. Do you know what teleportation is? Okay, so let's say we have a teleportation device that can take you from Los Angeles to Tokyo instantaneously. Okay? The way that it does it is when you walk through a portal, like a door, like a jump room, it memorizes where every particle is in your body and then reproduces it in Tokyo or like from Los Angeles to Tokyo. So the question arises, if I go through that door and end up on the other side in Tokyo, does it kill my body to go through there and be replicated on the other side? Do I actually die, or does it kill me off? You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. Exactly. And according to physicists, go ahead. Well, that's not necessarily true, but we can't think in terms of those kind of things. We have to think in terms of it eventually will be possible. So what will happen when it happens? When you walk through the door, is it gonna kill you and then recreate you on the other side like very quickly? Or are you gonna have two of you? One that went through the first door and one that appeared on the second door, now you got two. And if you go back the other way, now you've got four. Is it gonna work like that? The answer to this is probably that it does kill you. That when you go through that door, it kills you, but it's just very, very accurate. It works every single time. And on the other side, it replicates you. And the idea is this. Let's say it did kill you and something went wrong in the system and it didn't replicate you. That's where we could use that mind uploading technology to rebuild you using a replicator. That's a little bit of different technology. But what I'm saying is that according to current physics, if you teleport from one place to another, it has to kill the first person to create the second person, or else you're going to end up with clones of yourself, essentially. Does that make sense? Yeah, it's an interesting thought. No, that's different. That's different. That's different. That's different. It's revivification. So that's different. One, we are essentially taking a living being, killing them, and reproducing them somewhere else in the world. What you're talking about, perhaps I understand, is we have a dead being and bringing them back to life. And that's generally how it's that can be done. If we get the DNA out of a dead person and put it in a replicator, basically a machine that has all of the different atoms that are needed in every orientation, you're able to basically 3D print yourself to revivify yourself or someone else. That is that type of technology. But that's slightly different than teleportation. But I get it, it's related. I talk about them all the time. Excellent. There's another point to this that we're on this topic. I don't want to lose it. Go ahead. Do you know that also channel? What is that? Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson. Yeah. It's talking about Walmart. Yes, let's talk about it. Is really I didn't agree with it. That's the closest to teleportation. Agreed. Teleportation itself, I think, is possible. Okay, well, you can think that. Really complex. You can think that. You're allowed to think whatever you want. But you have to understand that anything is possible given enough time and ingenuity. So even the idea of teleportation is possible, or traveling through wormholes is possible. It's just a matter of time. It's just about advancing technology enough to be able to do that. I mean, here's another one that I think would be of interest to you, Rehan. What about time travel? I know you don't, but you don't really have any evidence of it. And you should know that there's definitely potential to be able to travel in time, particularly once you're able to harness gravity, because you're able to create your own wormholes and perhaps even travel interdimensionally. There are other kinds of technology as well. One of them is called a looking glass, which basically doesn't let you travel anywhere, but you can look in a box and see what was going on in the past history. So basically, it would be like a window that you look into, and you can see 100 years ago, 1,000 years ago, 10,000 years ago, or even further. And that's known as a looking glass. And that's a potential as well. And given enough time, all of this will be a reality. Now, it may take a million years, but after a million years, the people of the future may be able to develop this type of time travel technology. They might be able to harness wormholes. They may be able to reverse time, fast forward time. They may be able to perhaps be able to harness the power of a star system. We really don't know all of the opportunities that await us in the future or await our future descendants. But given enough time, they'll be able to do anything that they want. Even time travel.
Where are we time travel right now?
Okay, well, I don't agree with you on that. I feel that we just don't have anyone can perhaps hypothesize. And to Francis' point, how we time travel right now, probably okay, where are we traveling? Like, I understand location wise, but I'm saying usually with time travel, you go from one place to another. Okay. Well, what I would say is that we are on a timeline. Like that to me is something. Yeah. And it's related, meaning like this is the central timeline we're on as we move through time. And we'll need this timeline if we ever do harness time travel. We'll need this timeline as our basic like main road, so to speak, as we go backwards. So I think it's related, but I'm not necessarily, I know that we're not traveling anywhere, perhaps back in time, or perhaps even forward. But with that, Rayhan, excellent questions, my friend. You have some homework to do on aliens. You watched part of that documentary. I want you to watch the rest of it. I want you to keep coming with some really good questions. But you have to know that we had an election last night, and I am very, very tired. I hope I not slept. I need to get some sleep. Okay, Rayhan, you had some really good questions. You watch the remainder of that documentary, and you come back whenever you want. And I really mean this. I want to talk to you more about this. You have great questions, okay? Excellent. Thank you so much. Watch that documentary. You come back and we'll talk about aliens. The next thing, when you come back, this is what I want you to remind me to talk to you about and talk with you about. We're going to open up the manual of the 112 different alien species, and we're going to read about all of them that have been documented by governments of the world. Okay? Yeah, beautiful. take care of your house. Have a good night, though. Thank you so much. You're welcome anytime, my friend. Peace, buddy. Riser, how you living, pimp? Thank you. Dog, what do I tell you every single time you complain about this? Okay, what do I tell you every single time? Whatever account you feel is echoing, mute. Yo, testing. What other one is it? Riser, I don't know. I'm telling you, I've been talking to testing scene for like 8 hours, and that guy and a bunch of other people, and none of them have issues. So what I'm thinking is that, I mean, they would tell me, they'd be like, hey, you need to meet your account. They would say that. But when you come in, it's an immediate issue. So I think, is it echoing still? Is it echoing still? Riser, if it's echoing still, leave and come back and see if that works. It's not. Okay. Whatever. Yeah, I had this. What? Can you brainstorm it? Okay. I thought so. Actually, saw this in a dream. What's up? 5 times the size of it. I could see like all these beings above it. Yeah. Okay. Right before they got you. And then just seeing all the city that got me thinking, why are we trying to go to Mars? That's the place that we have a perfectly good blue wasteland with like the stones throw away. And you might say, oh, well, Mars doesn't want. Well, that's just like hidden in deep fucking caves underneath the ground, frozen and shit. We can desalinate, walk around, like, instantly. I just like for your head. The answer that I've usually noticed to me is that the moon, with 2 things. One, the Earth relies on the moon more than it does Mars, specifically in things like when it comes to the way of the tides and eclipses and lighting, and we don't want to really mess with that. But also that the moon is not large enough to hold an atmosphere. So when we terraform it, if we terraformed it, its atmosphere would just escape because the gravitational pull isn't strong enough. So we have to go to something a little larger, which would be Mars. Okay, right. That makes sense. So it's not. It has a really thin atmosphere, but it's nothing that would like protect you from, like that solar radiation. Exactly. Or to be able to keep a any kind of humidity. But the idea of Mars being able to terraform it, Mars does have a little bit of an atmosphere, and we could enhance that. Now, the question arises. These are great questions too. The other guy had good questions. Your questions are great too. Now, this is one that's very interesting. Do you know what planet is closest to the Earth? Venus. It is Venus. So why are we going to Mars? Right? Wouldn't you think we'd go to the closest one? If we're going on, a road trip, wouldn't we go and we need gas or something? Wouldn't we go to the closest gas station as opposed to the one that's further? And the answer to this is kind of the opposite of the moon, as I understand. Venus has an extremely thick combo of gas atmosphere. that's extremely, extremely dense and is essentially like a giant storm that's always occurring. And to be able to terraform that's a lot more difficult. It would be like, would you rather build a house in the desert or a house in the middle of a storm? Like, well, even though both aren't ideal, a desert uh, is more consistent, and the environment's more consistent. Then you don't know what's going to be happening. So as I've understood that the plan for terraforming, and I've actually looked this up too, asked AI about it. Mars is first, followed by Venus is not second. I think then the idea is to go to like Europa, like the moons of different planets, because a lot of those have like perhaps even like water oceans underneath the ice.
Like Jupiter, they're probably the size.
Exactly.
Big enough.
Exactly. So just looking at it, if you want to look, like one time I just asked ChatGPT this question, so let me ask it again. Yo, dog, please provide me with the top 25 list of places that are most easily terraformed within the solar system, and tell me what the challenges are for each of them, whether they are small, they're cold, they don't have an atmosphere, they're too hot, they have too much of a gassy atmosphere, all that stuff. Thanks, babe. Okay, so it says, yo, I got you covered. Terraforming the solar system is a fascinating topic, but each planet actually has its own set of challenges. Oh yeah, astronomy too. So Mars. Why it's a contender? Most Earth-like decent gravity, 38% of Earth's. Oh, that's the other thing too. It's about how the body is going to react on the planet as well. And when you get into like the Earth's gravity is or the Moon's gravity is 1/6 the Earth's, and like Mars is like 1/3. So it's easier on the body. Challenges: the atmosphere, most of CO2, cold temperatures, lack of a magnetic field, and dust storm CO2 rich atmospheres that would be needed and intended needed to be thickened more. Okay, number 2 is Venus. It's similar size to Earth, close to proximity to the sun, potential for terraforming with current tech. Challenges: extreme heat, thick CO2 rich atmosphere, crushing surface pressure, the toxic clouds of sulfuric acid, not nitrogen, sulfur, and toxic clouds of sulfuric acid would need major atmospheric modifications and cooling. Okay, so number 3, I just like said this, not knowing if this was true. It's Europa. It's a moon of Jupiter. Why it's a contender? It's a potential subsurface ocean that could support life. So this is the one that I've always heard is like a really big contender, because once you get through its ice, it could have like a liquid ocean. Can be warmed with nuclear powered heaters or by artificial means. The challenge is that it's extremely cold and has no atmosphere. It has radiation from Jupiter's magnetic field, and it has an extreme distance from the sun. Okay, Titan is a moon of Saturn. Why it's a contender? It's a thick. Oh, this one has the nitrogen rich matter. Presence of organic compounds and methane lakes, which could be converted to water. The challenge is that it's very cold. It's not like extremely cold. It's negative 179 Celsius, which is cold, but it's like
It's doable.
it's doable. Yeah, it's not like absolute zero. It's cold, but it's doable. Okay. Lack of oxygen and would need significant changes in temperature. Okay. Ganymede is a moon of Jupiter. They're actually so the next 2 are moons of Jupiter. The next one's a moon of Saturn. Let's get to something different than one of these moons. Welcome. So we've got Ceres, which is a dwarf planet in asteroid belt. Why it's a contender? It has the presence of water, ice, potential for mining, relatively easy to reach compared to outer planets. The challenge is that it has very low gravity, no atmosphere, and cold temperatures. The potential for creating a thin atmosphere and increasing temperatures. So then the next one's really interesting. Mercury, like the closest planet to the sun. Why it's a contender? It's close proximity to the sun, making it ideal for solar energy and possibly even can utilize solar power to run all this stuff. Challenges. It's extreme temperatures. It has hot days of 430 degrees Celsius, but that's still not like that's like an oven, but it's not like the surface of the sun. It has no atmosphere and a lack of water. You would need a thick atmosphere and ways to store it. Luna,
That seems to be a big.
yeah. So I'm a junior riser. I don't know what it is, but you're cutting in on this device. Not badly, but a little bit. The next is Luna, which is Earth's moon. So why it's a contender? So it's not to say that it's not. It's just it's close to Earth, potentially good for mining, and could serve as a stepping stone for larger space colonization. The challenges are it has no atmosphere, low gravity, extreme temperature fluctuations, and radiation exposure. Could have a dome habitat for artificially generated life. The big issue with these riser is micro debris that just you don't know, but like the Earth's Van Allen radiation belts, basically its magnetosphere, stops all kinds of particles and things from. Yeah, he is. Yeah. Dude, Caspian Sea, that person who was here before, we watched a pretty good, decent amount of that documentary. But after 20 minutes, he believed in aliens, so I got him that far. Then he wanted to ask me about ghosts. We talked about ghosts. We talked about magic. We talked about what happened before you are born, what happens after you die. We talked about a whole bunch of shit. And then Riser came up. And now Riser and I are talking about potential places in the solar system to terraform. So we just named like Mars and Venus, a whole bunch. And now we're talking about the moon.
Yeah, so it's not just.
I mean, it's how I always have it. I always have that one going and this one. You did something weird. Watch when he comes back. As we can see, is it any better? Oh, hello, hello. Is it better?
You're not hearing that.
Exactly. I was having issues with him.
No, but you see, Rabbi, where it might not.
I'm telling you, it's like 12 feet away. If I can advise you of anything, I have two accounts. Mute the one that has the TV. Okay. Aside from that, I only have one device. Sure, I can do that. That's good. Just one second. Okay, so it is mine. The thing is, Captain C, it's the same one that we were talking on for all night. Did you hear me double all night? Yeah, I mean, the only thing I just, like, at least when Riser came in, I had another account here. I left with that one. Let me see what else. So you're hearing me twice, right? No. Is he upset?
No, it's happening on.
Did you hear me twice?
It's our own
Okay. I think it can start. Oh, maybe it can. Is it any better now? Is it any better now? Oh, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Actually, hold on. Now that you say this, just one moment. Just one moment. Just one moment. Hold on. No, I don't have any. Just one moment. It's the fact that Craftsman said that there's some settings within exactly. Yeah, that's it. And I shut it off. Not anytime after talking to you guys. Okay. Let's try it now. Can you hear me now? Is it any better? That's right. That's right.
very good.
Apologies. But there's something in this echo cancellation, and I was having an issue when I was doing some concerts and I was singing, and for some reason my audio wasn't coming through on YouTube very well. So I shut off echo cancellation, and I didn't know what it did. Obviously, apologies. So apologies. But you gotta understand that
It's a process.
yeah, exactly. It's a process. I don't really. I gotta say, you gotta understand. I sit here with like very little knowledge on what a listener can get, and in this case, I'm glad we were able to find the solution. Does it sound normal now?
Yes.
Okay, that's okay. I absolutely did, because I said I've been talking to Kaczynski all night, and he hasn't mentioned it once. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, that's what I was saying. I was with Kaczynski all night. He didn't mention it, nor did anyone else. So, and that's it's the echo cancellation. But we got to figure it out. To get everybody back on the same page, Riser had a dream, and he was wondering why we, like, basically saw cities on the moon, and wondered why we hadn't been terraforming the moon, and we were just, I was just reviewing some of the challenges that we had. The next thing that we
People say about Mars, but I just heard about terraforming Mars, that no matter what we do, we can start getting through this. That actually move out. If we're
and this comes right. Agreed. As it was actually right on the topic here about what you were speaking regarding the moon and the atmosphere of the moon already. On the atmosphere. Oh, I don't remember what it was. The micro. I think they're called micro. Hold on. I want to get this right. What do you call the little particles that can keep you on the moon without an atmosphere? Are they called micro? asteroids or micro meteorites. It wouldn't be asteroids. Meteorites, but,
Space dust and stuff.
exactly, 100% right. Space dust, just one little speck of dust, if it hits a spacecraft, will just tear through the thing, and like so. There's right, exactly,
Those things are getting very
exactly. Make it happen. So that was actually Werner von Braun's theory that immediately what we'd have to do if we ever were to make it to the moon. And so you're saying, why not build a habitat underground on Mars? The theory is that's what you. The theory is at least on Mars, that's what you have to do at first, basically to protect until you had an atmosphere. If you built it up so that it has an atmosphere, then you're going to have some protection from this. But if you don't have any protection, these micro asteroids will tear through any um, kind of fortification that you have. So what do? You have to build up an atmosphere. There's another theory that I've heard. I don't know if it's true or not. I've never been a huge advocate of people who say that there are aliens. There's more evidence for that. Exactly. Wait. Exactly. Caspian is 100% right. That's what was going to be my question for you guys. The cities you saw on the moon, were they on the lighted side or the dark side?
They're on the light side, but the moon also gets light on its other side. We don't see it. No. Perpetual darkness does that. So the Earth walks in. There's always fixed by
We're happy with the trip. We're talking about what's going on, baby? I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Welcome. We're glad to be here. We're talking about terraforming different parts of the solar system, and we were talking about the theories behind what we would have to do if we terraform the moon and the type of atmosphere we would have to create. We were talking about micrometeorites that tear through spacecrafts and such. Are you now? There's a man. He's the head of Israel's space program. His name is Rashad, and he has the theory that. Let me just tell you what he said. Please tell me what Time Rashad stated about Mars in the late 2010s. In the late, yeah. So his name is Time Rashad, and he was head of Israel's space program. And okay, in 2020, Time Rashad said, please tell me what Time Rashad said about the Mars in 2020. That's 32 devices right there. Got the 24/7 for more than 3 years. Correct. It's essentially a time capsule for society. It goes back to the pandemic, which is the birth of the death of the king, the birth of AI, the coronation of the king and everything. So Haider said the former Israeli general and aerospace official who made headlines in 2020 for his comments about extraterrestrial life and Israel's relationship with extraterrestrial beings. In December 2020, Haider said, who served as the head of Israel's space security program for nearly 30 years, gave an interview with an Israeli newspaper in which he made a series of sensational claims. Hashad stated that extraterrestrial life exists. He claimed that extraterrestrial beings, including the Galactic Federation, exist and have been in contact with Earth for years. Collaboration with the U.S. and Israel. He suggests that humanity has been in touch with extraterrestrial civilization and that the U.S. and Israel have been aware of this for some time, but kept this information secret from the general public. Why disclosure was withheld? Hashad suggested that the reason for withholding information was to avoid mass panic. The role of aliens, he said. He also mentioned that these aliens, these extraterrestrial beings are still humans, but they are not ready to reveal themselves yet. Let's share his comments on how to controversial, yada yada yada. Okay. Please talk about what he says that these aliens are on Mars and have some. He said that they have some kind of colony. Yes, you're correct. Hashad's claims went even further, specifically touching on the idea that extraterrestrial beings or aliens have a presence on Mars. According to Hashad, extraterrestrial has established bases on Mars, and they've been in contact with Earth for years. Here is a breakdown of the key statements from the 2020 statement. Key points from the 2020 statement. Alien bases on Mars. Hashad claims that there are alien bases on Mars and that extraterrestrial life forms have been living there for a long time. He suggested that the extraterrestrial beings have been observing humanity may be involved with secret cooperation with certain governments. Mars is a study area. Hashad said he suggested that Mars, with its potential harbor life and new signs of life, will become sort of a study area or research hub for alien races. While humans are still in the dark about the true extent of what's happening on Mars, Hashad's comments imply that these extraterrestrial civilizations are using Mars as a base of operation for study. Now, to Caspian Sea's point, this is, you want to know where I learned this theory? From John and his father's building, the creator of religion. John Lear, good friend of Bob Lazar and George Knapp, he was a CIA pilot and just one of the best pilots perhaps ever. And he would talk about alien civilization. Everybody would laugh at this motherfucker. I would laugh at him. He basically had all this really good information. Then he talked about alien bases on the moon. Everybody thought he was fucking bullshit. Period. Please tell me everything that you know about the potential of alien bases on the dark side of the moon, including people who have made the claims. The idea that alien bases exist on the dark side of the moon also refers to the far side of the moon, which is the hemisphere that never faces the moon. The popular subject in UFOs. While there is no scientific evidence for such claims, the notion has been advanced by a variety of individuals who have claimed insider knowledge or speculative theories about extraterrestrial activity on the moon. But believe it or not, it's a weird thing that Reiser came in here and said this because, like, I've heard this before. People have had these dreams about specifically cities on the moon. Like, when he said that, I was like, oh, that's very interesting that he said that because that's the first time I've ever heard it. The origin of the idea of alien bases, especially on the far side, is linked to the broader concept of extraterrestrial visitation and interactive approach. The moon has long been a focal point for UFO theorists because of the proximity of the Earth and its mysterious features. The fact that one side of the moon always faces away from us due to tidal locking adds an element of mystery to the far side, which was only not considered in detail during the space age. Over the years, people, especially UFO enthusiasts, have claimed that they're extraterrestrial, that extraterrestrials may have established bases on the far side and been hidden from human view. The concept is often tied to the idea that Earth's governments or secret space programs are aware of these bases and have chosen to keep them hidden from the public. Prominent claims about alien bases are Several individuals have made claims about alien bases. Some of these individuals claim to have insider access to classified information, while others speculate based on accusations of reporting whistleblower testimony. Richard C. Hoagland, one of the most prominent features associated with the idea of alien activity on Richard C. Hoagland, a NASA consultant. Author Hoagland is best known for his theories about Mars, the moon, and the possibility of extraterrestrial civilization on the celestial bodies. In his 1987 book, Monuments of Mars, Hoagland posited that there are ancient artificial structures on Mars, which he claimed to identify through photographs taken by NASA's Mars probes. He extended these ideas to the moon, suggested that some lunar structures, particularly on the far side, could be artificial in origin. Hoagland has suggested that NASA may have covered up evidence ready. Arthur C. Clarke, the famous science fiction writer Arthur C. Clarke, best known for 2001 Space Odyssey, has entertained the idea of extraterrestrial structures on the moon. He did it in some fiction on this. Okay. Dr. Michael Sala. Michael Sala, a researcher in the field of exopolitics, the study of political implications of extraterrestrial life, has published numerous books and articles about this subject. His claims, he argued that certain government insider whistleblowers have indicated that there is ongoing cooperation of extraterrestrial civilizations, which he puts existence based on his books such as Exopolitics, Political Implications of Extraterrestrial Presence, and Insiders with the Secret Space Program of Extraterrestrial Alliances, or these ideas. Whistleblower testimony. Sala has often cited testimonies from alleged former military intelligence personnel claiming to witnessing or been briefed on secret space missions, some of which supposedly involve extraterrestrial bases on the moon and Mars. Okay, Gary McKinnon. This is an interesting one. If you've ever heard the Gary McKinnon story, it's fucking fascinating. Okay, so he's a hacker. He's a British hacker. He gained notoriety after he accessed U.S. government and military computer systems in the early 2000s. McKinnon was claimed that he found evidence of secret space program. There's another figure connected to the idea of extraterrestrial. McKinnon's claims during his hacking activity, McKinnon claimed to have uncovered documents deep in the non-terrestrial officer report, which was interpreted as evidence of the secret space program involving extraterrestrial. McKinnon specifically mentioned that some of the documents seem to reference the activity on the moon and the possibility of military operations. One quick thing about his story, when he was hacking into the government's computer system, he could see what the user was doing, and basically he would say that like they click on something, and because of how fast the internet was back then, it would just load very, very slowly. But he was able to get like pictures from the building, and also this list of these non-terrestrial officers. Lunar anomalies. Many proponents of the alien-based moon theory point to anomalous lunar features seen in satellite images or photographs from the mission. These include unusual structures, mysterious lights, supposedly hidden bases. For example, the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, launched in 2009, to provide high-resolution images of the moon's surface and the far side. WFO researchers claim that certain features in these images are evidence of ground structure. The moon's far side and far side. They basically just say gases. Yeah, just a moment. They don't mention this one. Please tell me everything that you know about John Lear's theories about the dark side of the moon and the cities that could be there that are alien-like. And it looks like, if you've ever seen in Star Wars, when they're flying over, I think it's the Death Star or something, it's like gray. Talk to me all about that. John Lear, the former pilot UFO enthusiast, and who became well-known in UFO intelligence circles for his bold and controversial claims about extraterrestrial life. His theories about the dark side of the moon and what might be the far side are particularly fascinating as they delve into the idea that there are alien cities and even alien bases hidden. Lear's theories are highly speculative and often associated with larger narratives about the secret space of alien cities and the Star Wars type imagery that sometimes reference. John Lear's background, John Lear's the son of William Lear. I don't know if I've ever told you this, but John Lear since passed away. But he and I had an email exchange. I think I said this before, but this was like 15 years ago, and he was really nice. He was just a really nice person. John Lear, son of William Lear, the inventor of the Learjet. John himself is a retired commercial air pilot, holds numerous flight records. This guy helped make every fucking flight record that he did. While his career in aviation was impressive, it was his interest in UFOs, extraterrestrials, and other theories that made him a controversial figure. Lear became involved in UFO research in 1980, gaining attention for sometimes outlandish claims about secret space programs, failing economies, and hidden. He is known for making provocative statements about government telegraphs such as existence of killing extraterrestrial alien bases on Mars and other parts of the sun. Lear's claims about alien bases. One of John Lear's famous controversial theories involves a claim about alien bases on the moon, particularly on the far side, which is always based on the moon. According to Lear, the moon is not just a barren rock, but a place of great significance. The alien structures and sits on its surface. He also made several key assertions about the moon that have contributed to UFO enthusiasm. Extraterrestrial Lear claims that there are large alien bases in cities located on the far side of the moon. These bases are supposedly connected to the moon, and some are thought to be built by advanced extraterrestrial civilizations. According to Lear, these cities are highly developed, possibly housing extraterrestrial beings who have been in contact with governments for decades. Star Wars like imagery. In several interviews, Lear is likened the alien bases on the moon to scenes in Star Wars, particularly Death Star, and on large-scale industrial and other large-scale industrial infrastructures. He imagines these cities in massive advanced technology and futuristic work might resemble the last state of destruction we see in Star Wars movies. Alien and human activity on the moon. Lear suggests that there are bases on not just only inhabited, but there is an ongoing collaboration between extraterrestrial factors. He implies that humans may have already been on the far side of the moon and have been aware of this feeling activity for some time. This notion of collaboration has been Lear's broader theories of the shadow human building horizons. The great aliens and their role. A central part of Lear's theory involves the grades. The classic type of extraterrestrial beings often depicted as recognize the graves of one of the common species. Great aliens is inhabitants of the usually that's a magnetic field. So you need like an interior core, usually that creates a magnetic field, like a vanilla radiation. But I feel like mentally, you don't need to do that. With structure, no, wait. You have micro meteorites that will tear through your bubble. Even still, it'll tear through very easily. I mean, we can look into this, but how fast does micro asteroid? Did you say that right? The surface of the moon is vegetation. Yeah, exactly. Because it has no atmosphere to deflect. Now, something that Caspian said, which I heard him say it, originally.
Oh, well, here, maybe there's a technology like what do a laser automatically AI, but laser is everything. Sure. Even if you're worried about like whatever, either like maybe still build
Yeah, so yeah, underground is a way to go. Now, something that he said that I just want to double check is sure. Does the far side of the moon get light from the sun? I would think that it would, at least some. Yes, the far side of the moon does indeed receive sunlight, but not in the same way it might be popularly assumed. Popularly assumed. The far side of the moon is the hemisphere that's always facing away from the Earth during the satellite. That means that the same side of the moon is always oriented toward Earth, while the far side remains hidden from our view. However, because the moon is in orbit around Earth and rotates on its axis at the same rate that Earth orbits, both the near side, the side facing Earth, and the far side experience a cycle of day and night. So it does get light. That's okay. I would have been wrong too. It's just something that I wanted to double check. So it seems like it has a 29.5 day lunar cycle. So it gets 14 Earth days of sunlight, followed by 14 Earth days of darkness. And I was thinking this, like when you look at the sun and you've got like a waning or a waxing moon, like there's still some light, that you can count on. But exactly. Yes, exactly. Exactly. And when the whole theory about going to the moon was a thing, this was a major point. Wait a second, dude. You guys know you're going to be on a planetoid that's like 250 degrees centigrade, and you guys are powering this by a bunch of car batteries, and you want to be on the moon for like 3 days. Do you know how much power that's going to take to like create an air conditioned environment that on your first try without killing anyone? It's just the odds are just almost insurmountable. But yeah, so you're 100% right. In fact, let's look this up. Oh yeah, have you watched? We didn't. I didn't force you to watch the fight. Yes. I did make you watch. Yeah, good on me for making you well informed on this. Good. So you're aware of all the like weird shit that went on during. Yeah, excellent. So beautiful. So you're briefed on all of that. But yeah, I mean, I don't think they mentioned it specifically in that documentary, but in other documentaries they do say that the lunar lander were powered by a bank of essentially car batteries. That car battery is from 2024, but car batteries from 1969. And they had to last on the moon for like 3 days. And just think about how much energy it would take just to power the air conditioning. It's incredible. And then on top of that, without that, then these two assholes, quote unquote, Aldrin and Armstrong, are then on the moon in 250 degree weather with like just a little backpack air conditioner. Like, do you recognize like that's just not very realistic that a backpack air conditioner is going to keep you cool when you're like 1 inch away from 250 degrees. It would be like being in an oven in in a it would be like being in a walk-in oven and you're wearing a suit. If you come close to the material of the suit, that's going to get very, very warm. It's just very impractical that actually took place. Yeah, they're nylon. They're nylon. But let me go into the specifics of it because It was like some kind of special nylon that was made by like Congress. What is the material of the spacesuit Apollo? They did. They did. But here's the thing. How are you going to prove that you went to the moon if you don't actually go there and redo everything? If everything that you do to prove that you went to the moon is done on Earth, then de facto, your faking could have been done on Earth. So, absolutely. I choose to be everyone's son. Yeah, Apollo spacesuits worn by Apollo astronauts, 1969-1973, were designed to provide life support and protect astronauts from the harsh environment. These suits were made from a combination of specialized materials to ensure protection against temperature extremes, micrometeoroids. Like I know AI is lying to me right now, but that's fine. And radiation, while also providing astronauts with the mobility and flexibility needed to perform tasks during spacewalks or while on the moon surface. You should know something with this. The suits are supposed to. There you go. There you go. So, oh, cool. So, beta cloth, the outermost layer of the Apollo spacesuit is made of beta cloth, a fabric created by weaving fiberglass with Teflon. This material was chosen for its heat resistance and durability. The beta cloth helped protect astronauts from temperature extremes in space and the harsh environment, where temperatures can range from negative 250 degrees Fahrenheit to like negative 157 centigrade in the shade to 250 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 121 degrees centigrade here at 7. So that's hotter than boiling water. The material is also the material from the Apollo program. I mean, it was developed during the Apollo program. The material. The material is also highly resistant to abrasion. The pressure layer was made of nylon. Beneath the outer protective layer was a pressure layer which was made of nylon and nylon reinforced rubber. This pressure layer maintained the suit's internal pressure and kept the astronauts safe from the vacuum of space. It ensured that astronauts could breathe and move around in low pressure environment of space. Here's the thing though, if the suits were pressurized the way that they're supposed to be, they should look like the Michelin Man or like no, they don't. If you look at their suits have like creases in it. If it were pressurized, it wouldn't have a crease. It would be like expanded. Insulation layers, mylar and Dacron. The insulation layers of the spacesuit were made of materials like mylar. These are polymers. Liquid cooling gun under the suit, astronauts wore a liquid cool environment with fun fiberglass life support, which is highly urethane fabrics, helmet and visor, polycarbonate and bone coated visor, gloves. This is another one. If the gloves were pressurized, you wouldn't be able to move your hands. Think about it. Like if the gloves were pressurized, you wouldn't be able to grasp it. Your hands would just be like this all the time. Boots. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And it would have. I agree. No, not that, but I did finally get to wear it. Like, I knew. I would say this. You could pick 100 people out of a crowd, and I know more about the Apollo program than all 100 of them. If you pick 1,000, if you pick 1,000 people out, absolutely, I'm cocky as fuck. But I'm telling you, name. Okay, I'll just ask the people here. Name the first 3 people of the Apollo program. Name the first three people. Name the three people who were on Apollo 11. Nobody knows the other guys. That's okay. That's okay. His name's Michael Collins. And right there, 1 in 100 people can't tell you. So now I get into the world of 1 in 1,000 people kind of knowledge. And I'm not saying I'm the greatest Apollo historian there is, but I've studied it for like months of my life, entire months if you were to add them up all the time, podcasts and interviews and talking to people about it. And at a certain point, you become an expert in a certain subject. Now, am I the far most expert in any of this? No, but I know a lot of it. So the outer layer is beta clock, the pressure layer is nylon, thermal insulation is mylar and dacron. There's something though that Reiser had mentioned when he asked the question. He said, he said, you said the cities I was describing or whatever from the aliens were not the kind of cities you saw. What kind of cities did you see, Reiser? Yes. Like those spires. Can you please tell me what type of structure would be needed to protect someone living on the moon from micrometeorites? Like, how fast is a micrometeorite going in? It would tear through most metals, but what metals might be able to protect you, or like a biodome or some kind of book? And then we're going to ask the question that Reiser had about the laser system. Okay, protecting humans from micrometeorites on the moon, which travel and this is the thing, they're high speeds, they're just traveling so quickly, and potentially puncture most materials. It is a critical challenge to build habitats and structures that are safe on lunar habitat. Micrometeorites are small particles of debris that do what looks like an atmosphere are significant threat to stretching into space. Their speed. Macrometeorites, particularly very small, ranging from dust particles to small pebbles, but travel at extremely high velocities, between 10 kilometers per second to 70 kilometers per second, which is like exactly. But exactly. The speed is many times faster than a bullet, which a bullet is about 1 kilometer per second. So even the slowest ones are 10 times faster than a bullet. So like literally, like you'd be dodging bullets, like 10 times faster bullets. Okay, at these speeds, micrometeorites can penetrate and puncture most materials. So it would protect us. Oh wait, yeah, there could be. There absolutely could be. No. There absolutely could be. It may shield some of it, but imagine it's still 250,000 miles away. There are things that can get in the middle between the Earth and the Moon. Agreed. That is true. But even if you just look at all the craters on the moon, we're not protected with that well. To protect the habitat, right, for bigger one, we'll get to that. To protect the habitat on the moon from these fast-moving particles, design needs to focus on materials that can absorb or deflect the impact energy, create a barrier to penetration. Some strategies include multi-layer shielding. There's like a first outer layer, a durable tough layer made of Kevlar or Nomex fibers, which is basically what you're saying, like bulletproof vest. Second layer, a dense, thicker material. Third layer. So basically, you need like a super bulletproof vest. A layered system is effective because each layer progressively slows it down. Materials for catching Kevlar, aluminum, titanium, polyurethane, glass, reinforced. Some reinforced glass can provide good resistance to micrometer contacts, so they are often used in combination with carbon. Aerogels are incredibly lightweight. For their floating properties, though they might not be able to stop micrometeor can be a combination. Regolith-based materials, including regolith moon dust, could be used as a building material in the form of concrete or bricks. Layer regolith packed into a pressurized dome or a structure for providing insulation and micrometeor. The regolith, but that's basically being underground. You're just taking the moon stuff. Okay, so the biodome for the concept. The concept of a biodome or inflatable habitat is getting interesting features when their bases these could be flexible and expandable. Inflatable modules, regolith covered domes, magnetic or electric shields. Okay, so that's kind of what you were talking about. Some experimental concepts using an electromagnetic shield or plasma shield have been proposed to protecting against space. So it wouldn't be like lasers being like individually shot out. It would just be like a grid of plasma. These methods could potentially deflect or redirect incoming micrometeors by generating protective force field around the habitat. However, these ideas are still very much experimental. Okay, and then Guys, let me give you some advice. Don't ever play like a mental game, Genshin Impact, or everyone will think that you're a parasite. That's exactly what I said. So I was, I'm in a bunch of Discords, the biggest Discords on Discord. And what else, Rayhan? Did you want to into that documentary? It's a big deal. Dude, because my friend Elijah can't have it, but I'm gonna have to. In answer to your yes, yeah. So I'm gonna do that. Well, I'll talk about it. Anyway, I got this. Night, guys. Whatever.
It's yourself, your hi. What the fuck? Hey, hey. What the fuck? I didn't. what are you doing? Hey, are you streaking? Quiet up, quiet up. You, what are you doing? How are you? Good, nice, very good, nice, love you. Yeah. Sola. Campeones, trianos.